Chapter 701, Arrival of an Omen. How is that possible? One of the Forbidden Alliance youths muttered in disbelief. They knew how strong Amber was, and knew the attack she had just unleashed as the ultimate battle art she knew, and yet her opponent was perfectly unharmed. Impossible. Amber just used the descent of the goddess of slaughter. It's the most secretive battle art in the entire Forbidden Alliance, as well as the most powerful. Its might is unmatched. It's impossible that someone weaker than her was able to resist it. The youth exclaimed once more, still unable to believe his eyes. Apparently your Forbidden Alliance isn't as powerful as you thought. His nearby opponent mocked as he unleashed a battle art at him, resuming their battle once more. Impossible, Amber muttered as she slowly regained her composure. She had sacrificed a great deal to utilize this battle art, and had used it to finish her opponent once and for all. Its might was unquestionable, and he should have died without question. Amber's thoughts shifted back to the sword art Miko had used, and couldn't figure out how it had severed her attack so much. It was truly as if it had severed her dows, which was impossible. What the fuck was that sword art? Amber couldn't help but yell with confused rage, as if she was starting to lose her sanity. Miko ignored Amber as he stared at the massive avatar behind her that was starting to fade away. Its face was blurry, but he could somehow tell that it was staring straight at him. He felt an overwhelmingly profound feeling from the gaze, something he had only felt once before in his life. The Sword Sovereign's inheritor interesting, the avatar mused out loud, shocking everyone on the battlefield. And something else as well, something even I cannot discern. How very interesting. The avatar could speak, and it spoke as if it were sentient. The avatar continued to fade away, while a smile broke out on the avatar's blurry face. I do hope we can meet in the future. Her almost amused-sounding voice faded away as did her avatar, disappearing as if it never existed. Miko's gaze narrowed as she stared at the now empty spot behind Amber, before his gaze shifted towards Amber herself. While unleashing his sword attack had drained him a bit, Amber was now much worse off, as it was easy to tell that her battle art had been extremely costly to use. His soul domain faded away as the burden his soul had become quite taxing with his current state, although he had done enough to help the other battles already. Miko flashed forward once more as he unleashed a sword art at Amber, who started to laugh wildly as if she had lost her mind. I'm going to torture you to death, she cursed as she unleashed her own sword art, which was now weaker than before. Peng. 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 The two traded both ranged attacks and physical ones as their battle continued once more. However, Miko held a distinct advantage this time, as Amber found herself on the defensive, unable to muster enough power to turn the tide of her battle. Amber's gaze shifted towards the massive steps before the dragon corpse, and her lips trembled for a moment as if wanting to say something. However, she decided against it in the end, almost as if whatever was there was not worth disturbing. She had learned her lessons several weeks ago regarding him. In the distance, the Bobs were still battling against Zulos, who was fighting with overwhelming power as he defended against their onslaught. The other Honorable Alliance youths noticed the changed battlefield, and many cried out with renewed vigor and passion as they continued their battles as well. They could tell they were winning, and that the battle was almost over. Against all odds, they would win, and they would survive. In a particular battle near the base of the massive steps leading to the ancient dragon corpse, 3 youths fought it out, 2 from the Honorable Alliance, and 1 from the Forbidden Alliance. Their battle raged on, and the Forbidden Alliance youth found himself on the defensive from the combined assault of the 2 youths. Chi. A sharp saber image pierced towards the Forbidden Alliance youth, who dashed to the side, narrowly avoiding the attack. The attack carried on towards the stairs, slamming onto them about halfway up. The 3 fighters continued their battle as normal, ignorant of the omen they had just unleashed on the battlefield. The battlefield suddenly stopped as each and every single youth came to a halt, as if their instincts had warned them to do so. They all gazed towards the massive stairs before the ancient dragon corpse, and for the first time noticed an almost insignificantly small youth sitting on them halfway up. The stairs were miles long and wide, and the youth was no more than speck on them. His aura was also withdrawn, making it so that none of them had noticed him during the entire battle process. However, that youth's aura was no longer withdrawn, as if he had woken from a long slumber. The youth had yet to display any power or flare his aura, but just his presence alone was enough to draw everyone's attention. In the distance, Miko also couldn't help but notice the youth, who he had failed to notice before. His eyes narrowed on his otherwise calm gaze as he stared at the youth, who had his back turned to the battlefield. The youth slowly stood up and gazed at the dragon corpse at the end of the stairs high above, before he slowly turned around to face the battlefield covering the plains at the base of the stairs. The land before him was ravaged and destroyed, with hundreds of corpses strewn about. However, the youth ignored them as he stared at the one who had unleashed the battle art that had struck him. Despite the battle art's overwhelming power, it had done absolutely no damage at all, shocking that honorable alliance youth. However, when he saw the face of the youth, he sighed in relief as he recognized him as an ally. "It's Parker," the other honorable alliance youth exclaimed happily, as did many others on the battlefield. They instantly recognized Parker Norin, as he had quickly become one of the foremost geniuses in this realm early on, and displayed his immense power equal to Luth himself. Many started cheering for his arrival, as if they had been blessed. With him joining the battle, their honorable alliance was guaranteed to survive through this ordeal. Parker, the forbidden alliance youth they had been fighting, scoffed, staring at the youths as if they were dead men. "I'm afraid you've been swindled. That's not Parker." "What the hell do you mean? Your lies won't save you now," the honorable alliance youth exclaimed angrily. "I mean, the youth standing there is not Parker, but Asuro's." "What are you talk?" The honorable alliance youth who had unleashed the attack cried out, but instantly felt silent as something appeared behind him. It felt as if death itself had appeared, filling the youth with absolute dread. "You fucking vermin dared to interrupt my cultivation when I was about to break through," Asuro's said as his hand suddenly swiped sideways, so fast as to be invisible to most. "Chi." The youth, who had yet to turn around, saw his vision start to shift and tumble downwards. Darkness soon embraced his vision as his head fell to the ground, shocking every honorable alliance member on the battlefield. "Parker, what are you doing?" One of the more talented honorable alliance youths cried out in shock, unable to believe one of their own would do such a thing. In the distance, a smug smirk appeared on Amber's face as her gaze shifted towards Miko. "Your death is now cert," she said to him, but her words were cut off as Miko suddenly erupted with an unexpected roar of rage. "Parker," he erupted with anger, as if he had seen his most hated enemy. Asuro's gaze shifted towards Miko in the distance, and an amused smile quickly appeared on his face. "Miko, I never expected to see you here," Asuro's replied with obvious amusement in his voice, while a confident yet sinister smile appeared on his face. "The last time I saw you was, oh, that was right. It was in the ancient pocket realm back on the Yuan Continent." Chapter 702, Asuro's quote-s identity. The battlefield fell into silence save for the battles between the strongest youths as they listened to the discussion between Miko and Asuro's. Clearly the two knew each other. Asuro's, or Parker Fenix's, amused smile grew on his face as he eyed Miko up and down. "Not bad. It seems as though you've grown quite a lot in power since we last met," Asuro's praised as he noticed Miko's powerful soul and aura. "You must be the soul sage I've been hearing about. I see you didn't bother to change your name from your time on the Yuan Continent." "And I see you've changed yours completely." "Parker," Miko replied coldly, clearly recalling that some of the enemy youths had mentioned that Parker was Asuro's, one of the most mysterious youths on the divine martial continent. "It's Asuro's now," he replied dismissively. "Parker is no more. Changing your name or identity won't save you now. I'll kill you for what you did to John," Miko barked back coldly. "What I did to John?" Asuro's asked, almost as if John was such an insignificant thing that he had completely forgotten about him. His eyes lit up as he recalled what Miko was talking about. "Ah, yes, that almost seems like a lifetime ago," Asuros mused as if he were caught up in memories of a distant past. His gaze drifted for a bit before lighting up and locking onto Miko once more. "What I did to John? How do you know I was the one to cause his death?" Asuros asked curiously. When he and the other blood-fiend sect youths had forced John off the cliff in the ancient realm, no one had been around to see it. They had left the round free of suspicion, yet Miko was clearly telling him he knew the truth. "I know it was you, because he was the one who told me the truth of what happened," Miko replied, his words stunning Asuros for the first time in a long time. "John is still alive," Asuros replied, slight shock in his voice. "Yes, but that doesn't concern you anymore," Miko replied, fully committed to cutting down Asuros here and now. Asuros's expression of shock gradually shifted to one of pleasant surprise, and then hopeful expectation. His gaze heated up as he stared at Miko in the distance. "That's the best news you could have told me," Asuros said to Miko, as a massive saber suddenly appeared in his hand. The saber was almost as large as his body and appeared too large for him to wield. Its blade was pitch black in color, as if it greedily absorbed all the light around it, while its hilt was grayish, clearly made from the bone of an ancient and powerful creature. The Peak Dao transformation grade saber radiated a bloodthirsty aura, as if it had slain 1,000,000 lives and absorbed the blood, regret, and agony of those who had been slain. As the weapon appeared in his hand, Asuros himself seemed to transform into a different person. He was calm and confident before, but a look of pure frenzied bloodthirst appeared on his face now as he gazed at Miko. "He must be the John Fenix I saw on the Jade Dragon list, which means he's in this realm with us right now. I've always wanted to confirm my suspicions about his body, but lamented the fact that he was dead in a realm I could no longer enter. Since he is alive, then after I'm done with you, I'll find him and kill him myself. If his body is what I think it is, then." Asuros's words cut off as his gaze shifted to the side, as if something had caught his attention. He turned sideways while his hand shot forward with shocking speed. Peng! A metallic sound rang out as Asuros's hand came to a sudden stop in midair. Confused gazes appeared on the faces of the other youths on the battlefield, as they couldn't tell what was going on. A dagger suddenly appeared in Asuros's hand, which he had caught by the blade. "You think you can leave after that?" Asuros said out loud as his body flashed forward, appearing like a blur from his speed. His saber slashed out at nothing before him. The slash itself was casual and contained no chi augmentation at all, but the power behind the slash was beyond overwhelming. The youths, seeing Asuros's casual attack, felt as if death had come for them, despite being nowhere near the attack. Chi! Asuros's saber slashed onto nothing, but a clear sound boomed out as if it had struck something. The expressions of all on the battlefield changed as they saw a figure materialize out of thin air. The figure was covered head to toe in black clothing, and only his eyes were visible to see. Eyes that were wide with shock. "Your blood is quite decent," Asuros praised with a wide, bloodthirsty grin on his face as Number One materialized before him. Number One's body suddenly parted in half from his right shoulder to his left waist, revealing the attack from Asuros had cleaved him in half without mercy. Blood poured out from his lethal wound, but changed directions as it funneled towards Asuros. Asuros opened his mouth wide as the blood flowed into it, consuming the stream of blood all, while Number One's body became more and more desiccated. Before long, the two halves of Number One looked like a mummy, while his life finally faded away. The Number One assassin of the Honorable Alliance had been killed in a single blow without being able to fight back, shocking everyone on the battlefield. Asuros greedily consumed the stream of blood, before his saber suddenly slashed out to the side. Peng! A loud, sharp sound rang out and sparks flew as his saber slammed against another weapon. Miko shot backwards from the force of the attack, coming to a halt several hundred yards away. "It's not polite to interrupt someone's meal," Asuros said to Miko as his mouth widened into a smile once more, revealing his blood-stained teeth. But it doesn't matter. I'll begin my feast again shortly, he continued as his aura suddenly exploded out for the first time, causing Miko to narrow his eyes with cautioned wariness. His opponent, Asuros, was in the half-step Tao transformation realm. Chapter 703, terrifying might the aura from Asuros exploded out, bathing every inch of the battlefield with his power. Many of the other cultivators, both friend and foe alike, collapsed to their knees, unable to resist the aura washing over them. The power of the aura was incredible, but its nature was beyond overwhelming. Each and every cultivator felt like they had just been dropped into the depths of hell itself. Death, destruction, despair, agony, anguish, torment, suffering, blood, murder. These were the thoughts all within the aura felt, as the aura itself threatened to drive them to the edge of madness and force them off that edge. Ah! Cries of agony and pain boomed out across the battlefield, as many of the weaker youths started crying out in pain and clawing at their faces, ripping their own skin apart as they were seemingly driven mad from the sinister aura. The stronger youths were able to resist the sinister aura, but they felt their minds become pained with these thoughts as they resisted against it. Only the top geniuses like Miko, Amber, and the others were able to resist the mental effects of Asuros's aura, but the physical power of the aura still lingered. This isn't even a domain. How is his aura alone so sinister and powerful? Iseria, the strongest of the fairies, muttered as she arrived next to Miko. She had been battling elsewhere on the battlefield, but Asuros's arrival had changed things. Miko's eyes narrowed as he felt the aura of Asuros wash over him. Thanks to his strong soul, he was able to fully resist the mental effects of Asuros's aura, but the power itself was still pushing down on him. Miko's thoughts ran wild as the aura emanating from Asuros reminded him of someone else, although it was just different enough for him to not be certain. "Get ready," Miko said softly to Iseria, ignoring her question completely. "And hold nothing back or we'll both die. I can tell he has yet to reveal his full power." Iseria nodded her head as a grave look appeared on her face. Asuros was already so powerful, and yet Miko had insinuated that there was more to come. Miko's gaze shifted sideways as he saw Amber slowly move away from him. He glanced at her face and saw a look of mockery and glee on it. "It's unfortunate that I won't be able to kill you myself, but watching you die isn't bad either," Amber mocked as her figure flashed and appeared at another part of the battlefield. Her red sword slashed out as she unleashed a powerful battle art, which instantly sliced an honorable alliance youth in half. Despite her power being diminished from her battle with Miko, she was still too much for anyone else to handle. Miko's frown deepened as he saw Amber resume her rampage, but knew he could not afford to help out. The rest of the battlefield would have to fend for themselves while he handled Parker or Asuros. "Miko," Iseria cried out. Miko's gaze shifted from Amber back to Asuros, and his eyes widened as his dantian flared with maximum power, as did Iseria. Bang! 3 weapons collided as Asuros appeared before the two of them in a flash, his speed beyond shocking. His saber slammed down on Miko's thin white sword and Iseria's thin translucent sword, both which were Tao transformation grade weapons. Both Miko and Iseria felt an overwhelming physical force course through their bodies, a force neither was able to resist. Boom. Boom. 2 plumes of dust and debris blasted outwards as both of them slammed into the earth below, shattering it with the force their bodies had contained. Asuros raised his saber above his head as he stared at Miko below, who had quickly rebounded to his feet. Asuros raised an eyebrow as he saw Miko, unharmed from his attack. "I must say I'm impressed. You're a soul cultivator, and yet you managed to resist that attack. You truly are talented," Asuros praised before his sinister smile widened once again. "But I have things to wrap up here, so just die already." Slash. His saber slashed downwards as it erupted with apocalyptic power. A blackish-red aura flared from his saber as it unleashed a massive saber image down towards Miko below. The saber image was 30 yards long and appeared like a realistic black saber, one that contained overwhelming might. After unleashing the attack, Asuros turned without looking at it land on Miko below, an indication of his confidence in the attack. His gaze shifted back towards the distant stairs before the ancient dragon and locked onto its dragon essence bone, which he had come for. Chi. A sharp, piercing sound rang out, catching his attention. He turned around to see a pure white sword image slash directly through his saber battle art, cleaving it in half and reducing its power by a considerable amount. Slight surprise appeared on Asuros's face as he noticed this, before his saber slashed out to his right side as Miko appeared there like a blur. At the same time, Miko's soul power flared out with overwhelming might, causing Asuros to feel a slight soul pain which slowed his thoughts and movements. Bang! Saber and sword collided, causing Miko to fly backwards through the air for some time before coming to a stop. His body flashed again as he appeared before Asuros and unleashed a barrage of incredibly quick sword attacks. Each one contained lethal sharpness, and also a soul attack which slammed against Asuros's soul over and over. Asuros's saber slashed out with equal speed, shocking all as its massive size and weight indicated that his physical strength was beyond abnormal. After parrying an attack, his other hand punched outwards towards Miko's chest, who raised his sword at the last moment to block it. Bang! Asuros's fist slammed against the flat of the sword, knocking Miko backwards hundreds of yards as he tumbled through the air. Miko felt as if a mountain had slammed against his chest, but managed to block it without taking much damage thanks to his essence chi protecting him. Chi. At the exact same time, Iseria appeared on Asuros's other side, slashing directly towards his waist. Her power and speed was nearly on par with Miko, and her sword reached Asuros before he could parry with his massive saber. Her sword slashed against Asuros's unguarded waist, causing blood to spray out and force Asuros to the ground below. Boom! The ground exploded as Asuros slammed into the earth, while everyone held their breath at what had just happened. Iseria and Miko had perfect teamwork with their counter-attack and had landed a critical blow on Asuros. Iseria stared down at the ground below, which hit Asuros within, while Miko suddenly flared with power once more as he sped forward towards Iseria. "Watch out!" Miko cried out as he raced towards her, hoping that he would make it in time. Boom! The ground erupted from within as a figure sped out from within, while an overwhelming power even greater than before washed over the battlefield. Almost everyone on the battlefield collapsed to their knees as they felt the sinister mental assaults increase several times, while the power of the aura itself did the same. It was as if a demon god had arrived on the battlefield and began to drown everyone with its aura alone. Iseria felt the power the most intently, as the source of the aura arrived directly before her like a ghost. Her breath caught in her chest as she stared at Asuros, who seemed like a completely different creature at the moment. 5 curved and black horns pierced out from his skull, appearing almost like a crown of horns. Red runic lines covered his body, which was now far more muscular than before. His body brimmed with absolute physical might, as if a wave of his hand could shatter mountains. Sharp spikes jutted out from his shoulders and spine, making him look even more frightening. Most terrifying of all were his blood-red eyes, which stared at Iseria with a bloodthirst that sent a wave of fear throughout her body. It was as if she were being stared at by the most savage of predators, which desired to consume her immediately. She had never seen anything like this before, but could tell that the figure before her was the most dangerous creature she had ever encountered. Chapter 704 Roar. Her gaze shifted down to Asuros's waist where her sword attack had landed, and her eyes widened as she saw almost no lingering wound and all. Her attack had landed directly without question, and yet she had only managed to break the skin of her opponent. Impossible! Several youths muttered through gritted teeth as they struggled against the aura that nearly overwhelmed them. They had seen Iseria's attack land directly, and yet there was no damage at all. What kind of monster is he? Another cursed hopelessly through gritted teeth. Iseria instantly snapped out of her fear, gripping her sword tightly as she watched a massive saber slash towards her. Her essence chi and soul power flared with her full power as her translucent sword started to glow brightly. At the same time, translucent wings appeared behind her, making her look like a true angel. "Soul of the Seraph!" she cried out as her sword slashed forward, creating a thin line in space that seemed to split the very fabric of space itself. The thin line created by her attack suddenly spread, instantly transforming into a complicated-looking runic object. The runic object flared with mesmerizing soul power, at which point it shot forward towards Asuros, who ignored it completely. The runic soul diagram slammed onto Asuros, causing his movements to pause for a brief moment, as if he were fighting an internal battle at the moment. Iseria's sword raised once more as she prepared to slash it forward, but her eyes widened as a shout of warning entered her ears, and Asuros continued his movements once more. "Retreat!" Miko cried out in a panic. "Too late!" Asuros mocked as his saber slashed towards Iseria, who sped backwards with her greatest speed possible, but her speed was just a hair too slow to dodge the attack in time. Chi. Blood splashed out as the angelic-looking Iseria fell from the sky, blood trailing behind her body. A massive and ghastly-looking wound had appeared on her chest, revealing her innards within. She had managed to dodge just in time to avoid a fatal blow, but Asuros appeared before her once more, his saber slashing out to land the finishing blow. Asuros's eyes narrowed as he felt someone appear directly behind him. "Fuck off!" A roar of pure anger boomed out from behind Asuros, who turned at the last moment to see Miko directly behind him with his sword slashing out towards him. Miko's eyes had turned completely white, while an incredibly powerful soul domain had expanded around him. Asuros felt as if he were staring at a completely different person, someone who had enough power for him to take seriously. Sword Sovereign severs the heavens, Form 2. Chi. Miko's sword slashed outwards once more, while his face paled slightly while his aura dropped a bit as well. An overwhelmingly powerful sword art pierced towards Asuros as Miko unleashed another one of his strongest sword battle arts, one that was profound enough for Asuros to take seriously. "Fine, I'll deal with you first then," Asuros said as his saber slashed outwards to meet the oncoming attack. The sword art slammed against the saber, causing Asuros to widen his eyes slightly in shock as a small, thin chip appeared on the blade of his saber. His saber was given to him by his master, and its quality was beyond compare. For the sword art to damage it at all was nearly impossible to believe. Peng. 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 The two slashed their weapons out with overwhelming speed, exchanging hundreds of attacks in quick succession before parting once again. Asuros noticed that Miko's barrage had pushed him away from the wounded Iseria, but he didn't care about such a thing at the moment. His maw widened into a sinister smile, revealing sharp, fang-like teeth as he smiled at Miko. "Your battle arts are clearly above what this world of ours has to offer. I wonder how you came to obtain them," Asuros asked with much interest, but received no reply as Miko stared back with silence before unleashing another attack. "It's no matter. I'll get the information out of you once I break you," Asuros said as his saber slashed out once more to meet the attack. The two continued their battle above the rest of the youths, each attack containing power beyond the imaginations of those watching below. It was a battle of soul versus pure physical power, with neither side obtaining an obvious advantage. Their bodies appeared like blurs to those watching as they raced around the battlefield, exchanging attacks beyond comprehension. The battle raged on for what seemed like an eternity to those watching with bated breath, as the victor of the battle would determine the outcome of the rest of the war. Boom. The ground exploded outwards as one of the fighters slammed into it, unable to resist the might of the other's attack. The dust quickly faded away Asuros hovering in the sky above Miko, who stared back with heated defiance as he wiped the corner of his blood-stained mouth. Hopelessness surged through the Honorable Alliance camp as they noticed that despite his defiant gaze, Miko's aura was like a candle in the wind. Not only that, but several deep wounds covered his body, making him appear quite miserable. On the other hand, Asuro's still surged with nearly full power. They could tell that his aura had become slightly shaky, as if his soul were still recovering from Miko's overwhelming soul attacks. But other than that, he appeared in top form. "It's a shame," Asuros said with a click of his tongue, displaying obvious disappointment. "If you were in top shape when we started our battle would have been quite interesting. But you had to go and waste your energy on someone like Amber. How disappointing." The hopelessness of the Honorable Alliance youths grew as they heard these words, which confirmed their bleak thoughts. Miko had battled Amber and then Asuros, which were the two strongest geniuses of the enemy powers. While his power was beyond overwhelming, fighting them back-to-back was not possible. At this point, there was only one possible outcome remaining: the destruction of the Honorable Alliance. Miko's defiant gaze trembled for a brief instant, something that Asuros did not miss. His sinister smile widened as he took his trembling as confirmation of his words. "HMPH, this battle is not over yet," Miko replied defiantly, not cowed for a single second. Despite his weakened aura, his battle spirit had not diminished even slightly. "HMPH, and how do you plan on beating me in your current state?" Asuros asked mockingly, as if savoring the final struggles of his soon-to-be-dead opponent. "Why don't you ask him yourself?" Miko replied smugly as he crossed his arms over his chest. "Him," Asuros mumbled in confusion, before his gaze suddenly snapped upwards as he felt something overwhelmingly powerful approaching from above, while a dragon-like roar of anger boomed out over the entire battlefield. Chapter 705, Devastating Arrival on the Outskirts of the Battlefield. A battle between four youths continued to rage on. The 3-on-1 battle had been in a deadlock since the beginning, as Adam, Iris, and Chase fought against the powerful Cadden. They had been put on the back foot as Cadden's overwhelming power continued to blast against them, and each had almost lost their lives several times. However, with their incredible teamwork and combat talent, the three were able to keep their lives thus far in their battle. Roar. The roar from above startled all, Cadden included, as he couldn't help but pause and glance upwards towards the sky. Just like Asuros, Cadden could feel an overwhelmingly powerful presence rapidly approaching the battlefield. "Who?" Cadden couldn't help but mumble in shock. Iris's eyes shifted colors as she gazed above, and her expression turned from shocked disbelief to tearful elation as she learned the identity of the roaring figure above. Her expression instantly told the two others who the newcomer was, as all three of them lit up with delighted surprise and then hopeful expectation. "We should retreat," Iris whispered in Adam's ear after composing herself, voicing her caution as she had a premonition of what was to come. Adam paused for a singular moment, but then nodded his head in agreement as the three began to retreat from Cadden. Cadden's gaze snapped back to Adam with heated anger as he prepared to unleash another battle art towards the retreating trio. "It's not me you should be worrying about anymore," Adam replied with a mocking smile as another deafening roar boomed out once again, much closer and much more powerful this time. Its power was too great for Cadden to ignore, and he stopped his attack before turning to face the mysterious power approaching from above. Boom! The deafening dragon-like slammed onto Asuros at its center, the roar itself containing enough power that even Asuros was forced to brace against it. After slamming into Asuros, the remaining power of the roar slammed onto the battlefield, drowning all the youths on both sides with its power, Cadden included. The youths felt as if a dragon had roared within their mind, threatening to shatter it from within. The weaker youths were stunned stiff, while the stronger braced their minds as they resisted the powerful roar. Many of the youths were knocked off their feet and blasted away from the battlefield, unable to resist the might of the roar. Every youth looked up towards the sky as they spotted a singular figure, shooting down towards the battlefield like a meteor. Bang! Deafening booms blasted out as the sky suddenly lit up brightly, blinding many of the youths for a moment as hundreds of glowing nodes that had appeared unleashed hundreds of lightning beams down towards them. The beams had appeared in an instant, and each raced down to the ground below with apocalyptic power. The eyes of the enemy youths widened as they noticed the beams were heading directly for them, with not a single youth left untargeted. The enemy youths erupted with power as they unleashed their own battle arts towards the lightning beams above. "Retreat!" A loud cry of warning erupted from Miko towards the remaining Honorable Alliance members. They didn't know what was happening, but they could tell they were not being targeted by the overwhelmingly powerful lightning attacks. The remaining Honorable Alliance members used the opportunity without hesitation, retreating together to avoid the calamitous explosions to come. Boom. 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 The battlefield exploded into chaos as the hundreds of lightning beams slammed into hundreds of battle arts. Not a single inch of land was left untouched as the explosions between the attacks drowned everything in their power. The attacks from the weaker enemy youths were unable to fully resist the lightning beams, resulting in dozens of them being struck directly. Agonized screams boomed out before being silenced by the developing explosions, as dozens of enemy youths were cut down in an instant, while a few dozen more were injured to varying degrees. The remaining youths resisted the attack, but only a few of the strongest youths remained unscathed. Only Zulos had taken the attack head-on without defending, as he ignored it while continuing his battle against the onslaught of the three Bobs. However, he had underestimated the might of the attack and was injured by refusing to defend against it. The eyes of the Honorable Alliance youths went wide as they saw the calamitous lighting attacks and explosions claim dozens of lives in an instant. The youths who had died were the best of the best, and had killed hundreds or even thousands of Honorable Alliance youths. Only the strongest of the Honorable Alliance youths were able to keep their lives in a direct battle with these enemy youths, and yet those youths had died without being able to resist at all. The Honorable Alliance youths gazed upwards once more towards the figure above, who plummeted down like a meteor towards Asuros, his speed too fast for even someone like Asuros to react to. Asuros had defended against the direct blast of the draconic roar, and then had also resisted the strongest lightning attack as well. "Gra!" A roar of rage boomed out from Asuros as his aura flared out with overwhelming power as the mysterious figure finally appeared before him. The two figures slashed out their weapons towards one another, as a saber and golden battle axe collided with incomprehensible might. Boom! The collision between the two weapons seemed to shake space itself as a sonic boom blasted out immediately. The boom slammed onto the battlefield below, drowning it with devastating power once more. Asuros suddenly blasted downwards like a meteor and slammed onto the land below in an instant. The land exploded outwards, creating a ruinous tsunami of earth that washed over the battlefield, while Asuros himself burrowed so deep into the earth that none could detect him anymore with their divine sense. The nearby enemy youths were knocked backwards by the blast, some traveling several miles before being able to halt their backwards momentum. After coming to a halt, the enemy youths all retreated to the same location, standing together as they glanced towards the mysterious figure that had appeared without warning. Large debris rained down on the ruined battlefield, shaking it further as the land continued to tremble nonstop. The mouths of the Honorable Alliance youths opened wide with incomprehensible shock as they watched this all take place from the edges of the battlefield. They had retreated many miles away from the battlefield upon Miko's warning, and yet they were still forced to defend against the ruinous power that blasted outwards in all directions. Were they still at their original locations, many of them knew they would have died without being able to defend at all. The dust and debris faded away, revealing a lone figure that floated in the air above the massive crater that had just formed. The figure had long black hair which billowed lightly in the breeze, framing his handsome face, and wore a regal set of draconic-like armor, making him look like a heroic dragon-armored war god. Several gasps of pure shock sounded out from the Honorable Alliance group, as many instantly recognized the one floating in the air, while a wide smile appeared on Miko's pale and tired face as he stared at his lifelong friend. "It's about time you showed up, John. Chapter 706, Impossible. Impossible." A mutter of pure disbelief drifted through the group of enemy youths, sounding more stunned each time the word was mumbled. The enemy youths gazed over to the one mumbling and raised an eyebrow in surprise as they saw Cadden mumbling the word over and over. His eyes were wide and lips were trembling, revealing him to be incredibly shocked at something. While John's arrival had been incredibly powerful and flashy, it was not enough to cause someone like Cadden to become like this. "What the hell are you mumbling about?" Amber Bloodrose couldn't help but ask with great displeasure. John's arrival had already ruined the advantage in battle they had, and had stopped the battles entirely for a moment. She was incredibly displeased at his interruption, and was just about to make a move when Cadden started mumbling. After staring at John with wide eyes for a short while, Cadden's shock slowly faded away as he finally regained his senses. He gazed all about, noticing that everyone was staring at him. "What the hell are you so scared of?" Amber asked once again, her displeasure growing by the second. Cadden cleared his throat as he recovered from his embarrassing state, before his gaze shifted back towards John hovering in the distance. "He shouldn't be here," Cadden said out loud. "It's impossible." "Who is he, and why is his arrival here impossible?" Another youth asked with arms crossed over his chest. "And why are you so fucking scared of him? He's only in the middle heaven tribulation realm." The youth scoffed with slight mockery. Cadden's gaze shifted back to the youth who had insulted him, debating whether to attack the youth for his veiled mockery or not. He eventually calmed himself down once more and took a deep breath before starting his explanation. "It's impossible for him to be here because I knocked him into the Tao transformation trial myself," Cadden started to explain. The eyes of the nearby youths widened for a second as they heard this, not expecting to hear such a thing had happened. While they had not gone through the trials themselves, they had heard about them from the others. They knew everyone took the Heaven Tribulation trial, and even then it had been slightly challenging. Entering the Tao transformation trial was practically a death sentence for anyone below the Tao transformation realm, making his statement incredibly shocking. "He should be dead. There's no way he made it through that trial," Cadden continued, his voice becoming slightly heated as if he didn't want to believe his eyes. "HMPH, so what?" Amber scoffed with disinterest. "From what I heard of the Heaven Tribulation trial, I would have been able to get through to when I was at the late Meridian Forging realm. Him getting through the trial at the Middle Heaven Tribulation realm is impressive, but not something that should make you become so pathetic," she said, adding an insult at the end. Cadden's gaze narrowed with displeasure, but he remained calm as he continued to explain the situation. "You don't understand. When I knocked him into the trial, he was still in the late Meridian Forging realm." "What? Impossible." Several voices of disbelief sounded out as several of the youths refused to believe Cadden's words. A youth entering the Tao transformation trial in the Meridian Forging realm would perish without question. "You're clearly lying," Amber scoffed as she looked down on Cadden with obvious disdain. Such a thing was impossible. Her disheveled hair and bizarre expressions made her look quite crazy at the moment, as if her recent defeats had driven her mad. Clearly, she was starting to lose her grip on reality. "Why would I lie about an enemy youth in a way that praises him?" Cadden replied angrily. Amber and the others gazed at Cadden for a moment, studying his face. His steady and grave expression eventually convinced them of his words, causing them to become stunned once again. "Just who is this kid, then?" one of the youths asked. "His name is John Fenix, from the Heavenly Lightning sect," Cadden replied. "John Fenix? I've never heard of him," Amber scoffed once more. "A nobody like him could never have made it through the Tao transformation trial with his power alone. There's obviously something else going on here," she said as she dismissed Cadden's theory of how John got through the trial. "What do you mean?" Cadden asked. "Isn't it obvious?" Amber said as she gazed at John, who continued to hover over the ruined crater he had made. No one else entered the Tao transformation trial, so for all we know, it could have been destroyed over the eons of time. It's most likely that the trial itself is less dangerous than the Heaven Tribulation trial. But, Cadden replied, but was instantly cut off by Amber once more. Even if the trial still is intact, there's zero chance he made it through with his own power. He obviously managed to sneak his way through the realm somehow, avoiding the dangers of the trial. That does not make him strong. Then how do you explain his attacks when he arrived? Cadden refuted angrily. Simple, that was most likely a one-time use artifact reward he got for passing the trial. Both that roar and the lightning attack is far beyond what Middle Heaven Tribulation cultivator can unleash, and so it was clearly a borrowed power and not his own. If my guess is correct, he no longer has anything like that to use. Amber explained her opinions of what had happened. Do not underestimate him, Cadden warned gravely. Who do you think I am? Amber growled in anger as she unleashed a sword attack towards Cadden, who hastily raised his sword to block it. Peng. Weapons collided, and Cadden was thrown violently across the land, coming to a halt several hundred yards later. He stood up slowly, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, clearly having lost out in that exchange. Hehehehe. Fine. While you cowards grovel here in fear, I'll show you what a true genius looks like. Amber laughed maniacally before saying to the others. First that fucking soul art pipsqueak, and now this brat. I refuse to lose to this useless scum, Amber continued, ranting to herself more than speaking to the others. Her mouth widened into a manically sinister smile as she gazed at John with heated bloodthirst. The other youths gazed at each other with odd expressions, as they could tell Amber had finally snapped and lost her mind. Amber was the #1 genius of the Forbidden Alliance, and before Asuros, the #1 genius of the enemy powers. She had been cowed by Asuros, and then Miko, injuring her arrogant pride twice. Now, with John's arrival, she had snapped from the consecutive blows to her pride, and had seemingly finally lost her mind. Bang! The ground erupted beneath her feet as her body pressed off with incredible power and shot forwards. Her speed was incredible, and everyone watched as Amber raced towards John, who was hovering in the very center of the ruined battlefield. F-whoosh. The air parted violently as Amber came to an immediate halt to John's side, just a few dozen yards away from him. John casually glanced to the side towards Amber and raised an eyebrow as he noticed her disheveled and crazy appearance. He glanced at her with unconcerned disinterest, eyeing her up and down for a moment as he took in her wounded and clearly exhausted condition. Amber's maniacal smile widened as she noticed his indifferent expression, as if she were not even worth her time. Her desire to cut down John and flay him alive before everyone grew by the second as her unhinged laughter returned. Hey, some of the others seem to think that you're quite the hotshot, but I am not stupid enough to think that you're. Piss off. John replied with dismissive disinterest, not even sparing Amber a second glance as his gaze shifted back down towards the ground beneath him. I'll deal with you after I'm done with Parker. Amber's maniacal expression instantly turned into one of pure rage and anger as she heard John's dismissive reply. She dashed forward with her slender red sword in hand, which slashed out towards John with incredible speed and sharpness. Even in her wounded and fatigued state, she was still one of the strongest youths on the battlefield, and in her mind the foremost genius as well. This attack of hers was strong enough to kill almost anyone here as she held nothing back. Even with her attack, John did not look at her, and continued to stare at the ground below, infuriating her further. You fucking brat. I'll cripple you and flay you alive while you beg for mercy. Even then, that will only be the start to your miser. Peng. A loud ringing sound boomed out over the battlefield as two hard objects collided. The eyes of almost everyone else on the battlefield widened with absolutely stunned disbelief, while Amber's eyes and mouth widened the most of all, feeling nothing but pure shock as she stared at the blade of her sword, which had been casually yet firmly caught by John's outstretched hand. His calm and indifferent gaze shifted from the ground below his feet towards her, his gaze as if he were staring at an already dead person. Chapter 707, Amber's Swift Demise Boom. The sword had stopped suddenly in John's hand, as if it were nothing more than a plaything. An incredibly powerful blast of crimson chi slammed onto his body, doing almost no damage at all, as if it were a weak attack. However, the blast of chi slammed onto the earth behind John shortly after, devastating it with explosive power as it revealed the true might of the attack John had just withstood directly. "Let go, you fucking brat!" Amber yelled in rage as she recovered her wits and tried to pull her sword from his grip, but was unable to make the sword budge even an inch. It was as if a mountain was resting on top of the sword, making it impossible to move at all. "If you want to die so bad, then die," John replied calmly as he shoved his hand holding her sword forward. The motion seemed casual, but combined with her full power pulling on the sword, Amber's sword flew back towards her body with overwhelming force. If she had her full power, she would have been able to react in time, but with her exhausted state, her reactions were slowed and power reduced. Boom! The flat of the blade slammed against her chest powerfully, knocking her backwards violently before she could react. Her body tumbled head over heels through the air as a small trail of blood followed behind, indicating that she had taken damage from that attack. "You piece of shit!" Amber cursed as she regained her balance and prepared to unleash a counterattack towards John. Her eyes widened as she spotted him directly before her, just an arm's reach away. Roar of the Jade Dragon. Roar. A deafening dragonic roar boomed out from John's mouth in an instant, slamming onto Amber with its full might. Amber felt as if she had been roared at by a true dragon as her organs trembled violently and ears burst from the might of the roar. Even her soul rattled in protest as it felt on the verge of collapse, stunning her briefly as she fought against the attack she had failed to defend against. Her vision became blurred and her chi within her body slowed as she struggled against the roar, which had nearly outright killed her in her weakened state. She had not expected the roar to be so overwhelmingly powerful, nor John to be so physically strong. Her underestimation of John's strength resulted in her taking the full might of his attack. Her vision quickly returned as she washed away the effects of the roar, at which point her eyes widened once more, pure fear contained within for the first time in her life. Chi. Blood and flesh exploded out from Amber's chest as John's straightened hand pierced directly into her unguarded chest and out the other side. The eyes of everyone on the battlefield went wide once more as they locked onto the blood-red object held in John's hand. Crunch. John squeezed his hand closed, destroying Amber's heart that he held within his hand. His face was no more than a foot away from hers, and he watched with cold indifference as Amber's wide eyes and opened mouth trembled with the fear of encroaching death. Chi. John's other hand sliced sideways like a blade, slashing straight into Amber's neck, killing her for good. Everyone watched in absolute stunned disbelief as one of the strongest and most terrifying geniuses in the realm died without being able to fight back. Even in her weakened state, she was still strong enough to kill everyone other than Asuros, Miko, and a few others, and yet she had died without putting up any resistance at all. After severing her head, John put away Amber's head in his spatial realm. He swiftly withdrew his blood-stained arm, removing it from her chest. Amber's headless body fell down from the sky, slamming onto the shattered earth below, the sound of her fallen body filling the absolutely silent battlefield. The battlefield remained silent with stunned disbelief for a short while before another figure suddenly appeared next to John, who continued to hover in the sky above the massive crater he had formed. John's gaze shifted towards the arrival, and a warm smile quickly replaced his cold indifference. "Miko," John greeted his lifelong friend with a head nod, while Miko did the same. Usually, they would exchange a friendly embrace and excitedly discuss recent events, but the situation was far too serious for such joyful banter. Before they could exchange any further words, another person arrived next to John, catching the attention of all as her appearance was far too eye-catching. Even Miko couldn't help but stare intently at the veiled person before him, ensnared by her hidden beauty. Did we make it in time? Leia asked John softly as she surveyed the surrounding destruction. Hundreds of dead corpses laid strewn about, filling her gentle heart with grief. Not in time for most, but not too late for the ones remaining, John replied with a cold calmness. John, who is this? Miko asked curiously, as he could tell the two were somehow close, and yet he had never seen Leia before in his life. This is Leia, John said as he gestured towards her, the 8th princess of the Astral Empire. Astral Empire? Miko couldn't help but blurt out in surprise. Even someone like him who had just arrived to the divine martial continent knew of the Astral Empire, as it was one of the strongest powers in the world. Leia smiled as she greeted Miko, before her gaze shifted down towards the group of Honorable Alliance youths in the distance. She frowned as she noticed many youths gravely injured, with some just hanging on by a thread. Will you need my help? She asked John. No, go tend to them. I'll be just fine, John replied as he noticed her worried gaze. Okay, I'll be close if you do need me, she replied gently as she stared at him for a moment before speeding towards the Honorable Alliance group. She landed amongst them and instantly erupted with healing powers, shocking everyone around her. Her powers were beyond profound, and were mending even those beyond what the other healers in the group were capable of healing. Miko's eyes widened slightly as he noticed Iseria's wounds start to mend as well, before he sighed deeply in relief. He had been hopeless to help her, but was now able to rest easier knowing that she would be healed. After staring at the distant group, Miko's gaze shifted towards Amber's headless corpse below them and gazed at her for a moment. She would have been quite a fearsome opponent to fight at her full strength, John said as he noticed Miko's gaze, but she was wounded and incredibly exhausted. I'm guessing that it was you who pushed her to that state. MHM, Miko hummed in confirmation, and I would have finished her off myself, but I was interrupted by someone else. He continued as his gaze shifted towards the fractured crater beneath their feet. Chapter 708, I'll show you a true Asura transformation. John's eyes narrowed slightly as he heard Miko bring up the one buried in the earth directly beneath them. When he had arrived, he had instantly noticed a familiar aura, and despite the person looking almost completely different due to the transformation, he knew for certain that the person he had attacked was Parker. Not only that, but Parker's transformation was very similar to his own, something that shocked him further. What the hell is Parker doing here? John asked Miko, and why did he look like that? I have no idea, Miko replied with equal confusion at the entire situation. We started battling here. And when I was about to kill Amber, Parker showed up and interfered. We battled it out, and then you arrived. That's everything I know. I was hoping you would be able to clarify the situation. John remained silent for a moment as his gaze continued to linger on the land below them. His thoughts drifted back to the Yuan Continent, where he had received the only information regarding Parker he had. The only thing I know for certain is that the Bloodfiend sect sent Parker away from the sect for some reason. I guess that place was the divine martial continent, but that's all I know. Then, his transformation was that? Miko asked curiously. It is. I don't know exactly what's going on, but it's definitely the same as mine with only slight differences, John replied, confirming that Parker's transformation was the same Asura-like transformation as his own. How is that possible? Miko asked. Is it blood-related? He asked curiously, as both Parker and John were of the Fenix clan and were able to transform in the same manner. No, we're not blood-related, John replied dismissively. What? What do you mean you're not blood-related? Miko asked with confusion, as he didn't know John's true lineage. I'll tell you later, but for now, we have more important things to focus on, he replied as the ground started to tremble violently from within as an overwhelmingly powerful aura started to emerge from the depths within. Are you going to need help? Miko asked John as he felt the overwhelming power swiftly approaching. No, John shook his head while rejecting Miko's offer. You're already exhausted, and more importantly, Parker's life is mine to claim and mine alone. Retreat to the others and ensure their safety, as no one else can. Miko stared at John for a short moment before nodding his head and speeding off towards the distant group of Honorable Alliance members. Boom! The ground exploded outwards as Asuros shot out of the earth with incredible speed. His powerful aura washed over the battlefield once more, bathing the battlefield in its sinister nature once more. The Honorable Alliance felt the sinister aura slam against them, but its effects were greatly neutralized by Leia's profound aura of vitality and life, making the effects much less burdensome. Asuros stopped directly before John, standing just a mere dozen yards away as he stared at John with a heated gaze of excited bloodlust. "John, so you truly are still alive," Asuros said, his voice containing excited malice within. John gazed at Parker before him with cold eyes, eyeing his transformation up and down for a moment. His gaze snapped to Parker's blood-red eyes, not averting for a single second where others would never dare to look. "Parker, I told you back in the ancient pocket realm that I would one day return for revenge, and today is the day I obtain your life as payment for your betrayal." "Heh." Asuros's maniacal laughter echoed out as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. John's eyes narrowed slightly as he noticed Parker had truly changed, becoming much more bloodthirsty and unhinged than the Parker he previously knew. "I must say I'm impressed that you managed to live after being forced off that cliff, but you surviving to this day fills me with more joy than if you had died that day," Asuros replied as a wide smile appeared on his face. "And why would you be joyous to find that death has come for you?" John asked calmly. "Death? No. You're not death. You're just more food to fuel my progress, and you are the greatest delicacy I will ever enjoy," Asuros replied with sinister glee. "Consuming you will push my body to a new level, vaulting me to the forefront of the cultivation world. With my master leading the way, this world will have no choice but to crumble beneath our power." "Your master?" John asked, while an idea of who that could be popped into his mind. Only one other thing had ever had a similar aura to theirs right now. "You mean that four-armed freak?" Asuros's eyes widened in slight surprise, before narrowing as he stared at John with murderous bloodlust. "I should kill you right now for speaking about my master that way," Asuros growled coldly. "So I was right," John replied as he confirmed his suspicions. Parker's master was the creature he had seen in his vision, the creature that he was prophesied to battle to the death. Parker had clearly obtained his transformation art from that creature, which would explain how he was able to do it in the first place. His battle axe suddenly appeared in his hand once more as his aura began to slowly climb. "Since that's the case, I'll start with you first, and then eventually your master," John said calmly as his hand tightened around the shaft of his battle axe. "Ha, your cultivation is in the middle heaven tribulation realm, while mine is in the half-step Tao transformation realm. But even if you were in the same realm as me, my master has given me the body and power of a true Asura," Asuros replied with maniacal laughter as his aura began to flare once more. "You have no choice but to die here today." "Your Asura body is nothing but a low-grade imitation," John replied as his aura suddenly flared with absolute power. His body immediately transformed as two horns pierced out from his skull, red runes covered his body, and his eyes turned blood red. "I'll show you what a true Asura transformation is like," John roared as his glowing battle axe suddenly cleaved outwards towards Asuros, carrying with the unstoppable power of Asuras and dragons. Chapter 709, Asura Boom. An explosive sound wave blasted over the battlefield as battle axe and saber collided, signifying the start of the battle between John and Asuros. Bang! 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 Saber and battle axe collided hundreds of times in quick succession as both fighters tested out the other's power. Each attack was a purely physical attack, and yet those watching from afar couldn't help but be shocked at the power they were seeing and feeling. Despite the attacks being purely physical, they could tell that they would not be able to block even a single one of those attacks, even with their full power. While this would have normally shocked them the most, something else was currently echoing in everyone's minds like a resounding bell. I'll show you what a true Asura transformation is like." Those words that had just been uttered by John kept repeating itself within their minds, as everyone couldn't help but associate it with something else that had shocked the divine martial continent to its core. Asura, did he just say Asura transformation? One of the Honorable Alliance youths asked those nearby after recovering his wits. The others soon snapped out of their stupor and nodded their head in agreement. "He did, do you think? Could he be the Asura from the talent testing steps?" Another youth asked, his voice containing both doubt and hopefulness. If John was truly Asura, then just maybe they would be able to live through this harrowing ordeal. Asura had achieved 20 steps on the talent testing steps, achieving something that had never been done in the history of the world, and surpassed even the most talented cultivator the world had ever seen, the Jade Dragon Emperor. The identity of Asura had been a complete mystery to the world, but now there was potentially a person who could truly be the legendary figure. The entire group of Honorable Alliance youths stared at the battle in the sky, while they also thought about John's entrance and how he had managed to easily kill Amber. Even though she was injured, her combat prowess was still high enough to slaughter almost anyone on the battlefield, and yet she had been killed with swift ease, and by someone in the Middle Heaven Tribulation realm no less. Now on top of that, John was battling someone in the half-step Tao transformation realm who dominated the entire battlefield without question, and didn't seem to be losing out at all. Everyone's gaze shifted towards Miko, who stood at the front of the group with his arms crossed as he watched the distant battle with a focused gaze. He felt the gazes of everyone behind him lock onto his back. You seem to know that youth quite well," one of the stronger Honorable Alliance youths said to Miko. "Could he truly be?" "Stop asking useless questions and just watch the battle," Miko cut the youth off, not entertaining the question for a second. "Maybe you all can learn a thing or two from the battle to come and be more useful in the future instead of needing to be saved." His words cut through the youths like a sharp blade, who couldn't help but feel embarrassed as well. It was true that they had required saving multiple times and would already be dead without Miko's and the others' help. Things such as learning the identity of Asura was not important at the moment. And Miko was right that watching the battles of strong cultivators could help one obtain insights and further their own growth. With such a profound battle taking place before their eyes, everything else could wait. At the same time, a similar discussion was taking place in the camp of enemy youths. They had obviously heard John's words, and grave expressions appeared on many of their faces as a foreboding feeling washed through them. "Could he truly be Asura?" one of the enemy youths asked, hoping that someone else would deny it and set his mind at ease. "He very well may be," Cadden replied coldly, staring at John with both hatred and jealousy. His words caused the others to become even more gloomy, but his next words lightened their grave feelings slightly. "But even if he is, he's battling against Asuros, who is in the half-step Tao transformation realm. Not even someone like Asura could win with such a large cultivation disadvantage, so even if John is Asura, his story ends here." Cadden continued as a small smile of expectation appeared on his face, as he desired nothing more than to see John cut down before his very eyes. Cadden's gaze shifted towards the distant Honorable Alliance group, and his eyes narrowed once more as he saw Leia healing them all. His jealousy grew once more as he was able to tell John and her had become close within the trial, and not only that, she was healing the wounded youths. Even if Asuros was guaranteed to win, it was not clear how injured he would be at the end of the fight. Every Honorable Alliance youth healed and brought back to full combat strength was something that they could not afford, and so Cadden quickly sent some instructions through the group. They could tell that Miko was guarding the group, but he was fatigued and injured from his battles with Amber and Asuros. He alone would not be able to stop them all. The group of enemy Yuch started to make their way around John and Asuros's battle towards the distant group, causing Miko and the others to frown as they noticed the enemy youths approaching. Boom. 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 The ground trembled before the Honorable Alliance group as 3 burly figures landed powerfully. Dust and dirt kicked up but quickly faded away, revealing a sight that instantly stopped the enemy group in their tracks as their gazes turned grave once more. Miko gazed at the 3 figures who had landed directly before him and smiled as he noticed something. "You finally finished your battle," Miko said to the 3 Bobs as his gaze lingered on a massive severed head being held by one of them. The Bob holding Zulos's severed head turned around towards Miko, a look of slight disappointment on his face. But it was cut short due to the lightning attack that the kid in the distance unleashed. It didn't kill Zulos, but it did enough damage for him to no longer be an interesting opponent," Bob said, while the 2 others nodded their heads in agreement, revealing their disgruntled attitudes, as it was incredibly rare to find an opponent like Zulos. Their gaze shifted towards John, and Miko scoffed as he could instantly tell what they were thinking. "John is an ally, so don't even think about it." Miko dismissed their growing battle lust, causing the 3 to become a bit disappointed, but their heated gazes shifted towards the distant group of youths, hoping they would approach. "Just watch the battle," Miko instructed the 3 of them as his gaze shifted back to John, whose battle continued to heat up against the terrifying Asuros. "You 3 might learn a thing or two of what it means to be truly strong." Chapter 710, Clash of Usuraspang. Peng. Peng. Saber and battle axe continued to slam against each other as John and Asuros released a barrage of attacks at each other. Each attack was powerful enough to shatter mountains and destroy valleys, and yet neither side had achieved an obvious advantage over the other. The shockwaves from their exchanges blanketed the distant youths with their remnant powers, giving them a small glimpse of the true power they were using. Both appeared like demonic war gods, soaring through the sky like red blurs, unleashing devastating attacks with a single swipe of their blades. Bang! Saber and battle axe collided once more, knocking both weapons away from each other. John immediately recovered from the exchange and sped forward once more, preparing to unleash another slash of his battle axe. Asuros slashed his saber out to meet it, but his eyes trembled for a brief moment as if realizing something. John's slash quickly turned into a feint as he dashed to the side with incredible speed, appearing to the right side of Asuros in an instant. His fist slammed forward towards Asuros's ribs, attempting to land the first critical blow of their battle. "He naive," Asuros scoffed, seeing directly through John's feints. His saber appeared next to his body thanks to pulling his attack earlier, blocking the powerful fist attack with the flat of his saber. Bang! Asuros shot backwards for several hundred yards from the force of the fist attack, but other than being knocked back was completely unharmed. John's eyes narrowed slightly as his attack was completely blocked, and realized his movements had been seen through entirely. Not only was Asuros's combat prowess beyond terrifying, his battle instincts and reaction were even more so. Chi. Asuros appeared before John like a ghost, slashing down with his saber while a wide and bloodthirsty smile lingered on his face, not vanishing for even a second throughout their fight as if he were truly a bloodthirsty demon. His saber contained overwhelming might, and John could even detect several Taos contained within. He recognized the Tao of destruction, as well as something else, something more sinister. While he could not recognize the Tao, as he had never encountered them before, he could tell that they were of equal profundity compared to his 3 Taos. While Asuros had less control over his Taos when compared to John, his higher cultivation more than made up for the difference in power. Tao of power. Tao of destruction. Tao of annihilation. John held nothing back as he unleashed the might of his 3 Taos, infusing the concepts he had learned about these laws of the universe into the blades of his double-sided battle axe. The power emanating from his battle axe instantly magnified as his weapon slashed out to meet the oncoming attack. Bang! Weapons collided once more, and again, as the 2 unleashed hundreds of more attacks in quick succession. The sky boomed and ground trembled violently as their battle washed over everything, shocking those watching from below even more than they had already been. "Impossible!" Kaden, as well as a few other enemy geniuses, couldn't help but mutter in disbelief, anger, and jealousy as he watched the battle take place. They had been considered the absolute peak of their respective powers, and yet if they were to join the battle before them, they would most likely only last seconds before perishing. At the same time, the Honorable Alliance camp stared at the battle with awe, disbelief, and also slight shame. They too were the geniuses of their alliance, and yet they were not even fit to be mentioned in the same breath as the two battling before them. But while the battle filled them with shame, it also filled them with fiery passion. A passion to one day reach the same levels of talent and combat prowess as the two they were witnessing at the moment. Even the three battle bobs couldn't help but watch the battle take place with surprise, shocked at just how strong the physical attacks of both fighters were. As body cultivators, they could tell they were not a match for either of them when it came to physical power. Grah, one of the bobs roared in anger as his aura flared for a brief moment. I thought we were strong, but my eyes have been opened today. We're nothing compared to those two. Right, when we get home, I'm going to train on the body-crushing mountain for 300 days straight, strengthening my body to their level, or dying in the process. One of the other bobs roared. If you're doing 300 days, then I'll stay on the body-crushing mountain for 400 days. The third bob roared with competitive battle lust. I'm already losing to those two. I refuse to lose to either of you two farts. What did you just call me? The first bob roared, ready to pounce on his brother. I called you a fart, you fart? The third bob replied with heated battle lust, trying to goad his brother into battle to vent his frustrations. Oh, just shut up and watch the battle, Miko interrupted the three. The three instantly piped down as if Miko's word was law, and became silent as they resumed spectating the distant battle. Bang! Weapons collided, with apocalyptic might once more. The force of their exchange forcing both Asuro's and John backwards. John prepared to dash forward once more, but stopped as he noticed Asuro's was standing there in the sky, his saber floating in the air next to him, while his two free hands were clapping. Clap, clap, clap. You are far more impressive than I ever thought possible, Asuro's said while clapping, both praise and mockery evident in his voice. John remained silent as he stared at Asuro's, who clearly had something to say. You're at the middle heaven tribulation realm, and yet you are able to keep up with me to this degree. Clearly your body is a true Asura body like mine if you can display so much power, and yet, I don't know where you managed to obtain such a body in the first place, he continued. So that's why you've stopped fighting, John replied with calm indifference. You want to know where I learned this Asura transformation before killing me? That's right, Asuro's replied as his smile widened for a brief instant. My master is the only Asura on this planet, and yet you somehow managed to obtain an Asura transformation art. Not only that, but if I'm not mistaken, you obtained your transformation art back on the Yuan Continent, which is why you were able to unleash so much power back then. Asuro's mused out loud. John remained silent, confirming Asuro's suspicions, not that he cared one way or another. I knew it, Asuro's replied, his smile widening into a menacing grin once more. Tell me where you learned your transformation from, and I'll give you a swift death. Even if I told you, you wouldn't believe me, John replied dismissively, while a slight smile crept up on his face for the first time. A smile containing pride and arrogance, causing Asuro's eyes to narrow with coldness and his mouth curl with displeasure. What are you smiling at? Asuro's asked coldly, obviously irked by John's gaze. I'm smiling because our battle so far has confirmed one important thing, a suspicion I had since the start, John replied. And what would that be? Asuro's asked. The fact that your Asura transformation is nothing but a farce when compared to mine, John replied. Farce, Asuro's replied as a murderous yet confident expression appeared on his face. Fine, then show me how long you can last against the full might of this farce transformation, he boomed as his aura exploded out once more, far more powerful than anything he had displayed yet. His body, which was already transformed, started to change once more as his body grew larger. Muscles bulged with more power, and the sinister aura around him increased several-fold. John's eyes narrowed as he stared at Asuros, who was now far stronger and far more terrifying, and had erupted with power than even he could no longer look down upon. Chapter 711, One-Sided Exchange. How is this possible? One of the Honorable Alliance youths, a girl from the Miststream sect, couldn't help but ask while shuddering slightly. He was holding back the entire time. Another youth mumbled, equally stunned, as was most of the Honorable Alliance group. John's battle with Asuros had already been beyond their comprehension power-wise, and yet Asuros had just seemingly transformed even further and erupted with even more power, revealing he had yet to use his full strength. His strength now was at least twice as strong as before, putting it at a level that should not be possible for a half-step Dao transformation cultivator. Grave expressions appeared on many of the Honorable Alliance youths' faces, as the possibility of total annihilation became a reality once more. Only a few remained relatively calm, such as Miko, who had full faith in John, as well as himself. On the opposite end of the battlefield, the enemy youths felt their hope return as many had malicious and sinister smiles return to their faces. With Asuro's revealed power, John's defeat was imminent, at which point they would finally wipe out the Honorable Alliance youths once and for all. The space around Asuro's seemed to almost shudder and tremble under the might of his aura as well as physical power. Just a casual movement from him seemed to cause this effect, let alone his actual attacks. The sinister smile on Asuro's face widened as he suddenly flashed forward, appearing before John in an instant. His speed was far faster than before, and was at a level that even John had trouble keeping up with at the moment. John's grip tightened around the shaft of his weapon as he slashed it out with his full physical might towards the oncoming saber. The saber contained awe-inspiring power, as if it could sever the entire temple realm with a single slash. Bang! Battle axe and saber collided, causing the space around their weapons to visibly tremble and shudder for a moment. As the weapons collided, John felt an overwhelming force flow through his axe, into his arms, and then his body. The physical power was Asuros' attack was even greater than his own at the moment, and John couldn't resist its power as he was violently knocked backwards. His body flew through the sky at incredible speeds, eventually slamming into a distant mountain several miles away. Boom! The center of the mountain exploded outwards as John pierced right through it, and it crumbled down soon after from the destruction John's body had caused. John slammed against the earth behind the mountain, bouncing off it several times as his body carved several deep trenches into the land. The Honorable Alliance youths gasped in panic and shock as they saw this happen, and realized the overwhelming might of Asuros. Not even John had been able to resist the attack at all, confirming their deepest worries. John finally managed to recover, stopping his backwards momentum and stabilizing himself. His muscles and organs screamed in pained protest, while the blood in his body tumbled, making him feel quite miserable at the moment. Blood dripped down from several wounds on his arms and chest, as well as the corner of his mouth, revealing he had truly taken damage from that singular attack. Just as John recovered, Asuros appeared before him once more like a ghost, his smile wide and saber slashing down once more. His eyes were shining with obvious ecstasy, enjoying the feeling of breaking John one attack at a time, as well as establishing his body superiority. Bang! Weapons collided once more as the two stood near the ground, which instantly shattered and cratered as their physical exchange created a blast of power that destroyed everything nearby. John's body shot out from the blast of outwards exploding earth, once again unable to resist Asuro's might. His body flew upwards from the attack, piercing high into the sky as he struggled to stop his backwards momentum. Flash! Asuros appeared behind John in a flash, his speed so shocking as to be impossible for his cultivation level. He appeared above John and slashed down with his saber once more, while John grit his teeth in pained struggle as he raised the shaft of his battle axe before his body. Bang! Asuro's saber slammed against the shaft of his axe, which strained in protest as it struggled to block the attack. The saber made a small indent on the shaft, which managed to resist the direct-on attack. Chi! A sharp sound rang out as John's body pierced downwards through the sky like a bullet towards the ground below. Boom! The ground erupted once more as he slammed into it at full speed, sending the land outwards like a tsunami, while large debris rained down on the entire battlefield. A mile-wide crater formed where his body had slammed into, while John himself burrowed deep into the earth, out of the sight and divine sense range of all watching. The battlefield fell silent once more, as the only audible sound was the occasional piece of debris falling down to the ground. The Honorable Alliance was like a camp of death, not a single peep being made, as everyone felt a wave of dread wash over them. The opposite was true for the enemy camp, whose smiles continued to widen as they saw the last hope of the Honorable Alliance be crushed before their very eyes. Asuro's stopped and hovered above the massive crater, his actions mimicking John's when he had arrived on the battlefield. His smug and arrogant gaze stared down at the earth below, not pressing his advantage as he had full confidence in his ability to finish off John whenever he pleased. The Honorable Alliance group held their breath as they stared at the massive crater, which remained silent for quite some time. Each second that passed filled them with more dread, as they didn't even know if John was alive or dead. Only Miko gazed on with relative calmness, while the Bobs gazed at Asuro's with obvious battle lust, not caring about their lives, but only the thrill of a good battle before death. After a short while of pure silence, the ground started to tremble, the source clearly coming from beneath the crater. Slight hope returned to the Honorable Alliance youths as they felt a power surging up from below, and their gazes locked onto John as he blasted out from beneath the earth, appearing directly before Asuro's once more. His body was covered with wounds and blood, making him look incredibly miserable. Most with his level of wounds would already be out of the battle, but thanks to John's Immortal Asura body, he was able to ignore the wounds for the most part. At the same time, his limiter of healing was slowly going to work, ensuring that his wounds did not become too grave. Asuro's smug gaze locked onto John, but did not attack as he instead decided to mock him once more. Come now, I thought you said my Asura body was nothing but a farce. Where is that smugness of yours now? Asuro's mocked, his voice deeper and more sinister due to his demonic-like transformation. John's blood-stained face remained calm as he gazed at Asuro's for a moment, before a slight smile appeared on it once more. Asuro's frowned as he saw this smile, as it was not the smile of someone who had no hope of victory. As I said, your transformation is nothing but a farce, John replied with calm confidence. If I'm not mistaken, your transformation is nothing more than an impressive body battle art disguised as a transformation, instead of a true transformation itself. Asuro's gaze narrowed while a frown replaced his smile, clearly revealing both his doubt at John's words, as well as displeasure. You don't understand, John continued, the small smile continuing to linger on his face. Then I'll explain it to you in a way you can understand. Your transformation is a body battle art, which uses your chi to forcefully transform your body in an unnatural way. While this should be impossible, I'm sure your master had something to do with making your body able to accept this change. Your battle art is beyond the limits of this world, but it still has its limitations, John started to explain. Asuro's remained silent as he stared coldly at John, his silence an indirect confirmation of John's words. So I was right, John scoffed, his confidence growing by the second. As I said, your transformation is nothing but a farce, a pseudo-transformation at best, but not the real thing. And how is that any different from your transformation? Asuro's growled in anger. The difference is simple, John replied with calm confidence. A cultivator can only use one body battle art at a time and must undo that art to use another. Since your transformation is due to a battle art, you cannot use any essence attacks or other body battle arts, which our battle so far has confirmed. This battle had confirmed two things for John. One was that Asuro's transformation was not a true transformation, as he had yet to use any other battle art in their battle. The second was that his mysterious father was truly beyond his comprehension, as he was able to gift John with an Asura body even beyond the level of Asuro's master. His only downfall in this battle was his far lower cultivation. If he had the same cultivation as Asuro's, he was more than confident in being able to defeat him in his current form. However, since his cultivation was far lower, he had to employ his full power to win. So what? Are you saying you're somehow able to do that? Impossible. Asuro's raged, enraged at the mere suggestion that his transformation was lesser than John's. That's exactly what I'm saying, John replied with proud confidence, his widened smile sending another wave of rage though Asuro's. Even I am limited to using one body battle art at a time, but a true transformation is not a battle art, only an evolution of the body to a different state. That's the difference between us. Like I said, your transformation is a farce when compared to mine. Impossible. Asuro's growled dismissively, unable to contain his anger and about to unleash his assault on John to finish him once and for all. Find out for yourself how impossible it is. John suddenly roared as his aura began to rapidly climb, soaring far beyond what he had displayed before. His muscles rapidly grew and began to bulge with absolute power, while his gaze of confidence locked onto Asuro's as he roared once more, sending his body power to entirely new heights. A billowing golden aura mixed with his previous red aura, making him look like a glowing sun of absolute power hovering over the battlefield. John roared out loud once more, his voice alone shaking the land for miles in each direction. Supreme Battle Art. Chapter 712, Supreme Battle Art. John roared as his body power exploded to entirely new heights, augmented by the combination of both his Asura transformation art and Supreme Battle Art. Asuro's eyes widened in surprise, and then jealous rage as he watched John unleash the Supreme Battle Art while his transformation remained, proving his words to be true. With the combination of his transformation and battle art, John's power surged to the same level as Asuro's, despite the fact that his cultivation was much lower than his opponent's. This fact further enraged Asuro's, who roared in return as he pushed his body to his absolute limits. His muscles strained with power even more than before as he sent all his chi into his transformation battle art, leaving nothing behind anymore. He flashed forward and appeared before John in an instant, slashing his sword down with his full might, as if wanting to cleave John in half with a single blow. Everyone watching the attack felt as if they were being drowned in pure physical power, making it hard to even move, despite the fact that they were far from the battle. John's grip tightened powerfully as he slashed his battle axe out towards Asuro's saber, resuming their battle of impossible physical power once more. The natural aura emanating from Asuro's was like a domain itself, assaulting John's mind and soul in a similar manner to the sinister room within his palace realm. However, thanks to his strenuous training before that gate, he completely ignored the effects of Asuro's aura as their battle resumed. Bang! 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 Both groups watched in stunned silence from below as the distant battle reached another level, further shattering their beliefs of what they thought was possible. Only 3 youths were making any noise as they watched the battle unfold. Raya, how the fuck does he know our supreme battle art? One of the Bobs roared in stunned surprise. I don't know, but I refuse to lose to anyone when it comes to our supreme battle art. Fuck this, I'm going to join the fight. Another Bob roared as he found himself no longer able to contain his battle lust. The 2 other Bobs yelled loudly as well as they all prepared to charge towards the distant battle. However, before they could do so, their visions suddenly all changed. A world of white enveloped everything, as if they had been transported into a void of white. At first they felt surprise, but quickly figured out what was going on as they roared within the void. Miko, let us out. I want to join the fight. One of the Bobs roared as he realized he was in Miko's soul trap. Their souls were no longer under their control, and as such, they were not able to move their physical bodies anymore. No, Miko's voice drifted through the void of white. "You'll only get in John's way. I'll undo this soul art when the battle is over." "Miko, undo this now," another Bob roared, but their cries within the void of white went unheard as Miko's attention focused back on the distant battle. To his side were the three Bobs, who stood there with complete stillness as if they had finally calmed down. Soft footsteps shuffled next to Miko, causing him to glance to the side as Leia arrived next to him, her gaze locked onto the distant battle. Miko could see slight worry in her face, but her face was mostly relaxed, revealing to him that she had quite the confidence in John despite the power that Asuro's had revealed. While he had just met her, his innate attunement with souls could discern what people were thinking with great accuracy. He could tell that Leia's feelings towards John were complicated, but he did not pry or bring it up as his gaze shifted back towards the battle. Bang! 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 John and Asuro's flashed around the battlefield like two blurs, their speed almost impossible to keep up with visually. Their weapons collided thousands of times since resuming their battle, causing most of the temple realm to tremble non-stop from their power. Bang! Their weapons collided once more, shaking both earth and sky as the land behind each of them fractured from the other's power. John was knocked back slightly but still managed to maintain his balance, revealing his physical power to be nearly the same as Asuro's, despite their overwhelming cultivation difference. Impossible. Asuro's roared once more as his mouth opened widely. A roar of rage boomed out of his mouth, blasting towards John with incredible power, not from any battle art, but from pure physical force itself. The attack slammed onto John before he could react, as he had been within arm's reach of Asuro's and had not expected such a thing. He skidded backwards through the sky for several hundred yards before coming to a stop, as his arms trembled slightly from taking that roar head-on. The two stared at each other once more, with John's gaze containing calm confidence, while Asuro's gritted teeth trembled with barely contained rage. He had been gifted the ultimate fighting form from his master, had gone through countless trials of pain and death to get to this stage, and yet was being nearly equally challenged by someone of lower cultivation. I enhance my Asura transformation by consuming the blood essence of others, with each feeding making my transformation become closer and closer to a true transformation. Asuro's raged out loud as he stared at John with both hate and greed. Once I consume you, I'm all but guaranteed to become a true Asura, at which point my evolution will become complete. Now die. Without waiting for John to reply, Asuro sped forward once more towards John to resume their battle. His cold and murderous eyes locked onto John as he prepared to unleash another slash of his saber, but an action of John's caused his rage to be replaced with mockery as he saw John point to him from several hundred yards away, as if he were about to unleash an essence battle art. With John's Asura transformation and supreme battle art already activated, it was impossible for John to unleash an essence attack of any sort of power without undoing his supreme battle art, as the chi consumption from the art was far too great. Even then, John had displayed overwhelming body cultivation powers, and thus his essence powers were no doubt so weak as to not be a threat. Even for someone like him, this rule could not be broken. When Parker became Asuro's, he no longer focused on essence cultivation as he poured everything into his body cultivation. While his essence attacks were still relatively powerful, they paled in comparison to his body power, making them worthless in this battle. The lightning attack when John had arrived to the battlefield flickered in Asuro's mind for a moment, but like Amber, he dismissed it as the result of a powerful one-time use artifact. John continued to point at Asuro's without undoing his supreme battle art, making him truly look like a madman. "You've gone mad," Asuro's roared mockingly as he sped towards John, but his eyes suddenly widened with absolute shock as the sky lit up all around him. Boom! An overwhelmingly powerful beam of lighting blasted out of John's fingers, slamming directly onto Asuro's chest before he could react. Asuro's was blasted out of the sky towards the ground below, slamming into several still-standing mountains and piercing directly through them. His body bounced on the hard earth several times before Asuro's regained control of his body and surged back up into the sky. A small amount of smoke drifted up from his slightly charred chest as he stared at John, now over a mile away, who slowly lowered his finger while staring calmly at Asuro's. Impossible. Chapter 713, Weaknesses and Strengths. Impossible. 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 Asuro's roared several times like someone who had finally snapped and gone insane. His body trembled due to both overwhelming shock and absolute jealousy, as John continued to defy the established laws of the cultivation world over and over again. Alongside Asuro's, all the other youths save for Miko and Leia stared at John with absolute shock on their faces. The battle so far had been nothing but mind-shattering in how impossibly strong both fighters were, but John's display had finally shattered the reality of what should be possible when it came to cultivation. It was impossible to use both essence and body attacks with equal power, and that law had never been broken. Even cultivators with incredibly powerful innate variant bodies could only bridge the gap, but not close it completely. John's essence attack was equal in power to his physical attacks, despite not lowering either his transformation art or supreme battle art. Impossible. Asuro's roared, his roar so furious that it shook the nearby land as he shot towards John once more. Instead of waiting for Asuro's to arrive before him, John's battle axe glowed with golden brilliance as he slashed it outwards. Advent of Annihilation. A golden battle axe image slashed out from John's battle axe, surging towards Asuro's with incredible speed and power. Asuro's roared with furious rage again as he slashed out his massive saber against John's battle art. Boom! An apocalyptic explosion of chi blasted out as the two attacks collided, after which Asuro's shot out of the explosion towards John once more. Slight wounds covered his body after being caught in the very middle of it, but his wounds healed at a visible rate thanks to his Asura transformation as he appeared before John once more. Lightning once again flared as John unleashed another lightning disintegration towards Asuro's, who slashed out with his saber to meet the attack once again. Boom! 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 The sky and earth trembled nonstop as the battle between the two juggernauts reached its climax. John unleashed both overwhelmingly powerful essence arts and physical attacks, which were met with unstoppable physical might from Asuro's. Both fighters no longer held anything back as they fought to the death with everything they had. They soared through the battlefield like demonic war gods, almost as if they were capable of shattering continents and emptying oceans. The sky lit up, the ground shattered, and everything in their path was destroyed as their battle soared high into the sky, and then below the earth as both fighters exchanged overwhelming attacks and suffered gruesome wounds. The Honorable Alliance and enemy youths were forced to retreat even further away as the battle intensified, as being caught up in any one of their attacks would, without a doubt, be instant death. Draconic roars boomed out, lightning surged, mountains crumbled, and space trembled as the fight to the death raged on. Their speed was almost impossible for the others to keep up with visually, but each exchange of attacks paused their movements just enough for all the youths to see a glimpse of what was going on. Each exchange revealed more and more wounds on both youths' bodies, as their battle seemed to have come to a perfect stalemate. Both displayed equal levels of power, a fact which sent numb shock through all the youths as if they could be surprised no further. Asuro's was displaying power that should be impossible for a half-step Tao transformation cultivator, and yet his power was being matched by a middle heaven tribulation cultivator, a feat far more impossible. If they weren't seeing it with their own eyes, they would never believe it, and even now many didn't know if they were dreaming or not. Boom. 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 The battle continued to rage on for over half an hour as the two sides fought with gruesome intensity. Gaping wounds appeared on their arms, legs, chest, and faces, while the blood of both themselves and their enemy slicked their bodies. Advent of Annihilation. John unleashed another advent of annihilation, which slammed onto Asuro's saber. The force of the attack blasted against Asuro's, who was not able to fully guard against it. He slammed onto the earth below, burrowing deeply within while John shot down towards him, pressing the attack as much as he could. Boom! The ground erupted outwards with a furious roar as Asuro's surged out from within, appearing towards John instantly. Both youths were moving at full speed, and the exchange of battle axe and saber slashes once again shattered everything around them as both youths were violently knocked back from the overwhelmingly powerful collision. Puh! Both John and Asuro's coughed out blood from the exchange, but ignored it completely as they instantly resumed their battle. Asuro's appeared next to John like a ghost, slashing sideways towards his waist. John's battle axe slashed outwards to meet the attack, but he pulled back its power as he noticed the attack was a feint from Asuro's, who instantly appeared to his side with his sharp claw-like fingers piercing towards his waist. John pulled back his battle axe, but knew he could not move it in time to block Asuro's attack. His head swiveled to the side as his mouth opened wide with power. Roar of the Jade Dragon. The powerful draconic roar slammed onto Asuro's before his attack could land, blasting him backwards while causing his mind and soul to become pained for a short moment. He quickly washed away the soul pain as John appeared before him, unleashing another advent of annihilation. Boom! 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 The battle continued to rage onwards in a similar fashion, while the youths below could tell that both fighters were starting to reach their limits. Gruesome wounds covered almost their entire body, and were it anyone else with such wounds, they would have most likely already perished. Bang! Weapons collided once more, sending John and Asuro's in opposite directions several hundred yards away. Asuro's did not follow up the attack, and instead inspected John with a scrutinous gaze before a large, sinister smile appeared on his face. Both John and Asuro's were feeling overwhelming pain, and were drawing deep, agonized breaths in an attempt to absorb as much surrounding chi as possible. I see you've unlocked your limiter of healing, Asuro's mused through heavy breaths of pain as he studied John. But thanks to your low cultivation, you have yet to unlock your limiter of life. His words caused John to frown slightly, but John remained silent as he let Asuro's speak. John had yet to hear about the limiter of life, but based on Asuro's words, it was most likely the limiter he would encounter once he stepped into the Tao transformation realm. I have yet to fully unlock it myself, but have managed to partially do so, Asuro's continued with proud arrogance. He noticed John's lack of a reaction and smiled wider as he knew the truth of his words. Let me tell you one thing then. The limiter of life is similar to the limiter of healing, but instead of healing wounds, it increases life energy greatly, allowing one to maintain full combat prowess closer to the edge of death. While you may be impressive, this is your fatal weakness. Your only route forward is to succumb to my assault, at which point I will rip off your head and consume you completely, perfecting my transformation once and for all, Asuro's concluded, smiling menacingly at John as if he were nothing but prey to be slaughtered. John's deep breaths finally calmed as he stared at Asuro's with a calm gaze, a calmness that was not the gaze of someone about to die. Asuro's frowned as he saw a small smile appear on John's face, as if he were looking at someone completely idiotic. And you know what your weakness is, John replied, but received no answer from Asuro's. Your weakness is your arrogance and your solitude, John said, his words growing louder and more confident. In the cultivation world, one must use everything at their disposal to tread forward. Only a fool thinks he can do everything alone. Asuro's started laughing maniacally upon hearing John's words before eventually containing his laughter. What? Do you think that soul friend of yours can save you now? He's already a spent candle. He has no ability to help you anymore, Asuro's dismissed John's words. John's smile widened as he stared at Asuro's, as if he were truly a fool. Leia, John suddenly roared, his actions slightly surprising Asuro's as he had no idea who that was. Asuro's surprise quickly turned into shock, then complete disbelief as an incredibly vibrant energy started to surge out from within John, healing his wounds at an impossible speed. Before Asuros could even react, John's body had been completely healed, returning his combat state to the height of his power. Impossible. Asuros couldn't help but roar once more, as for the first time in this battle, he was no longer in control. Repeating that word over and over won't make it true, John replied as his aura surged out with full power once more, and his battle axe slashed out with apocalyptic power. Chapter 714, Spatial Discadvent of Annihilation. The monstrously powerful battle art coated John's battle axe, magnifying the attack power as John once again unleashed a full-strength attack. Asuros roared in rage as he slashed his saber out to meet the attack, as their two attacks collided once again. However, with one badly damaged and the other freshly healed as if reborn anew, the relatively equal attacks were no more. Asuros' arms trembled violently as he struggled against John for a brief instant, before his body shot backwards like a bullet, unable to resist the attack. Boom! His body slammed into the land below, burrowing deep within once more while the land around that stop erupted from the power. After this singular exchange, hope filled the hearts of all the Honorable Alliance members, who felt like they had been on the verge of absolute despair, while absolute despair entered the hearts of the enemy youth as they watched their final hope begin to lose. John gazed down at the ground below, his long hair billowing lightly behind him, while his golden aura framed his dragon-scale armored body, making him look beyond heroic at the moment. Kyrie suddenly appeared next to John, and with a mental instruction, sped off towards Leia and the Honorable Alliance group. John prepared to speed towards Asuros below, when his gaze shifted towards the Honorable Alliance group in the distance. HMPH, so predictable, John scoffed as he sped towards the group. Boom! The ground erupted near the Honorable Alliance group as Asuros surged out from within, his gaze of enraged hatred staring directly at Leia. He wanted to kill her first to make sure she could not heal John again, but his eyes widened as 5 figures instantly appeared before Asuros at the same time, each unleashing their own attack. A beam of lightning pierced out of Kyrie's mouth, while a powerful sword art left Miko's blade. The 3 battle bobs had instantly joined in as well, venting their frustrations for the first time as they unleashed their most powerful fist attack at Asuros. Bang! 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 The 5 attacks slammed against Asuros at the same time, who crossed his arms before his chest to brace against them. The combined might of the 5 attacks instantly overwhelmed the wounded and exhausted Asuros, who flew back violently across the shattered land. His body bounced off the hard ground several times before slamming into a mountain several miles away. Asuros burrowed deep within the mountain, which came crashing down on him monetarily after, unable to withstand the might of the collision. Rumble. The land rumbled violently as the mountain collapsed down on him, while John gazed on from above. He had full confidence in Miko and Kyrie defending Leia and the others, and the 3 battle bobs were extra assistants. Roar. A roar of enraged anger boomed out, the power of the roar shattering the crumbled mountain atop him, which blasted out in all directions. Asuros surged out from within and appeared in the sky near John, staring at him with absolute hatred. Blood covered most of his body, and a fresh stream of blood dripped down his chin, as he had clearly taken damage from the 2 previous exchanges. With a flash, John once again appeared before Asuros, his battle axe cleaving out with full might. At the same time, dozens of lightning nodes appeared in the sky around the 2 of them, blasting towards Asuros from all directions and cutting off his path of retreat. Asuros roared in rage once more as his muscles strained with full power, and his aura flared with absolute might. His aura alone slammed against the lightning attacks, greatly reducing their power while his saber slashed out towards John's axe. Bang! 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 The lightning beams slammed against Asuros from all directions, who ignored them and took them head-on as he focused on John. Saber and battle axe collided once more, and the combined attacks of weapons and lightning drowned the sky in apocalyptic power once more. A trail of smoke pierced out from the explosion with terrifying speed as Asuros clearly lost out on the exchange once more and slammed into the ground below. The ground shattered once more, while John sped down towards Asuros, who surged up from within, his fighting spirit not lessened for a moment. Small wounds appeared on John's body after that exchange once again, but they were completely ignored as he resumed his assault against Asuros. Their battle raged on once more as the two exchanged hundreds of attacks, with both sides landing critical blows on the other. Flesh tore, muscles ripped, and blood flowed as both fighters continued to become more and more injured. However, with John's renewed healing, and the possibility of Leia healing him again at any moment, the mood of the battle had instantly changed, as the one on the losing end was clearly Asuros, who looked absolutely miserable at the moment. After another exchange, Asuros used the momentum of John's attack to speed backwards several miles at an incredibly shocking speed. He paused and stared at John for a brief moment, before shifting his gaze towards the distant dragon corpse, locking onto a certain location for a moment again. John noticed this gaze and looked there as well, as Asuros had done so once before. He didn't know what was there, but clearly Asuros wanted something from the dragon and was now debating about how to get it, or if he could even get it. A conflicting expression appeared on Asuros' face for a moment, before he gazed back at John, trembling with anger and hatred. Not waiting for him to recover, John sped towards Asuros once more, battle axe slashing out with apocalyptic might. "With your death, my Fenix clan and those whose deaths you caused will finally be avenged," John roared as he prepared to finish off Asuros once and for all. His actions instantly made Asuros change expressions once more, as his confliction instantly vanished and was replaced with furious confidence. "You think my master didn't send me in with a contingency plan?" Asuros scoffed, his words causing John to frown as he instantly increased his speed towards Asuros. A small circular object suddenly appeared in Asuros' hand, clearly some sort of formation disc. The disc was covered with thousands of tiny, yet intricate runes, some brimming with incredible power and profundity. "A spatial formation disc, as if I would allow you to leave," John roared as his aura and power erupted to the absolute peak, surging around Asuros as he appeared before him. If he was able to restrict the spatial energy with his own power, he could prevent Asuros from leaving. "HMPH, both you and this world know not of just how small and insignificant it is," Asuros scoffed as the spatial power wrapped around him, shielding him from John's assault. John's face became red with strain as he struggled to contain the spatial power, which seemed to completely ignore his might. "Let this spatial disc be a small glimpse of what my master is capable of, and how little this world knows of what is truly possible." Asuros scoffed as his figure faded from John's vision, who continued his futile struggle against the spatial power with his full might. "When we meet again, our battle will not be the same as today. I will soon perfect my Asura body, and when we meet again, I will break you with the full might of a true Asura." Asuros scoffed as his voice and figure faded away. With a final flash of energy, Asuros' figure instantly vanished as the spatial energy disappeared. John's aura slowly died down as he stared at the now empty sky before him, his rage soaring as Parker had slipped through his grasp at the very last moment. His shoulders began to tremble with rage, but a wild roar in the distance suddenly caught his attention, snapping him out of his mood of ever-growing rage. He won. John actually won. The war is finally over. We're saved. We're saved. Roars of pure elation erupted out from the Honorable Alliance group, as the end to the war had finally arrived. Against all odds, they had managed to survive and hold out long enough for a pure miracle to arrive and save them. Tears streamed down the faces of many of the youths as they cried and hugged each other, while others roared with wild elation, crying out John's name with exalted praise. "John, John, John, John." Chapter 715, He's yours to do with what you wish. John's resolute and heroic figure hovered above the battlefield as the roars of praise and elation basked over him. His anger died down slightly as he realized that despite not killing Parker, or Asuros as he was now known, he had still saved the lives of hundreds of honorable Alliance youths. John, John, John! The roars of ecstasy continued ceaselessly as the honorable Alliance youths seemed to have lost their minds. They cheered, cried, hugged each other, and erupted with roars of victory, as the last month had been nothing but a nightmare for them. While all the cultivators knew they treaded the path of a cultivator, which was a path rife with danger and death, they still felt nothing but relief and elation at the moment, as John's overwhelming might had allowed them to live another day. Adam, Iris, and Chase, who were standing within the Honorable Alliance camp, couldn't help but feel themselves overwhelmed with emotions as well. They had gone this far on the assumption that John might very well perish within the Tao Transformation Realm trial, and yet he had arrived here with awe-inspiring might, saving them all from sure destruction. Most relieved of all was Adam, who was finally able to slightly relax, knowing that his capture by the hands of Cadden had not resulted in John's death. Staring at John's heroic figure, Leia also couldn't help but find herself moved by the events occurring around her. She had grown accustomed to John's freakish might during their plights during the Tao Transformation trials, but the exuberant celebrations of the youths around her reminded her of just how abnormal John was. She felt her heart flutter with conflicting emotions, her gaze locked onto the one she had spent the last 6 weeks traveling with. Not bad. A congratulations of praise drifted from Miko's mouth as he stared at his friend, although it was heard by nobody other than himself. Gruahhhhhh. The 3 battle bobs erupted with a roar of battle lust, almost unable to contain the urge to speed towards John and fight him just to vent their frustrations. However, they resisted the urge at the moment, as even they knew the war was not yet fully finished. The cries of celebration flooded through John like a tidal wave, who couldn't help but almost be wrapped up in the jubilations. However, his mind became clear as he reminded himself that the war was not truly over yet, not until every enemy youth perished underneath his heel. John's gaze snapped towards the distant group of enemy youths, who stared at him with expressions of absolute dread, as if they were staring at the bringer of death himself. If someone like Asuros was not able to kill John, then none of them could. The group of enemy youths all shuddered in fear as John gazed at them, and without any form of communication, they all scattered like roaches in all directions. Any semblance of cooperation was thrown out the window as every youth focused on nothing but their own survival. A frown appeared on John's face as he watched the youths scatter, as even someone as powerful as him could not contain that many youths at once. With the futility of killing them all determined, his gaze locked onto a singular youth as his figure blurred from sight, speeding off into the distance. Boom! The ground exploded before Cadden as John landed before him, causing Cadden to jump with fright as the dust faded away. His trembling vision locked onto John as he became clear through the fatting dust, while his mind raced with thoughts of what to do. After a second of fear, Cadden's gaze shifted as it became cold and resolved. "I refuse to believe you still have chi to spare after your battle," Cadden roared, confident that John's demeanor was fake at the moment. Although he wasn't 100% sure of it, fighting back was his only potential option of getting out of this alive. He had sentenced John to death when he knocked him into the Tao Transformation trial and had tortured Adam to death as well. There would be no talking or begging his way out of this one. Normally, Cadden would resort to his family name as a shield, as most dared not to offend the Starforge clan. However, he knew John was a madman who cared not for such things, and so that option was worthless as well. With his mind made up, Cadden's aura flared with his peak power while his high-grade sword appeared in his hand. While he was slightly fatigued from his battle with Adam, Iris, and Chase, he still had quite a bit of chi reserves remaining. A formation disc appeared in his other hand, which Cadden infused with his chi, activating it in an instant. A powerful formation pressure slammed onto John, pressing down on him with incredible power. John raised an eyebrow as he felt the pressure attempt to restrict his movements, and watched as another formation disc appeared in Cadden's hand once more as he activated that one as well. Cadden did this several times, overlapping powerful formations with different effects. He would normally not have enough time to activate so many formations in a battle, but John made no moves at the moment, allowing Cadden to activate one after the other. A barrier formed around John, several dozen yards wide in each direction, adding another layer of restriction on top of him. A glowing and complicated formation circle made of chi from one of the formation discs suddenly appeared overhead and beneath his feet, spinning in opposite directions. The formation circles picked up speed until they suddenly came to an abrupt halt. Both circles unleashed a devastating attack of ruinous energy towards John, bathing him in an explosion of destruction. The explosion blasted off the formation barrier around him, containing the explosion within and amplifying its power once more. If Cadden unleashed this attack as he had just done, even Amber would not be able to walk out of it without gruesome wounds or even death. Such was the ferocity of formation's experts. They took quite a bit of time to set up their attacks, but once they did, their potency was unrivaled. "Your blind arrogance will be your downfall," Cadden shouted with malicious exuberance, while a smirk of confidence and joy appeared on his face as he watched John be drowned in his incredible combination attack. His sword suddenly glowed with might as he slashed it out towards the explosion, unleashing a profound purple sword image into the explosion for good measure. His face paled a bit as the chi expenditure of the combined attacks was frightening, making him become quite fatigued. The sword image slammed onto something within, adding to the explosion once more. The ground trembled for miles in each direction, and many of the retreating youths stopped to see the outcome of the attack, while some felt hope appeared once more that Cadden had managed to kill or at least gravely injure John. Cadden's smirking gaze lingered on the explosion before him as it faded, and his smirk quickly vanished as disbelief appeared on it once more. "Impossible," he muttered in disbelief as his eyes and lips began to tremble. The Honorable Alliance watched from a distance as Cadden unleashed his attacks on John, while heated discussion broke out amongst them. "Should we help him?" one of the youths asked Miko, who they saw as the leader of the group at the moment. Miko remained silent as he gazed at the fleeing enemy youths, but did not chase as he guarded the Honorable Alliance youths instead. Boom! The ground trembled before the youths as John landed violently before them, with a battered and bruised Cadden dragged along by the collar of his robe. The youths all held their breaths as John arrived, as if they were in the presence of a god or a demon, as his Asura transformation was still activated, sending a shiver of instinctual fear down all their spines despite knowing he was an ally. John's calm yet piercing red gaze shifted towards a certain individual, and he tossed Cadden forward towards that youth. Cadden's body rolled over the ground several times before coming to the feet of Adam, who stared at him with cold and simmering rage. "He's yours to do with what you wish." Chapter 716. The end of the war. John's Asura transformation finally faded away as the war was over, flooding him with a wave of fatigue and exhaustion. He swayed slightly for a moment before collecting himself, while those nearby gazed at him with wondrous awe, as if staring at a god. With great struggle, Cadden gazed up at Adam before him, who looked at him with simmering rage. Cadden had been beaten nearly to death by John, and was unable to put up any form of resistance, even against Adam. At this point, he was completely at the mercy of the one he had tortured to death, and Cadden couldn't help but tremble in pleading fear. "Please, spare me," Cadden said in a pleading and groveling manner, casting aside the proud arrogance he had displayed up to this point. I was wrong," Cadden spoke up once more as Adam remained silent, his icy gaze not changing at all. I'll help you become the leader of our Starforge clan. We're family after all, and I'll serve you going forward. I'll help you." Adam seemed to have heard enough, his icy gaze intensifying as the thoughts of his father's murder flickered in his mind. No doubt Cadden knew the truth of what had happened, and Adam wanted to get to the core of the truth. Adam's body flared with power for a brief moment as he activated several of the embedded formation discs within his body. Formational energy flared as a barrier suddenly sprung up into existence, trapping only Adam and Cadden within. The barrier was completely opaque, making it impossible to see through it. His actions surprised the other youths who had been watching Cadden's groveling, as they didn't know exactly what was going on between the two of them. John's gaze remained calm as he realized Adam did not want the others to hear his interrogation of Cadden or see what he was about to do. John's gaze shifted to the side as someone rapidly approached him, smashing into him and embracing him deeply. John smiled as he embraced Iris back, who cried deeply into his chest. After a short embrace, Iris collected herself and took a step backwards while wiping the tears from her eyes. "I'm so glad you're safe," Iris said to John, her smiling face stained with tears. "And I'm happy to see all three of you safe as well," John replied, as he gazed at Chase and exchanged a head nod before his gaze shifted back to Iris. "Thank you for keeping everyone alive while I was gone," John thanked her. "It wasn't just me," Iris replied with a wide grin as she briefly explained what had happened, including the incredible improvements from both Adam and Chase. John raised an eyebrow as he heard about Adam's story and his personality shift, but felt relief that everything seemed to have turned out for the better regarding Adam. As Iris finished her story, John heard someone approach from behind and felt a gentle pair of hands press against his back. A warm and vibrant energy started coursing through his body, eliminating the wounds on his body and filling his body with energy once more. Iris glanced at Leia, slightly surprised to see her so close to John. She had never seen Leia before today and did not know who she was or how she had come to be so close to him. Before she could ask for introductions, a boisterous voice boomed out from the side, catching their attention. "Ha ha ha ha, it's surprising to see you so close to someone. I heard you were knocked into the Tao transformation realm with someone else. Seems like you two got quite close while in there," Miko teased as he approached the group. John had briefly introduced Leia to Miko when they had arrived to the battlefield, but the introductions had only been very brief. Leia's cheeks reddened slightly as she heard Miko's words, while John stared at his friend with a piercing look. "Shouldn't you be a little more respectful to the one who saved your girlfriend?" John said as he gestured towards Iseria, who stood nearby and had been fully healed by Leia after being on the brink of death. "Haha, you hear that, Iseria? John says we're dadding, so I guess that's how it is now," Miko said mischievously as he glanced at Iseria, who rolled her eyes at his words, but did not scold him like usual, and instead had a small yet subtle smile appear on her face which vanished almost instantly after. John rolled his eyes as well at Miko's antics, as his attempt to get back at his friend had failed spectacularly. "I forgot, you don't know how to feel shame," John scoffed at Miko. "What's the point of feeling shame? It's too tiresome," he replied as he finally arrived before John with a large smile. The two stared at each other for a brief moment before bursting out with laughter and embracing each other with a warm hug, parting soon after. Miko's gaze shifted towards Leia, and his smiling face turned serious as he looked at her. "Thank you for saving my friend," Miko said sincerely, while Leia returned his gaze with a warm smile. "There's no need to thank me," Leia replied warmly as she lowered her hands from John's back, her healing of him finally complete. "Of course I'm going to thank you," Miko said vigorously while performing an exaggerated bow. "How could I not thank the 8th princess of the Astral Empire for helping me and my friends?" "What? A princess of the Astral Empire? Why is she here? No wonder she's so amazing." Whispers of surprise drifted out from the nearby youths, shocked to hear Leia's true identity. Leia smiled at Miko's strange antics, finding it to be quite amusing. Afterwards, Leia's gaze shifted towards Iris, who was standing nearby in silence. "You must be Iris," Leia said to Iris while smiling with warm kindness. "It's nice to finally meet you." "You know me," Iris replied with slight surprise on her face. "Of course. John told me all about you as well as Adam and Chase. You four seem to be very good friends," Leia replied kindly. "Oh, he did now?" Iris asked as she glanced at John with a questioning gaze, wondering what sort of things he had said about her. After glancing at John, she walked up to Leia and linked her arm around one of Leia's arm, moving her away from the group. "Come on, let's get away from these brutish boys and talk about things," Iris said as she smiled at Leia, as if she had found a new friend, and one that was a girl for once. Leia smiled back and allowed herself to be moved away by Iris, leaving John, Miko, and Chase behind. They moved towards where Iceria was, and the three girls quickly began their discussions, laughing and smiling as they moved away from the others. After the girls left, Miko's gaze turned serious once more as he shifted his gaze towards where the enemy youths had been. They had completely scattered by now, with no trace of them remaining. "Should we hunt down the remaining enemies?" Miko asked John. "No, there's no point," John dismissed the idea. "Now that Asuros has left, none of them will dare to make another peep at all, as they'll be too scared to run into either of us. They'll go into hiding until this realm closes. Even if they manage to steal some of the teleportation talismans from the youths they had slain, they'll be teleported to the entrance of this realm when it closes, right into the middle of all the honorable Alliance elders. So either they die here or they die out there. But their deaths are assured, and so they are of no concern anymore," John explained his thoughts. Miko thought about it for a moment and then nodded his head in agreement. After his and John's display of power, the remaining youths would certainly hide until the realm closed, and were therefore no longer a threat. He was just about to ask John another question, when an emotional voice sounded out from behind the two of them, causing them to turn around. John gazed at the girl who stood before him, her head slightly bowed and not looking him in the eyes as if she were not worthy of such a thing. "Thank you for saving us," the girl said to John and Miko, her voice trembling with emotion. "Thank you," most of the other youths behind her boomed out as well shortly after, bowing their heads slightly in respect towards both John and Miko. John remained quiet for a moment as he allowed them to complete their thanks, before he addressed the large group of several hundred youths before him. "Only by getting strong can you ensure your safety, and the safety of those around you. If you really want to thank me, then do that by getting stronger and becoming someone the Honorable Alliance can rely on," John replied to them, his words igniting a fire within their hearts. The group of youths all nodded their heads in acknowledgement, and would never for the rest of their lives forget this day, the one that saved them, and the one that steeled their hearts and minds to tread on the cultivation path with absolute conviction. Chapter 717, Blood of the Jade Dragon. John stared at the group of youths before him, who finally raised their heads to look at him once more, awe and wonder in their gazes. Despite his heaven-defying talent and power, John didn't carry the arrogance that typical geniuses did. His words and persona inspired all of them, particularly the aloof geniuses who once considered themselves to be above all. The war had already humbled them a great deal, and then John's persona was the final blow, shattering their aloof pride. He thought for a moment about forcing them to swear Tao oaths to not reveal his identity as Asura, but realized that with Asuros escaping, his identity was going to be revealed eventually. As such, he put the idea in the back of his mind as his gaze shifted from the group of youths to the distant stairwell before the ancient dragon. His gaze lingered on the three temples, which he could tell contained secrets beyond compare. Clearly these were the final temples of the realm and, most likely, contained the ultimate rewards. "Are you AHHH? Who are you? Why do you know the supreme battle art? Come on, fight me. I want to test my strength." Loud battle-lusted roars boomed out near John, causing him and the others to gaze towards the sound. They spotted the three battle bobs quickly approaching John, their fighting spirits clearly ignited. "Oh, goddammit. I let you three out for 1 second and you're already causing such a ruckus. Go to sleep." Miko chastised the three as he had released their soul bindings, just for them to instantly try to fight John. "Miko, don't you dare," the bob roared out, but suddenly stopped speaking and became as stiff as a board. John glanced curiously at the bobs before looking towards Miko, as he could tell that with just a glance Miko was able to bind their souls somehow, making them no longer in control of their bodies. "You've become quite strong since we last met," John praised Miko, who puffed out his chest with obvious pride. "Of course I have," Miko said proudly. "After all, you're not the only one with heaven-defying talents or secrets." Secrets, John mused. When he had last seen Miko, he was obviously not aware of celestial Solren's presence within him, but now had most likely learned the truth. "That's right, secrets beyond your wildest imagination. Just you wait before long, I'll reclaim the spot as the stronger one between us two," Miko replied with haughty smugness, as if he knew mentioning the word secret would pique John's interest, but he wouldn't tell John what that secret was. "Do you mean celestial Solrend?" John asked, his words causing a stunned look to appear on Miko's face. How do you know about that old fart?" Miko asked with his mouth slightly agape. "I was the one who allowed celestial Solrend to find you in the first place, so of course I know about him," John replied, clearly realizing that Solrend had never told Miko of how he had discovered him. Miko's stunned expression quickly changed to one of anger as he started yelling, seemingly at himself. "Why the hell didn't you tell me about this, you old fart?" Miko boomed, speaking to no one in particular and making himself look like a madman. "I'm calling you an old fart, you old fart," Miko boomed out after a short pause before his face huffed up. "Don't bother speaking to me for now. I'm ignoring you, old fart." Miko gazed back at John, his dismissive attitude vanishing and excitement replacing it once more. John could tell he wanted to talk about a great many things, but unfortunately had more important things to take care of at the moment. He knew Miko, and knew that he would talk for days on end if he let him. "I know we have a lot to talk about, but we can discuss everything after we leave this realm," John said, stopping Miko before he could start. "The realm closes in a few weeks, and I want to make sure I get what I need to get done before then." "Ah, fine," Miko harumphed with feigned disappointment, as he and John both glanced at the distant temples and dragon corpse. "You have something to do there?" Miko asked. John nodded his head, as he could tell something was calling him towards the stairs and temples. John's gaze shifted from the temple to Iris and Leia, his gaze not unnoticed by Miko. "Don't worry, I don't really have anything else to do in this realm, so I'll make sure they stay safe," Miko assuaged John's worry. A thankful smile appeared on John's face as he nodded at Miko. "Thanks," he replied, and gazed at the barrier surrounding Adam for a moment which still remained, before he sped off into the distance. His actions caught the attention of all, including Leia and Iris, who gazed at John for a moment before gazing at each other, resuming hushed discussions between themselves. The youths watched with curious interest as John arrived before the massive mile and several miles-long stairs. John gazed up with curious interest at the massive dragon corpse ahead, which loomed over the entire area like a watchful guardian. As he approached the stairs, the mysterious calling he felt grew stronger, and without any hesitation, John stepped onto the first massive step. A powerful energy immediately descended down on him, as if wanting to force him off the steps. This is quite similar to the talent testing steps, only it seems to be focused more on my body and blood. How interesting." John mused for a moment before speeding up the steps, his progress unhindered. He could tell that cultivating on these steps would be incredibly beneficial, but decided against it as he had more important things to take care of at the moment. As he progressed up the steps, the powerful energy continued to grow, invading his body, muscles, bones, and even blood. It tried to force him back down the stairs, but John ignored it as if it didn't exist and quickly appeared halfway up the stairs, the same place that Asuros had arrived. This particular step was several hundred yards deep, making it much larger than any of the steps up to this point. As he arrived there, he felt an overwhelmingly powerful pressure descend on him, one that even he couldn't ignore. The pressure stopped his forward progress, causing John to frown for a moment. "I feel as though I can force my way through if I activate my bloodline ability, but I think that there's something else at play here," John mused as he glanced to his left. Half a mile away on each side were two of the three temples, both at opposite ends of that particular step. The temples were several hundred yards wide and long, and almost a mile tall. They were jade and gold in color, with exquisite exterior designs, and exuded an ancient and powerful aura. The strange feeling seemed to be pointing to both the temples on either side, which John decided to follow. "I'll start with the left one, I suppose," John mused as he walked over towards the leftmost temple, arriving before it a short while later. Two intricate jade green dragon statues lined both sides of the front entrance, making the temple feel even more profound. A golden door several dozen yards tall and carved with intricate details guarded the way into the entrance, which John stood directly before. Above the door were carved words, which John read over. "Blood of the Jade Dragon." John read the words out loud, feeling a deep profundity just by uttering them. He pressed on the door to part it open, but even with his full strength, the door didn't budge. At the same time, the strange feeling strengthened, as if he had arrived where it was pointing towards. A frown appeared on John's face for a moment as he inspected the door, and his eyes quickly locked onto a particular part of the door at eye height. There was a small indent in the door, seemingly carved with purpose as its shape was quite unique. His eyes suddenly lit up in realization, and his divine sense flooded into his palace realm as he retrieved a particular object. As soon as the object appeared in his hand, it shook with energetic purpose, shooting out of his hand and into the door, fitting perfectly within the carved-out part. The ancient dragon reverse scale hummed with power, as the entire door lit up with profound formation runes. Hidden mechanisms seemed to activate within, and the door slowly began to part open from the center shortly after. "So that's what the reverse scales are for," John mused, finally realizing why the temple spirit told him it would be useful for him in the future. The door finally fully parted, and John walked into the dimly lit room before him without hesitation, disappearing from sight. The door closed behind him soon after, guarding the entrance once more. Chapter 718, Dragon's Blood. He went inside the temple. Some of the youths exclaimed as they watched from a distance as John climbed the steps and entered the temple. They couldn't tell what exactly the steps and temples were for, but realized that it was most likely a place of great rewards. "I wonder if we can enter it as well," some other youths asked, eager to follow in John's footsteps. "Who knows? The only way we can find out is by trying ourselves." With the war finally over and the danger settled, the youths once again regained their explorative enthusiasm they had when they first entered the realm. On top of that, John's displays and words had raised their fighting spirits even further, and many of the youths couldn't help it as they sped forward towards the massive steps, hopping to follow in John's path. Hundreds of them arrived before the steps and gazed up with wondrous awe at the ancient dragon corpse ahead. After a short pause, they hopped onto the first step. What the hell?" Several cries of surprise boomed out as the youths felt themselves nearly knocked off the steps. John had surmounted the steps so easily and swiftly that many didn't think there would be a restrictive energy, but were quickly shocked as they found out there was. After recovering from their surprise, the youths began to press forward with their full strength as they climbed the steps, but became shocked to discover that they were not even able to get close to the halfway point where John was. The difference between John and them became apparent once more, but instead of despair, the youths pushed themselves to their limits as they climbed as high as possible, and then sat down on the stairs to cultivate, as they could tell cultivating under the strange, yet powerful energy would be greatly beneficial to them. Miko watched the youths climb the steps futilely and eventually glanced towards the three motionless bobs nearby. He could tell the steps would be a boon for them as well, and would not stop them from attempting them as well. His eyes flashed, and the bobs sprung to life once more. "Rua, fight me! Wait, where did he go?" The one bob roared as they realized John was no longer around. "He's at that leftmost temple," Miko replied, as he pointed towards the temple John had entered. "Reza, finally I can fight him," one of the bob roared, while the others roared with battle lust as well. The bobs instantly sped towards the steps without hesitation and started to climb them, but much to Miko's expectation, Their progress was much slower than John, and none of them made it to the step where John was at. Like the others, they eventually sat down to cultivate, hopping to push past their limits and ascend further along the cultivation pathway. Boom. 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 Apocalyptic explosions blasted over a barren wasteland, destroying each and every inch of the land hundreds of miles in each direction. The explosions were not caused by any battle art, but the physical power of the collisions between battle axe and sabers as the Jade Dragon Emperor battled against the Asuraic creature. Their battle had raged on for weeks already, destroying land, ocean, and everything in between. They had quickly left the confines of the divine martial continent as their battle raged on, battling over the oceans, deep within them, and atop barren continents long abandoned and forgotten. Their battles had long ago attracted the eyes of the other powerful cultivators of the world, but those cultivators could only watch from afar, too afraid to get caught up in the apocalyptic might they were witnessing. Their speeds were too slow to keep up with the moving battle, and only the destroyed remnants of the battle remained behind as proof of the apocalyptic battle that was taking place. Boom. Saber and battle axe collided once more, destroying everything while the Jade Dragon Emperor and Asuraic creature shot backwards from each other, both of them slamming into the ocean beneath them and causing tidal waves of horrifying power to blast out in all directions. The Asuraic creature shot out from the depth of the ocean, followed by the Jade Dragon Emperor soon after. Both fighters were ruined beyond recognition, as flesh was torn, bones were broken, and blood coated both their bodies. It was a miracle that either of them was alive, although the Asura seemed to be faring a bit better off than the Jade Dragon Emperor, who looked as if he would perish from wounds and exhaustion at any moment. This has gone on long enough. The Jade Dragon Emperor managed to growl out through ragged breaths, each word causing him immense pain as his body was truly on the edge of collapse. The Asuraic creature stared at the Jade Dragon Emperor, his eyes narrowing slightly as he felt his most fearsome opponent begin to rise with a surprising amount of power once more. "Burning your blood essence to ensure both of our deaths," the Asura replied, realizing what the Jade Dragon Emperor was doing. The Asura had the advantage in their battle since it started, but the Jade Dragon Emperor's might was not something that could be looked down on, and he had managed to keep himself alive despite their prolonged and harrowing battle. However, due to his previous injuries from the ancient war that had yet to be fully healed, he was still not able to finish off the Jade Dragon Emperor once and for all, not without paying too great a cost. That cost was something the Jade Dragon Emperor was apparently willing to pay, the destruction of his enemy at the cost of his own life as well. Roar. The Jade Dragon Emperor roared with fiery passion as he prepared to unleash the final attack of his life, while the Asura's face trembled for a moment at that exact time as if he had felt something, and he watched the Jade Dragon Emperor approach one last time. Boom. John stepped into the dark temple before him and felt an incredibly ancient yet profound aura wash over him. His presence activated formations on the walls and ceiling high above as torches lit by the Tao of Fire lit up, illuminating the dark temple within. A warm glow filled the massive temple, illuminating the interior of the temple, which was completely hollow. The temple was completely empty except for two things, which immediately caught John's attention. At the very center of the massive, hollow temple was a dragon statue, nearly 30 yards tall and so intricately carved that it appeared completely real. The dragon statue stood with a regal posture, while its head gazed down at the ground before it. John's gaze followed the dragon statue's gaze, and his eyes widened slightly as a massive pool of blood came into view. The blood was bright red, and despite the passage of eons, had yet to congeal at all, while a profound and powerful aura emanated from the pool of blood. Ancient Dragon's Blood. Chapter 719, Baptism in Blood. The pool of ancient dragon blood was completely still, as if it had remained undisturbed for tens of thousands of years. Yet it remained pure and untainted, as if nothing, not even time, could change it at all. John stared in awe at the pool of dragon blood, which continued to emit a continuous aura of power, as if just stepping into it would spell death for those not strong enough. After staring at the pool of blood for quite some time, John gazed throughout the rest of the temple, but found nothing else of note. There was nothing else other than the pool of blood, and Dragon's statue behind it. Should I try to absorb this blood for my immortal Asura body? John mused softly, thinking of whether such a thing was possible or not. His immortal Asura body was only able to be strengthened through blood essence, not regular blood. Not only that, but not all essence blood worked equally. Essence blood from humans seemed to be the best, while blood from typical beasts was almost useless for cultivation. While a dragon was anything but a typical beast, John was not sure if such a thing would work. Silence filled the temple as John thought it all over. He eventually moved forward once more, stopping directly before the pool of blood. He gazed at the pool of blood before his feet, which seemed to almost push him away, as if no human was worthy of stepping within. "Let's see what this is all about," John said out loud as he stepped forward and floated above the pool, eventually arriving in the center. With no further hesitation, John descended downwards, disappearing within the pool of blood. As soon as he entered the pool of blood, the dragon's statue flared with power, while its eyes began to glow. A beam of mysterious power emanated from the head of the dragon statue down towards the pool of blood, infusing it with a bizarre power. As soon as this happened, John felt the pool of blood stir into action. The blood began to rapidly revolve, forming a whirlpool with him at the very center. The whirlpool of blood intensified in power, focusing on him at the center. John remained calm as this all happened, and his eyes widened slightly as he felt the dragon blood begin to flow into his body all of a sudden. The blood flowed through his pores into his body, which caused John to raise his guard for a brief moment as he prepared to fight back against the blood if need be. However, his aura faded as he noticed the blood begin to infuse within his body, as if assimilating with him and becoming his own. The dragon blood flowed into his skin, muscles, sinew, merging with it and transforming it into something stronger, something more profound. Wherever the blood passed, it infused with his body, strengthening it to incredible heights. It attempted to do the same with his own blood, but was unable to, as if his blood would not allow it to be sullied at all, not even by dragon's blood. After a brief struggle, the dragon's blood seemed to give up on merging with his own, and instead flowed freely within his veins next to his original blood. Roar. John couldn't help but roar with overwhelming power as he felt the strength of his body rapidly rise, soaring to entirely new heights. Boom. In a far-off land, the ground suddenly exploded outwards as a bloodied and wounded figure shot out from within. Asuros soared into the sky and gazed down at the ruined land beneath his feet, surprise and confusion evident on his face. What the hell happened here? Asuros mused coldly as he stared at the ruined land that once housed the hidden lair of him and his master. When he had crushed his spatial talisman, he had been transported deep underground, buried amongst the rubble and ruin of his old lair. His thoughts shifted back to the day when that mysterious figure had appeared at their portal and had stepped through towards his master. He had assumed that that mysterious person would have perished without any ability to fight back at all, but things had not happened as he thought they would. Just who was that man? Asuros mumbled, recalling the overwhelming power and furious rage that the man had displayed. Just a roar from that man had nearly killed him, and it had not even been directed at him. He even roared the word Asura. Does he know who my master is? Impossible. How can someone like that still exist after all this time? According to Master, the lifespan of a world expansion cultivator is 100,000 years, yet the war happened far before that. Everyone from that war should already be dead by now unless that man was somehow in the holy manifestation realm. Is that even possible? Asuro's thoughts swirled with confusion and disbelief as he tried to piece everything together. He had assumed that he would be greeted by his master once he left the Jade Dragon Empire realm, and yet his master was nowhere to be seen. After debating his next course of action, Asuro's drifted down to the shattered ground and sat down. No matter who that man was, my master will surely return. I will wait here until then, Asuro said as his eyes closed and he entered deep meditation. The rage-inducing thoughts of his battle with John flooded into his mind, but he pushed them aside as best he could to focus on cultivation. However, his gritted teeth and trembling lips betrayed his otherwise calm demeanor. Sometime later, Asuro's eyes suddenly snapped open as a powerful energy appeared before him. Space twisted and swirled for a moment before tearing open, revealing the chaos of the turbulent space on the other side. A massive figure stepped out from within the opened gash in space, which quickly closed behind him. "Master," Asuro's greeted as he quickly stood up and bowed with great deference, respect, and fear. He quickly noticed his master's wounded and bloodied body, but dared not to comment on it despite the shock he was feeling at seeing his overwhelmingly powerful master wounded for the first time. Not only that, but he could tell that his master's wounds were even worse than they looked, and that his power was far beneath what he was normally able to display. Shock once again flooded through Asuro's body as he thought about how powerful one would need to be to push his master to this state. The Asuraic creature gazed down on Parker with an indifferent expression, inspecting him for a short while. "Do you have the dragon essence bone?" the creature asked Asuro's, its voice deep and menacing. Asuro's trembled for a short moment out of instinctual fear as he heard his master's question, and shook his head after a moment. "I did not manage to obtain the dragon essence bone. I have failed you, master," Asuro's replied with deep regret in his voice. "All those resources for you to return empty-handed," the Asuraic creature growled as he heard Asuro's words. The Asuraic creature narrowed its eyes in angered disappointment, and one of his arms reached out, pressing one of his massive claws directly against Asuro's forehead. Asuro's eyes widened for a moment, as he could tell his master was debating whether or not to kill him for his failure, and his survival depended on his next words. "But I did manage to find something just as good," Asuro's quickly muttered, his words causing the creature to pause for a moment, and it waited in silence for Asuro's to explain. Asuro's took a deep breath of relief as his gaze hardened, while his rage soared as he thought about the one who had made him fail his mission and put him in this situation. "I discovered the identity of the one called Asura," Asuro's said, his words causing the creature's eyes to light up slightly. "Oh, and," the creature mused, his voice deep and guttural. "And it's as you guessed," Asuro's replied, his gaze becoming cold with rage. "The one called Asura has a body of a true Asura." The creature's eyes lit up with surprise, and then menacing delight as he stared at his disciple before him. A sinister smile appeared on its face as, "Good, if your words are true, then I just may excuse you for your abject failure," the creature growled. "What is the identity of the one called Asura?" An equally sinister smile appeared on Asuro's face as he heard his master ask this question, and he replied without any hesitation at all. John Fenix, Chapter 720, Deviling Body Boom. The Asuraic creature's aura exploded after hearing what had happened from Asuro's. Asuro's had explained everything, from finding the ancient dragon corpse, the war thereafter, the battle with John, and his eventual retreat. The creature listened in silence as Asuro's explained it all, but couldn't help but erupt with fury after hearing that John's cultivation was lower than Asuro's. It had expected Asuro's defeat to come at the hands of someone with a much higher cultivation, but the truth was the exact opposite. Furious rage coursed through the creature, as one of its hands suddenly slammed down towards Asuro's with unstoppable might. But its hand stopped just before slamming down on Asuro's and killing him instantly. Asuro's eyes went wide, and he felt an involuntary tremble of dread course through his body. But he didn't dare to move or make a noise, as he didn't want to further enrage his master. After a short pause, the creature withdrew its hand from above Asuro's. "I should kill you right now for such an abject failure," the creature growled menacingly, its sharp teeth bared for a brief moment as if it were truly considering doing so. Its red eyes stared with a piercing malevolence at Asuro's for a moment before it scoffed in disgust. You should consider yourself lucky that you're the only human that I was able to find in this miserable world that has the devil yang body. Otherwise, I would kill you right now and find a replacement, the creature growled, his words sending both fear and relief through Asuro's. Relief that he would not die right now, but fear that he could at any moment should his master find another replacement. Asuro's sighed internally, thanking his lucky stars for his innate variant body. While he was in the Bloodfiend sect, he, along with every other new youth, was tested for hidden talents such as body types or attribute affinities. The Bloodfiend sect had discovered that he had the incredibly rare Devil Yang body type. The body type lay dormant unless it was discovered and specifically activated, which is why it had gone unnoticed for so long. After discovering this body type, the Bloodfiend sect excitedly escorted him to the divine Martial Continent and sold him off to a mysterious buyer for an exorbitant sum of money that was seeking such a person. While furious at first that he had been solved off like cattle, Asuros eventually discovered that the one seeking someone like him was none other than the Asuraic creature before him, who took him on as a disciple and transformed him into an Asura himself, which was possible thanks to his unique body. The creature's gaze locked back onto Asuro's and scoffed once more, almost as if seeing through his thoughts. I waited thousands of years for someone with a Devil Yang body to appear, but do not mistake my mercy for forgiveness, the creature growled, washing away the relief Asuro's felt and replacing it with dread once more. I will wait another 1,000 years if need be to find another Devil Yang body, hopefully with someone far more capable, the creature continued, its eyes seeming to glow like fiery embers within. Or perhaps I'll seek out that John Fenix you mentioned and have him take the seat at my side, the creature said. Based on what you said, his Asura body is even more profound than yours. Such a thing should not be possible, but perhaps I could learn something about his body by taking him to serve by my side instead. Master, I will not disappoint you again, Asuros said in a groveling manner as he kneeled before the creature. His trembling gaze hardened as he stared at the ground. As he knew displaying fear was the thing his master hated more than anything. His hardened gaze snapped up towards his master, as he did his best to hold the gaze of the menacing creature. As for John, I know him far better than most. He would rather die a miserable death 1,000 times over than serve at the hands of anyone else, Asuros said, catching himself at the last moment, as he had almost indirectly insulted his master. The creature scoffed once more as its gaze shifted to the side, as if staring through the very fabric of space itself. HMPH, we will see. Either he will serve me, or he will be consumed by me. There is no other fate for one such as him who has stolen the power of an Asura. The creature scoffed as it reached out and grabbed a surprised Asuros, while one of its other hands reached out to the side and grabbed the empty space before it. Space tore apart like fabric before the creature as it violently ripped its hand downwards, and the creature's aura wrapped around Asuros as it stepped through the torn hole in space, which closed behind it almost immediately after. Less than 10 seconds later, another void in space was torn open, and a blood-stained and gravely wounded figure that seemed to be on the very edge of collapse stepped out of it, inspecting the area with furious anger for a moment before roaring in a furious rage. The Jade Dragon Emperor collapsed to the ground, consciousness quickly fading as he found himself on the very edge of death after his battle with the Asura. Roar. A draconic roar boomed through the dimly lit temple as John felt the uncontrollable urge to roar out as the whirlpool of blood continued to infuse with his body. The process had lasted for several hours already, and each passing minute made him feel more powerful than the last. The blood infused with his flesh and muscles, strengthening them and making them more durable, while also changing the very nature of his body as well. As the process continued, John was shocked to find that his body now not only produced his original blood naturally, but also started to slowly produce blood very similar in nature to the blood he was absorbing now. Such a thing was beyond shocking to him, but he allowed it to continue as the blood in the pool lowered inch by inch, infusing with his body. the pool of blood continued to lessen as he greedily absorbed it like desert sand absorbing water. And after 6 hours, the final drop of blood entered his body, leaving not a single drop remaining. John's body trembled with nearly uncontrollable power, as if it were just about to burst apart from within. Were it not for his heaven-defying Asura body, he would have already burst from within already. His muscles strained and began to tear, while his flesh began to crack and split from the energy surging out from within. John's head suddenly snapped upwards as his mouth opened wide. A draconic roar louder than anything he had unleashed before boomed from out of his mouth, slamming against the temple walls and shaking it violently. The roar reverberated within the hollow temple, amplifying it and making it sound like the roar of a true dragon, which even the shocked youths outside the temple could hear. After unleashing the long and powerful roar, John felt the pressure within his body lessen. He roared out several more times, unable to control his urge to do so as if instinct guided him, and after several more roars, he had unleashed enough energy from within that his body was no longer on the verge of collapse. Bang! John fell to his knees at the bottom of the now empty pool and panted heavily as he fought to regain control of his body. After a brief struggle, his trembling body calmed and he stood up. He lifted his hand before his face and clenched it tightly, feeling the new power of his body, after which he inspected every other inch of his now more powerful self. After a long while of self-inspection, a satisfied smile appeared on John's face, while his gaze shifted towards the dragon statue overhead that seemed to stare down on him with a gaze of judgment. "Thank you," John said with much gratitude as he bowed his head slightly in thanks and respect. As he said his sincere thanks, the eyes of the dragon statue flickered for a brief moment, which went unnoticed by John. Chapter 721, Bone of the Jade Dragon. Did that dragon corpse just move? One of the youths asked with a strained voice as she struggled against the powerful energy on the steps. Just like many of the other Honorable Alliance youths, she was cultivating on the steps, which was very beneficial. The strange yet powerful energy seemed to target their blood mostly, purifying it and enhancing it slightly. At the same time, the powerful energy allowed them to push their dantians to a further level, strengthening them and improving their talent. While most of the dantian talent was determined during the core formation advancement, one could still improve slowly when running into opportunities like these. Lastly, the energy required a constant struggle to resist, which helped improve their comprehensions and let them get closer to breaking through to the next realm. While struggling against the energy, the girl had opened her eyes for a brief moment and couldn't help but gaze at the dragon, which she had thought changed for a brief moment. However, the dragon corpse laid dormant like before, making her realize it was most likely just her imagination. "That's impossible, right?" a nearby friend of the girl replied. "You're right, it must have been my imagination," the girl replied, before her gaze shifted up and to the left as she noticed movement one more. "The temple door, it opened again," the girl exclaimed as the leftmost temple opened up once more. Her words caused the others to open their struggling eyes and look over, at which point they noticed John leave the temple. "He's out," one of them exclaimed as John left the temple, which instantly closed behind him. As soon as he left, the temple began to rumble, and to everyone's shock, the temple began to lower down into the ground and disappeared within after a short while, making it appear as if it never had existed. "What just happened?" Several of the youths couldn't help but exclaim, but quickly realized that whatever opportunity was within, John had most likely claimed it and ended the trial. Disappointment washed through many, but none dared to voice their displeasure. It wasn't a guarantee that they would even be able to make it to that halfway step, and even if they did, none could complain that John had been the one to get whatever was within. Were it not for him, they wouldn't even be alive at the moment. Everyone gazed at John with curiosity and awe, while almost all the females gazed at him with reddened cheeks, feeling their bodies become flushed just by looking at him. John was already very handsome, and with his dragon-scale armor revealing his muscled chest and arms, many of them couldn't help but become enraptured by him. Not only that, but his heroic aura and powerful persona carved a deep image in their hearts, making many of them even more enamored. After leaving the temple, his aura seemed to have changed even more, becoming more powerful, heroic, and also primal, like that of the king of all beasts. It was quite bizarre, but many of them couldn't help but become dazed when they looked at him. At the same time, most of the males and even some of the females looked on with fiery gazes, some wanting to be like John, and others wanting to surpass him and become the foremost heavenly genius of the Alliance. Whatever the feelings being felt, his appearance alone stirred all the youths into a different type of frenzy. John ignored the gazes as he looked at the temple on the other side of the mile-wide steps. He made his way over towards that temple and arrived shortly after before a similar-looking entrance as the previous. "Bone of the Jade Dragon," he repeated as he stared at the words carved above the entrance. Like the other entrance, there was a small indent in which his other reverse dragon scale fit perfectly. The dragon scale appeared in his hand and immediately shot out towards the indentation, fitting perfectly within. The door hummed with formation runes and quickly parted open, which John entered without hesitation. The massive door closed behind him, shutting the entrance once more, leaving those outside to wonder what could possibly exist within. The doors closed behind John, and after walking forward a bit, he found himself standing in a similar-looking temple as the previous. It was hollow and dimly lit like the previous, with only a dragon statue and a singular thing before it in the center. Before the dragon statue was a massive ribcage, a dozen yards tall and long. It exuded a youthful yet ancient aura, as if it had belonged to a young dragon that had died before it could mature into a powerful dragon. Learning from the previous temple, John walked up to the ribcage and reached out after a brief inspection. As soon as his hand came into contact with the ribcage, the dragon statue's eyes lit up briefly, and one of the ribs instantly disintegrated into a fine white mist. The white mist swirled around John like a sandstorm with him at the center, and began to flood into his body just like the blood had previously. An overwhelming sensation of pain flooded through his body as he felt the white mist break into his bones and shatter them, turning them into dust themselves. His teeth grit in absolute pain as he thought of resisting against it, but decided against it after a short moment, as he could tell that while beyond gruesome and painful, this process would eventually help him just like the last. After steeling his mind, John withdrew his chi and allowed the white mist of ancient dragon bone to continue whatever it was doing. His bones shattered in many places, and John crumpled to the ground in pain, like a gelatinous blob of flesh. A roar of pain boomed out as the white mist eventually faded away after what felt like a lifetime to him, fully infused into his bones after a painfully arduous process. John gasped deeply as he recovered himself and inspected his body within. His bones ached with pain, but were now much harder than before, making him far more durable. After inspecting the changes within his body, his gaze shifted to the ribcage once more, which had over a dozen more rib bones remaining. His eyes narrowed with steeled resolve as he walked over and reached out, disintegrating the second bone. "It's opening," one of the youths outside commented with excitement as the door to the second temple opened. It had been closed for nearly 3 days, far longer than the first temple, but had finally opened once more. Everyone watched with bated breath as John finally left the temple, which closed behind him and descended down into the ground just like the first. They all inspected him closely, and couldn't help but feel an even more powerful and primal aura emanating from him, like he was becoming a dragon himself. It was incredibly bizarre, as well as shocking, as they could tell that within just a few days, John had somehow increased his strength massively once more. The heated and jealous gazes of many of the youths lit up with fiery passion even more, as they realized they were falling farther and farther behind John. I need to push myself harder." A cry of passion boomed out from one of the youths as he mustered his full strength and surged up the steps, climbing several steps before coming to a halt. His breathing was heavy, but an excited expression appeared on his face, as he had managed to further his progress up the steps beyond his expectations. thanks to his newfound resolve to catch the one standing above them. Many others followed suit and roared with passion as they pushed themselves to the limits, climbing the stairs once more. Many of the more talented disciples came close to where John was standing, and he couldn't help but look down on those below him with approval and praise. After nodding at those beneath him, his gaze shifted upwards towards the ancient dragon corpse and the temple at the very top of the stairs just before it. He stepped out and placed his one foot firmly on the next step, feeling an overwhelming energy slam into him once again. Rebirth of the Jade Dragon, huh? Time to see what this is all about. Chapter 722, Bargain Close to the heart of the divine Martial Continent. A massive city that stretched farther than the eye could see rested at the base of a picturesque mountain range, which housed several majestic valleys in between. On top of these mountains and within these valleys was another sprawling city, much smaller but far more grand than the empire around it. Floating islands hovered above the lush valleys, each housing multiple grand buildings. The highest and largest floating landmass housed a massive palace, far grander and more luxurious than even those around it. The palace was colored white, light blue, and gold, and was surrounded by luxurious fountains, statues, and other ornate decorations. Deep within this luxurious temple was a massive chamber with a kingly throne on the far end, which was currently empty except for one person on the throne. On this throne sat a singular figure, who had long black hair, piercing eyes, and a handsome, clean-shaven face. The man appeared to be in his 30s or early 40s, but it was clear that he was far older than that. The man sat in silence with a scroll in his hand, reading over something of importance. His actions were calm and simple, and yet he still carried a regal and kingly aura around him, like it was as natural as breathing. Just looking at the man would make weaker cultivators feel the urge to bend the knee before him and serve. While reading the scroll, the man's gaze suddenly shifted upwards as he stared at the ceiling above him. At that moment, two figures appeared high above the floating palace, hovering as they stared down at it. A powerful yet translucent barrier blocked their way towards the palace, as it was guarded by a profoundly powerful formation barrier. A scoff of disdain boomed out of one of the figures' mouths, who curled back an arm as if about to unleash a devastating punch. Inside the palace, the man's eyes narrowed slightly, and after a brief pause, he waved his hand to the side. Above the palace, the formation barrier silently parted just as the figure was about to unleash his attack, which would have devastated the surrounding area and alerted all to his presence. HMPH, the figure scoffed once more as he flashed forward, followed by the one standing beside him. They both quickly appeared within the throne room, standing directly before the man seated on the throne. The two parties stared at each other in silence for a moment, as the black-haired man closely inspected the two before him. His gaze was calm and collected, but it was easy to tell that he was quite interested in what had happened to the two. I recently arrived at the outskirts of a battle. The black-haired man started to speak and tilted his head slightly to the side as he rested his right cheek on his closed fist. A battle which seemed to exceed the limits of this world. It's caused quite the clamorous discussion, as everyone is trying to figure out the truth of what had occurred, and who had taken part in that battle, the man said, as a small yet calm smile appeared on his face. I had my suspicions as well, and it appears that my suspicions were true, the man continued as he eyed the one before him up and down. What I didn't expect is that the outcome of that battle would leave you in such a sorry state. Just who could have pushed you, an Asura, to such lengths? Boom. The Asura stepped towards the man, his angered step shaking the entire palace. Clearly he had been enraged by the man's words and lack of fear or respect. Your cultivation rises a bit with the gifts I showered you with, and you think you are worthy of speaking as an equal to me. The Asura growled menacingly as he stood directly before the man. Despite the man being seated on the elevated throne, the two were eye to eye, only several feet apart. The Asura stared at the man as if he were contemplating on whether or not to kill him for his insulting words, his actions causing the man to scoff in amusement. Do not try to scare me with these petty threats, the man replied dismissively, as if the devil-like Asura before him was of no concern to him. Your strength may still be beyond mine, but your recent battle has lowered your combat prowess to a level that even I dare to wonder what would happen should we fight to the death right now. The man continued, amusement and curiosity clear in his tone, while his gaze narrowed as if he were truly considering it at the moment. The Asura narrowed its eyes and growled with rising displeasure, but did not make a move on the man before him. The man before him was of no concern before, but after his battle with the Jade Dragon Emperor, his strength had fallen considerably. Until he recovered from the battle, the man before him was potentially strong enough to cause him trouble. The two stared at each other with testing gazes for a moment before the black-haired man's testing gaze was replaced with a slightly amused one once again. Naturally, we both need each other to fulfill our goals, so killing each other would not be in the best interest of either of us, the black-haired man said. And as for you, you needed my help to recover your full strength before your battle, and it now appears that you need that help more than ever, so do not try to scare me into doing your bidding. You need me far more than I need you right now. The Asura growled once again in displeasure, like a beast staring at prey it wanted to devour but could not reach. However, it made no actions towards the man, proving his words to be right. Fulfill your end of the bargain, the Asura growled. You have yet to provide what you promised, and you best provide it quickly. Should I find another method of recovering my strength, I'll make sure that you are among the first to perish when I bring this world to ruin. The black-haired man gazed calmly at the Asura, as if its threats were of no concern at all. You will receive my assistance when the time is right, the man replied calmly. You can only blame your own nature for the time this is taking. Your aura alone would kill my daughter should she try to heal you right now, let alone what she will have to endure while actually healing you. She will need to be at least in the peak of the Tao transformation realm to withstand your malevolent energy, or perhaps even higher. Once she has reached the required realm, I will uphold my end of the bargain, and even then, she will most likely perish in the process, which is a monumental loss for my empire. Until then, all you can do is wait, for if there was another option to regain your former strength, you would have done it already. 723 Final Temple. The Asura creature couldn't help but growl and gaze sideways at Asuros, who recoiled in instinctual fear. The eyes of the black-haired man lit up slightly as he noticed this interaction. So it seems as though there may have been one other option, but that option is now no longer possible. How amusing and lucky for me, the black-haired man mused. The Asura scoffed and stared at the man in silence for a moment before turning on his heel to leave. You speak of bargains, and yet your last payment was quite some time ago, the black-haired man said before the creature could leave. The Asuraic creature stopped for a moment, and after a short pause, waved its hand. A spatial ring appeared in the air before it, which was flung violently towards the black-haired man. Boom! The man caught the ring, the power of the ring's momentum causing the massive palace to shake violently once more. Without another word, the Asura and well as Asuros flashed forward, disappearing from the temple chamber. I will return within 5 years, the creature's voice lingered within the chamber. Your daughter best be ready before then, Astral Emperor. The Astral Emperor stared at their leaving figures for a moment before his attention focused on the ring in his hand. He sent his divine sense within, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face shortly after as he inspected the massive pile of cultivation resources, as well as cultivation methods and battle arts far beyond the scope of what the world had to offer. One of the items suddenly appeared in his hand, which was a jade piece of ancient quality and profundity. The jade piece was around the size of his hand, and on the top had several words carved into it. Blood Tao transference, he whispered the words, his gaze widening after inspecting it for a moment. I wonder, who will accomplish their goals first, me or him? The Astral Emperor mused softly, finding the situation exciting more than anything. The winner gets the world and the loser a miserable death. How amusing. Master, I don't understand why we don't just kill him and take his daughter. Force her to heal you. Then we wouldn't need the Astral Emperor's help, Asuros asked his master after they left the palace. If you cannot figure that out yourself, then you are even more worthless than I previously thought. The Asura scoffed with disdain, as if finding Asuro's even more and more of a failure as time went on. His claws swiped down before him, opening a hole in space in which he stepped through, and Asuro's hastily followed behind, returning the astral empire behind. All eyes were on John as he steadily climbed the second half of the massive set of stairs. Only just now had the 3 battle bobs managed to reach the halfway point, and other than them, no one else had. The 3 bobs roared with rage as they realized John had already moved on, and began to furiously cultivate once more in an attempt to eventually catch up. They could only imagine the pressure and strain John was feeling on the second half, although his steady progress made it appear as though he was not struggling at all. Is he truly going to make it to the top? One of the youths asked as they watched John closely. If he can't, then no one can. Even for the ancient Jade Dragon Empire, I refuse to believe someone as talented as him cannot make it to the top, right? Another replied. If even someone like John was unable to match the ancient youths of the Jade Dragon Empire, then the state of the current world would truly be beyond pathetic. I guess we'll find out shortly, a third youth replied, while everyone's eyes remained fixed on John's back. Boom! John's foot slammed down onto another step, shaking the steps with his power. The energy not only invaded his body and tested his bloodline and bones, most likely to check on his assimilation with the dragonic inheritances he had just received, it also tried to force him off the stairs. HMPH, with my immortal Asura body, family bloodline, and now draconic inheritance, this trial is no longer burdensome, John mused as he continued to climb steadily, although he felt a strong amount of strain as he did so. But for anyone else, this trial alone would be almost impossible. I wonder what is in the top temple for such an impossible trial to be placed before it. Step by step, John pushed through the profoundly powerful energy, using his heaven-defying body and talents to surge through the trial. His steady footsteps shocked all, as they had expected even someone like him to slow down a bit. However, after climbing for an hour, his foot slammed down on the last step, placing himself at the top of the stairs directly before the temple. He did it, he actually did it, one for the youths exclaimed, equally in excitement and shock. Is the second half not that hard? Another youth asked, confused at how easily John had managed to climb it. Are you HHHH? I refuse to fall so far behind. One of the battle bobs suddenly yelled loudly as he saw John reach the top. That bob stood up and stepped on the next step, and after a brief struggle, was violently thrown back onto the step he had previously been on. Everyone widened their eyes as they saw this, as someone as strong as one of the 3 battle gods failing so quickly was a testament to just how powerful the steps were. They all gazed back up at the top of the stairs towards John as a result, but saw him no more as he had already crested over the edge towards the temple at the top. John ignored the ruckus behind him as he arrived before the temple, which was identical to the others save for the door. Above the door were carved words, reading, Rebirth of the Jade Dragon. The door was slightly different, with different indentations on the front. There were the same indentations for reverse dragon scales as before, but John had already used both of the dragon scales in his possession for the previous trial. A frown appeared on his face as he inspected the other indentations, and his eyes lit up slightly as he recognized the shape of one of the indentations. Could it be? John mused as he took out his battle axe, which had belonged to the Jade Dragon Emperor. The battle axe's core was a reverse dragon scale, and the indentation in the door before him perfectly matched the battle axe. After taking it out, the battle axe instantly shot into the indentation on the door, and as expected formation runes lit up all around, causing the door to slowly open. John's eyes lit up with glee as the door opened, but his frown returned as he realized his battle axe was still in the door. He wanted to retrieve it, but didn't know if doing so would lock him inside forever. After giving it a bit of thought, he decided to proceed forward for now, but collect the weapon again once he left the temple. You better not go anywhere, John grumbled before walking forward and entering the temple. As expected, it's the same as the other temples, John mused as he arrived within, finding the interiors to be the exact same as the two other temples. His eyes shifted towards the center where the objects of interest should be, and his face lit up with shock as he saw what was before him. Is that? Chapter 724 Submit. Perish. John's slightly widened eyes focused on the objects before him, with one in particular catching his attention more than the rest. Like the other temples, everything within was hollow, with the only things of interest at the very center of the massive room. At the very center of the room were dozens of dragon statues, each around 50 yards tall. The statues were so incredibly lifelike that they appeared to be true dragons frozen in time, and they formed a circle 50 yards wide with each statue facing inwards. Just looking at the statues made John want to bow his head in reverence, but he defied that instinctual urge and shifted his gaze elsewhere. In the middle of all the dragon statues was a circular platform, raised a few feet off the ground. A simple staircase led up to the platform, which had so many tiny formation runes carved into it that John estimated they numbered in the millions. It was the most complicated formation circle he had ever seen in his life, and despite it being deactivated and unused for who knows how long, it still gave off a profoundly powerful aura, as if the masters who had created it had infused all their Taos into the formation. However, despite both these things being eye-catching, there was still one thing even more shocking resting at the far end of the raised platform. It rested on a pedestal several feet tall, and instantly reminded John of something similar he had encountered once in his life before. A dragon egg, John mumbled, just recovering from his shock. The dragon egg remained completely motionless, as if it had already become petrified, but John could tell that it was not as simple as it appeared. Although it was well contained, he could detect a profound and monstrous aura coming from within the dragon egg, but at the same time, that monstrous aura was also rather weak. It was as if the aura belonged to an ancient deity, but the deity had fallen, and all that remained was a lingering remnant of its power. John stared at the egg for some time before moving towards the dragon statues and raised platform between them. His footsteps remained steady as he stepped onto the stairs, and eventually onto the platform itself. He studied the formation runes beneath his feet for a brief moment before his gaze shifted back towards the dragon egg on the opposite side of the platform. Is the reward of this trial the dragon egg, or something else? John mused, as he could tell that the formation before the dragon egg seemed to be something unrelated to it. After inspecting the formation, John walked over towards the center of it. Boom! A muffled boom rumbled through the temple as it seemed to suddenly come alive. The formation circle beneath John's feet lit up with power and began to glow with a green brilliance. Green light surged up all around John, while he found himself be locked into place by a powerful restrictive force. However, the force did not try to harm him yet, and so John remained calm but wary as the ancient formation beneath his feet continued to grow in power. Outside the temple, all the youths ascending the stairs opened their eyes in shock as the ancient dragon corpse suddenly flared with power, as if it had somehow come alive. The eyes of the dragon began to glow brightly, and after a brief moment, they all saw a white beam of energy slam down onto the temple below the dragon's head. What is happening? Did the dragon come alive? How is that possible? The startled cries of the Honorable Alliance youths echoed out amongst one another as they saw the subtle changes to the long-dead dragon happen before their very eyes. Boom! The temple shook once more and trembled violently within, while John suddenly felt an aura beyond compare slam down onto him. His knees buckled from the pressure, but he remained standing as he struggled against it. After slamming onto him, the energy invaded his body, something that shocked John greatly as he was unable to resist its might at all. It coursed all throughout his body, surging from his skin to his muscles to his blood, and then his bones. No inch of his body was left untouched, as if it were inspecting him with utmost thoroughness. At the same time, a part of the energy surged towards his soul and wrapped around it as if trying to crush it. Submit. The word suddenly echoed in his mind, like war drums booming from within. The voice was deep and ancient, profound and powerful. His mind ached with pain as the word reverberated through it, and his soul power flared with absolute power to resist against it. Submit. The word boomed again as the power crashing against his soul amplified, trying to force him to open his soul and submit to the power. John grit his teeth against the pain as his anger began to steadily rise. If there was one thing in this world that he hated more than anything, it was others trying to force their will on him. Supreme Battle Art. John activated the Supreme Battle Art, increasing his strength to fight back against the powerful energy. Submit. The word boomed out again, further enraging John to the point that he finally snapped. You fucking submit? John roared as his aura suddenly exploded outwards with incredible intensity, slamming into the energy descending from above. His body instantly changed forms as he activated his Immortal Asura body to fight against whatever power was pressing down on him. The energy descending from above trembled for a moment, as if the source of it had become shocked, and then immediately afterwards the energy pressing down intensified with power. A power that now contained obvious malice and hostility. A new word boomed in his mind, as the energy slamming down onto John intensified by a horrifying degree, as if the source of it had truly decided to kill him. Perish. Chapter 725, Mark of the Divine. John could instantly tell that activating his Asura transformation had somehow enraged the source of energy. But he had no time to worry about such things, as he felt himself being pushed down onto his knees despite his overwhelming physical power. John's teeth nearly shattered from both strain and anger as he decided to no longer hold anything back. He had come here with the intention of earning treasures or rewards, but if need be, he would destroy whatever was attempting to make him submit, and then perish. Bloodline ability. Fuck off! John roared with furious anger as his aura exploded outwards once more with far greater power. Overwhelming power surged out from his blood as every single blood cell activated, unleashing a monstrous amount of chi collectively. This chi surged through John's body and further fueled his supreme battle art, and also augmented his essence strength to a monstrous degree. His body began to tremble violently from the power outside and power within, both lethal threats to his life at the moment. However, John knew he only had one opportunity to get out of this situation, and unleashed everything at his disposal. With the increased might surging through his body, he managed to raise his arm towards the energy source above. His finger began to glow as his draconic aura began to emanate from it, while a horrifyingly powerful energy began to emit from all around him, as he began preparations to unleash a full-powered dragon-tail decimation. While he didn't know if it would be enough, it was his best shot of destroying the temple around him and freeing himself from the restrictions. Just as his essence power began to build to unleash his dragon-tail decimation, the energy descending down on him from above vanished. John's gaze widened for a brief instant as the energy vanished, and he flashed to the side in an instant, leaving the confines of the formation platform. His wary gaze stared up towards the top of the temple, which was where the source of energy had come from. After what felt like an eternity of silence, the same voice from before spoke out again. Why do you have the power of an Asura? The ancient-sounding voice asked, obvious animosity in its voice when it mentioned the word Asura. John remained silent as he heard this question, as he didn't know to respond. He couldn't explain the origin of his Asura transformation, as it was his greatest secret. As if realizing he wouldn't answer the question, the voice asked another one instead. Who are you? Why do you have that bloodline? The voice asked, asking about John instead. Its voice contained no malice when asking this question as it had when it mentioned Asura. John's eyes lit up with surprise as he heard his bloodline ability mentioned, as no one else had ever recognized it. His mind raced with how to answer the question, when he suddenly remembered something that he had nearly forgotten about. Should I reveal it? The voice seemed to have no malice when it mentioned my bloodline, so it may be the only way out of this situation. After thinking it through, John decided his course of action. His soul power surged towards his forehead, and a mysterious rune suddenly appeared on his forehead, glowing with profound power. This rune was the symbol that his mysterious father had long ago marked him with, and told him to reveal it as a symbol of his authority and identity. For those old enough and powerful enough to recognize it, it may just save his life in times like these. The mark of the divine, the voice uttered with obvious surprise and also reverence. John breathed out a sigh of relief at the voice's tone, but remained guarded for any possible change to the situation. Silence filled the temple for some time before the voice boomed within once again. You contain the power of an Asura, and yet are graced with the mark of the divine. How peculiar, the voice mused, clearly thinking things over. The temple fell silent once more, as if the voice was unable to come to a decision about what to do. What is your relation to the Asuras? The voice asked, seemingly wanting some clarification on the situation. I have no relation to the Asuras, John replied dismissively, other than to cut down each one I come across, he continued, his voice tinged with obvious disdain. Not only was he prophesied to fight to the death against an Asura, he also had a life and death feud with Asuros, who had decided to serve that Asura. The only thing he felt towards them was hateful disdain. The voice mused for a while John remained guarded, his body becoming strained from using both his Asura transformation and bloodline ability. You can lower your guard, the voice said, obviously noticing John's internal plight. I'd rather not, John scoffed, dismissing the suggestion until he knew what was going on. You have been marked by the divine. Even with the taint of the Asuras running through your veins, I would not dare to make a move on you, the voice replied, making its stance clear. John felt no falsehoods contained within the voice, and could tell that it had decided to take no further action against him. With his body beginning to break apart from the calamitous power from within, John decided to trust in his mysterious father's mark, and finally lowered his guard. As his transformation and bloodline ability deactivated, John felt an overwhelming wave of fatigue wash through his entire body, while pain racked every inch as well. Just standing was starting to become a struggle, but John remained calm and stood tall, projecting strength as best he could. Impressive resolve, the voice commented, obviously seeing through John's charade. What now? John scoffed in response. Step onto the platform once more, the voice instructed, causing John's gaze to tremble for a moment. And why would I do that? John asked, as the last time he stepped onto it, he had nearly died. Because I have made up my mind. You will be the one I choose, the voice boomed out. You will be the one to carry the burden of the Jade Dragon legacy, and as payment for carrying this burden, you will obtain the power of a true dragon. Chapter 726, The Might of the Jade Dragons. The power of a true dragon, John repeated, shocked to hear such a thing. Even for someone as powerful as him, obtaining the might of a true dragon was irresistible. While he didn't know exactly how that was possible, his mind swirled with the pros and cons of accepting such an offer. The power of a true dragon? That could mean many things, as dragons vary greatly, from ice and fire dragons to lightning and earth dragons, and I'm sure there's even more. If it's not lightning, I doubt I have much affinity with it, and it might not be worth the burden this voice is talking about. John mused internally, debating on whether or not to accept the offer. For a voice as powerful as this, the burden must be something monumentally challenging to accomplish, if not impossible. He didn't want to recklessly accept something that would lead him to death, at least not if the rewards were not worth it in the first place. After thinking it over, John spoke out again to the voice. Before I accept your offer, I want to know what this power of a true dragon is. While I have affinity with lightning, I don't have affinity with the other elemental dragon types. If it's not lightning, then I'm not sure it's worth accepting. John voiced his opinion truthfully. With the protection of the mark of the divine, he no longer worried too much about the voice taking action against him. A guttural snorting sound rang out throughout the temple, containing overwhelming disdain for what John had just said. "Do not dare mention the fire and ice dragons before me ever again." The voice boomed disdainfully, as if the mere mention of those dragons was the voice's most hated thing. John raised an eyebrow in surprise upon hearing the disdainful tone, as he had been expecting the voice to be allied with dragons, based on everything it had said so far and the inheritances up to this point. The temples were lined with dragon statues. The inheritances were dragon blood and bone thus far, and the ancient dragon corpse lingered behind the final temple, and yet this voice had such disdain for the ice and fire dragons. "You still haven't answered my question," John replied, shifting the topic away from the ice and fire dragons, and towards what type of inheritance he would receive should he accept the burden of the Jade Dragon legacy. "Power," the voice boomed loudly. "Power," John asked, but was interrupted immediately. "Strength," it boomed out again, the words causing John to frown as that still didn't answer his question. "Since you are so dense, I'll explain it clearly," the voice said after noticing John's frown. Its insulting words causing John to frown even more. "The power you will receive is the power of a jade dragon. Jade dragons have no need for ice, or fire, or lightning, because our very bodies are the source of our power. Just a casual swipe of our claws can shatter worlds and snuff out stars." The voice boomed triumphantly. "We jade dragons are the dragons of pure physical might, the strongest of all dragons." John's eyes widened upon hearing this, as he had not known that such a type of dragon existed. "I thought all dragons specialized in some elemental Tao, but I guess I was wrong. The dragons of physical might. This is exactly what I've been looking for all this time. The durability of my body has fallen behind where it needs to be to utilize my Asura transformation and bloodline ability, so this may just be what I need." John thought over the offer for a moment, before his eyes went wide as he realized something about what the voice had said. "We," John repeated out loud. "You just said we dragons, are you?" "I am," the voice replied calmly, while a white mist began to materialize before John. It took a second to form a shape roughly the same size as him, a shape which turned into that of a dragon. John's face remained surprised as the soul form of a dragon appeared directly before him, a soul form that was exactly the same as the ancient dragon corpse resting nearby. "You are you?" John asked, his question clear without even asking it. "I am the dragon you saw before you entered this temple," the soul form replied. "No wonder the energy was so strong. It came from a true dragon," John mused internally. "But how? Haven't you been dead for thousands of years?" John asked, as it was easy to tell that the dragon corpse behind the temple, while still regal and projecting a mighty aura, had been dead for a long time. "Hundreds of thousands of years," the dragon spirit corrected. "Hundreds of thousands of years. Then how are you here?" John asked. He could tell that the spirit form before him was made of remnant soul power, but soul power faded over time. For it to last for hundreds of thousands of years without a formation protecting it or enhancing it, just how strong had this dragon been? "The how is not important," the dragon spirit dismissed his question. "The only important question is, will you accept the burden of the Jade Dragon legacy? I will be upfront with you, as we Jade Dragons do not partake in trickery and lies. The burden is something that is almost nigh impossible to accomplish, but the power you will be bestowed will be greater than any bestowed by the Jade Dragons before. With this power, the burden just may become possible for you." John's approval of the dragon spirit climbed as he appreciated its straightforwardness and honesty. It would have been easy to lie to him to trick him into accepting it, but instead the dragon made the dangers of such an opportunity apparent up front. "There may be great downsides to accepting this offer, and the burden this dragon spirit mentions could be more than I can handle, but my journey requires me to climb to the very peak of the martial path, or perish. An offer like this is not something I can afford to refuse." John thought it over internally, coming to an eventual conclusion. His gaze refocused on the dragon spirit, while his face hardened with resolve, and he nodded his head with firm acceptance. I accept. Chapter 727, Draconic Assimilation. Good, the dragon spirit boomed, obviously happy to hear his acceptance. If you have earned the approval of the divine, then I could also ask for no better inheritor of the Jade Dragon legacy. John heard that name again, the divine, and wanted to ask a bit more about it, but he decided against it as he recalled the karmic consequences of knowing too much revealed to him previously. My strength has grown tremendously since then, but compared to my father or this dragon, I'm still so far beneath them I can't even imagine the limits of their power. I'm still too weak to handle the karmic consequences, and I have enough to deal with right now without adding further fuel to the fire. Step onto the formation platform, the dragon spirit instructed John, who obliged and walked forward towards the center of the formation circle. When he arrived, he felt the dragon spirit personally inspect him, much closer than he had done previously. The energy invaded his body, but John did not resist despite the awkward feeling. It surged through his muscles, veins, and bones unhindered, inspecting every inch thoroughly. You blinded by my anger before, I failed to notice your draconic compatibility. Just how much of the blood and bone did you absorb? The dragon spirit mused as its power flared outwards for a brief moment. All of it, the dragon spirit exclaimed, indicating that it had checked the results of the previous 2 temples. You absorbed all the blood and all the bones. The dragon spirit asked John for confirmation, surprise and slight anger in its voice. Ooh, yeah. Were you not aware of this? John asked, finding it peculiar that the overseer of this temple's legacy wouldn't be aware of something occurring so closely. I was not, the dragon spirit replied. In an effort to keep my soul power usage as minimal as possible, I only awaken from my slumber when this temple's formation is activated, it replied. So that's how it is, John mused, before confirming the truth. It's as you say. I absorbed all of the dragon blood and dragon bones. If only there was a bit more, that would have been even better, but oh well, it still improved my body greatly. A bit more, the dragon spirit mumbled, as if stunned by the words it had just heard. That amount of dragon blood and dragon bone was enough for a dozen more inheritances, the dragon exclaimed, his words causing John to smile wryly in return. He had not thought his absorption of the blood and bone to be out of the ordinary, but apparently it was beyond extraordinary. I never thought a heaven tribulation human could absorb so much dragon blood and bone without perishing, the dragon spirit mused out loud. It wasn't easy, let me tell you that. I nearly died by exploding from within, John replied. Nearly died? You should have exploded 10 times over, the dragon replied, still shocked at the truth of the matter, and fell into a deep silence for a bit. A human. One with the bloodline of the divine and an Asura-like body. There may be no better match for this burden in existence, the dragon spirit continued musing, while John listened on in silence. After a long silence, the dragon sighed deeply, as if its mind had been reluctantly made up. Its gaze locked back onto John, who felt as if he were being stared at by a godlike presence. The blood and bones should have lasted for many more inheritance trials, but the purpose of the inheritance trials is to find the one most suitable to carry the burden of the Jade Dragon legacy. However, with your ancestry and draconic bloodline compatibility, I could think of no better inheritor to ask for. Prepare yourself, for this may hurt, the dragon said to John firmly, as a powerful energy suddenly flared from the formation beneath his feet, wrapping around him with absolute power. The energy invaded his body with overwhelming power, racing through every inch of blood and flesh like a warhorse. John grit his teeth in pain and steadied his mind as he felt the energy run rampant throughout his body. As the energy coursed through his body, John was shocked to discover that changes to his body were being made at a noticeable rate. When he had absorbed the dragon blood and dragon bones, the blood and bone had been absorbed by his body, and his body had been strengthened greatly as a result, but that was all. The dragon blood and dragon bone still existed separately from his natural body, although the 2 parts existed in harmony. It was as if 2 allies occupied the same body, augmenting each other but existing separately. Now, however, the strange energy was joining these two separate allies into one, something that John didn't even know was possible. The dragon blood he had absorbed earlier began to fully assimilate with his flesh, sinew, and muscles, becoming as if he had been born in such a state. At the same time, the dragon bones that he had absorbed fused with his bones as well, as if they had always been one and the same. The process was beyond shocking, and also beyond painful. John roared in pain as he felt as if a million knives were stabbing each and every inch of his body from within, while searing it at the same time. Steam flowed off his body as it heated up to a great degree, while John's flesh turned red from the scorching heat from within. His flesh ripped violently, like he was about to explode from within. His muscles tore apart, bones shattered and flesh ripped, but as this happened, it almost immediately healed, as dragon and human assimilated into one. The dragon spirit oversaw the entire process and couldn't help but be shocked at the level of assimilation and symbiosis. As expected from one of such esteemed lineage, the dragon mused, but frowned as it noticed something was not going to plan. While everything else within John's body was fusing to perfecting, John's blood refused to do the same, as if the jade dragon blood was not worthy of defiling it. The dragon's remaining might flared as it tried to force the assimilation, but no matter how much it tried, John's blood refused to be changed in the slightest. So prideful, the dragon scoffed, but no longer attempted to force the process. Roars of pain and agony continued to boom out from John's mouth as the process continued for quite some time. After what felt like an eternity for John, the energy finally faded away, and the process stopped. John instantly fell to his knees in exhausted agony, breathing deeply as he struggled to maintain his consciousness, as the process had been almost more than he could have handled. "You only have yourself to blame for the process being this painful," the dragon spirit said to him. "The more dragon blood and dragon bone absorbed, the more complete the fusion process, and the more painful. With how much of both you absorbed, even death was not an impossibility, but as one who carries the mark of the divine, I had expected nothing less." As the dragon spirit said all this, it hovered over to John, who still laid down on the formation platform, breathing heavily and trembling in pain. However, through the pain, a small smile of satisfaction appeared on John's face as he felt the changes to his body. "Congratulations, you now have the powers of a true jade dragon." Chapter 728, Dragon God Shift. After lying there for a moment, John finally recovered and slowly stood up. His body still trembled with pain, as the transformation that had taken place within had been excruciating. "The powers of a true dragon," John mused as he inspected his body. He could tell that it was now vastly stronger than before, to an incredible degree no less, but couldn't detect the power of a true dragon anywhere. However, he was still beyond elated with the changes to his body, which were beyond his wildest imaginations. Even utilizing his bloodline ability and Asura transformation at the same time should no longer be as much of a burden as it was before. "Why don't I feel much different then?" John asked curiously, his voice still slightly shaky from the painful process. "While I do feel much stronger than before, that's it. You expected more?" the dragon spirit asked, seeing through his thoughts. "To feel like a dragon somehow." John nodded at the dragon's words. "If you expected something similar to your Asura transformation to happen, then you'll be disappointed," the dragon spirit replied. "With how profoundly impossible that Asura transformation is, I'm sure it's the work of the divine. Expecting a similar transformation for this is nothing but a dream," the dragon spirit explained. Then why did I say you have the power of a true dragon?" The dragon spirit finished John's words for him, to which John nodded. "That's because you now have the ability to temporarily borrow the might of a true dragon by using this," the dragon spirit explained as a jade piece suddenly appeared in the air before John. John stared at the jade piece, inspecting it carefully before reaching out and grabbing it. An exquisite dragon etching was on the surface of the profound piece of jade, which he traced with his fingers for a moment before sending his divine sense inwards. His mind was instantly flooded with information, and his face lit up with gleeful shock as he realized what it was. "Dragon God Shift, this is a body battle art," John exclaimed. "That it is," the dragon spirit replied. "By mastering this body battle art, Dragon God Shift, which activates the assimilated dragon blood and dragon bone you absorbed, you can temporarily borrow the might of a true jade dragon. Your recent internal assimilation has made such a thing possible. Should you manage to achieve the absolute peak of this battle art, it will be as though you have truly become a dragon god yourself." John's face lit up with elation upon hearing this, as this inheritance could not be more perfect for him. His Asura transformation was already a transformation so profound that it could most likely never be topped, and so if the Jade Dragon inheritance was another transformation, he would most likely never use it. However, since it was a body battle art, much like the supreme battle art, he could use it in tandem with his Asura transformation. Not only that, but the transformation process itself had vastly strengthened his body to an incredible degree, making his base body at least twice as strong and durable when compared to before, and then he still had the Dragon God Shift to use once he learned it. If I faced Asuros as I am right now, he wouldn't even last a minute against me. This change is beyond anything I could have imagined. "Just how strong is a dragon god?" John asked after recalling what the dragon spirit had just said. "Were you a dragon god?" "A dragon god is a dragon that stands among the top of all creation. Your journey, now that you have accepted the power of a jade dragon and also the burden of the jade dragon legacy, will eventually lead you face to face with a dragon god. You will learn of a dragon god's might when you are more powerful," the dragon spirit replied, not directly answering John's question. John didn't press any further regarding dragon gods, as it appeared as though that was something to worry about far down the line. He continued to inspect his body with much excitement, savoring the new strength of his body. After inspecting it for a while, he focused back on the jace piece in his hand and read quickly through the introductory parts of the body battle art. The technique was beyond complicated, far more complicated than the supreme battle art, but also far more powerful. Learning this Dragon God Shift will take quite some time. Even just to learn the first form, I'll go over this in much more detail later on. But for now, let's give it a shot. After reading the introductory part to the first form of the Dragon God Shift, John put the jade piece away and began to focus his mind. "It says to link my mind with the dragon blood and dragon bone I have absorbed, and then move it through the 3 chest meridians here, then the 4 arm and 4 leg meridians here, then back to the chest, then." John read over the technique, which was not only incredibly complicated from a chi circulation perspective, but also a comprehension perspective. He needed to understand and comprehend the will and might of a jade dragon in order to use the technique, which coincidentally focused on a Tao he already had comprehensions in, the Tao of power. The dragon spirit stared at John with a peculiar expression, and then amusement when he realized what he was attempting to do. "Child, the Dragon God Shift is one of the most profound body battle arts you will ever encounter. Even learning the most initial part of the very first form will take you several days. Attempting to use it already is nothing but misplaced arrogance." Roar. A roar boomed out within the temple, instantly silencing the dragon spirit, who looked at John with surprise on its face, an emotion it rarely ever felt throughout its long life. The roar that had boomed out had not come from John's mouth, but instead his body, as if his body had roared and become a dragon itself. Green scales appeared on his body for the briefest of instants before disappearing, while John fell to his knees in exhaustion immediately afterwards. "Ha!" he breathed in and out deeply, as the battle art had drawn much more chi from his Danshan than expected. "How fearsome," John mused out loud, not expecting the requirements of this battle art to be so taxing. In his current state of pain and exhaustion, using the battle art for more than a few seconds was not possible. However, just tasting the initial part of the battle art made John realize how truly powerful it was, filling him with excitement to eventually fully use it. After undoing the battle art, John realized he had been ignoring the dragon spirit and looked towards him, who looked back at him with a still, stunned expression. After a short moment of silence, the dragon spirit shook its head and spoke out once more. "You managed to touch upon the initial form within minutes," the dragon spirit muttered to him. "As expected of a human, and one chosen by the divine himself." John scratched his cheek and smiled wryly at the dragon spirit's words, and couldn't help but ask a question he had on his mind. "You mentioned the fact that I was a human before, and now again, both times seemingly with approval. Why is me being a human so important for this inheritance?" John asked curiously. It would make sense that someone like a barbarian, whose body strength was almost unrivaled, would be a better match for such an inheritance. "The answer to that is simple," the dragon spirit answered. "Because humans are the race with the greatest ability for change. There is no other race in the universe that can assimilate the powers of others better than the human race can." Chapter 729, A Human. Weakness is its strength. "The greatest ability for change," John repeated, not expecting to hear the dragon say such a thing. "Exactly," the dragon replied, but realized more clarification was needed. "Do you know why humans are at the same time so weak yet so powerful, and considered by some to be the perfect life form, while others consider them the most pathetic life form?" the dragon spirit suddenly asked, his question not what John had been expecting. He thought over the question for a bit, but shrugged his shoulders in reply. "No idea," he replied. "Humans are born weak, so weak as to be considered beyond pathetic," the dragon started to explain. "When you humans are born, you cannot even raise your head, and it takes you decades to obtain even a bit of strength. Compare that to most other races, such as us dragons, who are born with incredible might, but even the less powerful races are born strong and achieve strength at a pace that humans can only envy." John remained silent, but couldn't help but agree with the dragon. When Kirai had been born, he was basically born in the core formation realm. Not only that, but his strength is keeping up with mine, despite the fact that he's only a few years old. It really isn't fair when you think about it. "Are you thinking this is unfair? Unjust?" the dragon asked, almost as if seeing through John's thoughts. John smiled wryly at having been seen through so easily and nodded his head in agreement. "It's kind of sad when I think about it," John agreed. "Will do not lament your weakness, because it is also your greatest strength," the dragon replied. "When beasts and other powerful races are born, they are born with great strength and even greater cultivation speed, but the universe has balance in all things. Such a strong starting point also means less ability to change. Humans, who start out with no power at all, can shape their cultivation pathway in the way they wish, with no taint of power from birth. At the same time, humans have some of the highest comprehension abilities of all races, further emphasizing the advantage of starting from the very start of the cultivation pathway. Furthermore, humans are among the best of all races when it comes to assimilating the powers of others, and some would even say the best. Comprehending soul arts, essence arts, body arts, formations, alchemy, all of this is possible as a human. And another talent you all have to varying degrees, bloodline assimilations. Amongst all the races, humans are without a doubt the most adaptable to absorbing and using the bloodline powers of others, as you have done with the Jade Dragon legacy, and also the Asura bloodline. No other race can absorb the powers of others and use it to such efficacy as the human race can. And lastly, and most importantly, you humans are very fertile. Us dragons and other powerful races find it very hard to breed, and in 10,000 years we might have 1 or 2 offspring. You humans, however, breed and spread like wildfire, at numbers unimaginable in this universe. So while almost all humans end up completely worthless on the cultivation pathway, the sheer number of humans being born ensures that heavenly geniuses arise consistently. So you see, while humans have the lowest starting point out of all creatures, they also have the most advantages. Advantages that allow them to bridge the gap between them and the other races of the universe, should they be allowed to cultivate for long enough. You humans have so many advantages that it almost makes me, a true dragon, feel envious. So as I was saying, there is no better race to inherit the legacy of us Jade Dragons, the dragon spirit said, finishing its long explanation. John stood there in silence for a short while, thinking over everything the dragon had just said. I guess that all makes sense. I always assumed that humans were relatively average in the cultivation world, but I guess we're quite impressive after all, John replied eventually, but couldn't help but smile wryly again as he recalled the dragon mentioning human reproduction as an advantage. As one marked by the divine, and with your bloodline, there could be no better human inheritor for this legacy, the dragon concluded, clearly satisfied with the outcome. Now that you have inherited the power of a jade dragon, you shall as well inherit the burden as well, the dragon's spirit said. Oh, that's right, John replied, having nearly forgotten about that. What exactly is the burden of the jade dragon? He asked curiously. It's this, the dragon spirit said as it turned to the side and gestured towards the nearby dragon egg. The dragon egg is the burden. What do I have to raise and protect your child or something? John asked, half serious and half in jest. That is partially right, but not exactly what the burden is, the dragon spirit replied as it hovered over towards the egg and gazed at it in a loving yet melancholy fashion. This egg does contain my child, but also the last living jade dragon in existence. The last jade dragon, you're all dead, John asked, to which the dragon slowly nodded. I thought you said jade dragons are the strongest of all dragons. How did you all die if you're so strong? John asked. The truth of what happened relates to the burden you will carry going forward, the dragon spirit replied, its tone growing slightly colder as if it had recalled a bad memory. It suddenly waved its hand, and three-dimensional image made of chi sprung up in the air before John, depicting a moving image of an awe-inspiring scene of a group of dragons of all colors grouped together on a high mountain, with a jade dragon sitting on a massive throne at its peak overlooking all. The jade dragon was beyond awe-inspiring, and John felt as if he could feel a portion of its heavenly might despite it being an image of the past. The dragon's spirit waved its hand again, and the scene changed, again and again, depicting new events while the dragon narrated the events of the past. Long ago, we jade dragons, the mightiest of all dragons, ruled as the dragon lords of the dragon race, the dragon's spirit started to explain. With us jade dragons leading the way, we carved out a massive portion of the universe as ours and lorded over it as kings. Dragons of all kinds enjoyed the splendors and rewards of this effort as we all banded together and formed one of the mightiest factions this universe has known. Our rule led to us having many enemies of all kinds, but we stood firm against the waves of enemy hordes and firmed our rule together. Despite the passage of millions of years, no enemy that challenged us ever managed to threaten our rule, until the enemy that could arrived, the dragon spirit explained, and glanced sideways at John as he said the last part. The Asuras, John asked, as the dragon spirit's anger and hatred when he used his Asura transformation was still fresh in his mind. With the fact that his greatest inheritance was his immortal Asura body, his second Danshan was seemingly related to it, the fact that every powerful being, from celestial soulrend to this dragon, despised them fully, and even powerful demons feared them. John was sure that the Asura menace was much grander than the singular Asura he was prophesied to battle for the fate of the world. The dragon's spirit remained silent for a moment before nodding its head in confirmation. The Asuras, it confirmed. Chapter 730, Wellspring of Jade Origin. As the dragon spirit confirmed his suspicions, John felt his heart tighten for a brief instant. It was as if something had struck it for a moment before disappearing, and John instantly knew what it was, as he had felt something like this before. Karma. Another thread of karma had been attached to him once he learned the truth, linking him even closer to the truth of the past and the events of the future. The dragon spirit noticed John's reaction and couldn't help but speak up. You noticed the thread of karma. Impressive, the dragon spirit said. I did, but I'm still not sure what exactly karma does, John replied. His mysterious father had revealed to him the existence of karma, but not much else. It's quite simple, the dragon spirit replied. Everything is linked by karma to varying degrees. The more you know about something, or the more involved you are in something, the greater your karmic link to that something. Karma is like an invisible attractor, silently drawing you into its clutches. As your karmic link grows, so does your involvement in whatever that link is, and as a result, your karmic link increases once more. Once you have established a karmic link, it is very hard to sever it, the dragon spirit explained. I think I understand, John said after musing over the dragon's words, slightly understanding what it was saying. So, you're saying, the more I learn about the Asuras, the more I'll be drawn into events involving them, and with that, my karma with the Asuras will increase, and this cycle will continue until... It is exactly so, the dragon spirit replied before changing the subject, going back to the events of the past. As I was saying, the appearance of the Asuras changed everything. I will keep the details sparse as to limit your karmic linking, but after the Asura scourge was dealt with, all dragons suffered immense casualties, with us jade dragons suffering the worst, as we were the vanguard in the fight against the Asuras, the dragon spirit said. Its face began to curl in anger and disgust, as if recalling a terrible memory. It did its best to suppress its anger and began to speak once again, but with a cold undertone in its voice. It was at this time that the ice and fire dragons betrayed us jade dragons, fueled by the lust for greed and power. Their strength was still mostly intact due to their lesser involvement against the Asuras, and they took advantage of our weakness by slaughtering us jade dragons without impunity. The dragon spirit roared, its anger and hatred returning once more to its booming voice. It took a while to calm its rage once again, before explaining further. The ice and fire dragons slaughtered any and all jade dragons they encountered, as they knew that with enough time, the jade dragons would return to power once more. With us jade dragons slaughtered, they took the place of the lords of all dragons. I was the only one able to escape their clutches, but my injuries from both the Asuras and the ice and fire dragons were too severe. I fled to this remote world, and with the final remnants of my powers, I created this trial realm in the slim hopes of finding an inheritor for the burden of us jade dragons, the dragon spirit explained, staring intently at John the entire time. The burden of reviving the jade dragon race, it concluded. John remained silent for some time as he took in the shocking events the dragon spirit had just described, and breathed out deeply, his deep sigh filling the silence of the room. His gaze locked onto the dragon egg for a moment, and he frowned before gazing back at the dragon spirit. I'm not sure how it works with dragons, but with most species, it requires 2 to revive a race, John said as he looked back at the egg. And since you mentioned you were the last living jade dragon, and there's only 1 egg, I'm not sure how I'd be able to revive the dragon race, John explained with a wry look on his face. As if expecting his question, the dragon floated back over to the egg and beckoned John to approach. John did as instructed and stood directly before the egg. What do you notice about this egg? The dragon spirit asked. John inspected the egg for a moment, which was truly unique. I can sense the dragon fetus within, but can also feel something else, a lot of something else, souls, hundreds of them, John said as he inspected the egg. Indeed, this egg contains not only the last living dragon, but also the souls of hundreds of fallen jade dragons, infused within, the dragon spirit explained. That's amazing, John replied as he could feel the incredible draconic essence within. But that still doesn't explain how I can revive the jade dragon race. The way is simple. You must take this egg to the wellspring of jade origin and place it within. If you do that, the jade dragon race will return to the world in full once more, the dragon replied. The wellspring of jade origin, what is that? And also where? John asked, having never heard of such a thing before. The what doesn't concern you, only the where, the dragon spirit replied. The wellspring of jade origin is our jade dragon's most profound treasure, and is capable of reviving the jade dragon race should you do as instructed. As for its location, you are not ready to learn that yet, the dragon spirit explained. Once you have achieved the necessary power to reach the wellspring is when you will naturally learn of it. Until then, you are far too weak. John fell silent upon hearing this, but nodded his head, confirming his understanding of his task, or his burden. Good, then with the inheritance and burden accepted, that concludes our transaction, the dragon spirit said, its words becoming fainter and weaker as its soul form began to fade away. Do take care of Caelrys for me. The form completely faded away as it uttered its last word, and a sharp beam of white soul power from above the temple raced down onto the egg below, infusing into it before fading away. John stared at the egg in silence, taking in everything that had just happened as it had almost been too much to come to terms with. The temple had fallen completely silent, while John stared at the egg for quite some time before reaching out and picking it up. It felt as if he had just picked up the lives of hundreds, and he inspected the egg for some time before storing it away in his spatial realm. You received the full inheritance. I can't say I'm surprised. A weak-sounding voice drifted out from a dark corner of the temple, shocking John greatly as he had detected no one else within the temple. He quickly turned around to the source of the voice, great axe in hand. Who are you? He asked warily as a figure slowly emerged from the shadows. John's face changed from guarded caution to stunned surprise as a figure he had seen once before in his life came into view. While he had never seen the figure's face, the build and presence was unmistakable. You're that man from the small cottage on the Yuan Continent, John exclaimed. Back then, the man's power and presence was like that of a god to John, so high that he couldn't even begin to imagine how powerful he was. The man was still much the same, with a power so high that John still couldn't see through it. However, as this godlike being stepped into the light, John felt shock once more as he gazed at the miserable condition of the man, who seemed as though he could die at any moment. His body was torn, some bones and organs were visible under the thick coat of blood on his flesh, and he was teetering on the edge of collapse. Worst of all was the malevolent aura clinging to the man's wounds, an aura that was somewhat familiar to John. However, even in this state, John could tell he was no match for the man. Who are you? John asked again, as clearly this man was not so simple. He had run into him on the Yuan Continent, and now here. It was too unlikely to be a coincidence. My name is Caelin, the man replied, his voice deep yet tired. But you might know me by another name, the Jade Dragon Emperor. Chapter 730, One Brief Meeting with the Jade Dragon Emperor. The Jade Dragon Emperor, John exclaimed, completely shocked to hear the man's true identity. According to history, the Jade Dragon Emperor died long ago in the ancient calamity. Not only that, but that calamity was so long ago that even if he survived, he should still have died from old age. John stared at the man who slowly approached him, gauging the veracity of his words. It's almost impossible to believe him, but there is no reason for him to lie to me. Not only is his power so high that it even eclipses Thunderzen, he gains nothing from lying to me. The Jade Dragon Emperor is still alive. The Jade Dragon Emperor walked over to John and stood directly before him, towering over John. He was a head taller than John, and far bulkier and more muscular. He was by far the most imposing man John had ever seen, as just his presence alone was enough to inspire awe or fear in almost anyone. The Jade Dragon Emperor stared at John for a moment before speaking up once more. You obtained the true inheritance of the Jade Dragons, an inheritance that even I was unable to obtain, the Jade Dragon Emperor said, revealing that he had been there the whole time, watching it take place. I had always wanted the inheritance for myself, but now that I have learned of the burden that comes with it, I can only pity you. Based on the Jade Dragon Emperor's words, the burden he now carried was a task so difficult that even he pitied John, revealing a small bit of just how hard it would be to accomplish. John's gaze shifted from the man's face to his body, which contained countless wounds, each more gruesome than the last. He could tell the Jade Dragon Emperor's body was beyond incredible, and was at a level far beyond even his own. In fact, comparing his body to the Jade Dragon Emperor's was like comparing an infant to an adult, and yet the Jade Dragon Emperor was wounded to such an extent. John gazed at the wounds, which all contained a sinister and malevolent aura within which refused to vanish. The aura was clearly affecting the healing factor of the Jade Dragon Emperor, making it so that he was unable to heal the wounds at all. The aura was familiar to John, as he had felt it once in his life before, during the prophetic vision. "This aura did you fight that four-armed creature?" John asked, his words causing slight surprise to appear on the Jade Dragon Emperor's exhausted face. "You know of the Asura. How?" the Jade Dragon Emperor asked. "I saw him in a vision once," John replied, telling a half-truth as he didn't want to reveal too much, not even to the Jade Dragon Emperor, who he knew nothing about. "And I just fought his disciple as well several days ago, so I know a bit about him," John replied. The Jade Dragon Emperor stared at John for a moment but said nothing, and after a short silence, he walked by John as if he was no longer of interest to him. "Wait!" John called out as he turned around, and the Jade Dragon Emperor paused his steps to listen to what John had to say. "This realm, was it truly created by that Jade Dragon?" John asked curiously. "It was," the Jade Dragon Emperor replied. "I was the first to discover the Jade Dragon long ago, and with its help was able to become the Jade Dragon Emperor. But this realm was not created by me, only repurposed." After answering the question, the Jade Dragon Emperor began to walk once more, causing John to call out again to him. "The four-armed creature, the Asura, is it dead?" John asked. While he most likely already knew the answer, he still had to ask. "No," the Jade Dragon Emperor growled coldly, his footsteps unpausing. "One last thing," John called out, as he could tell he was beginning to annoy the Jade Dragon Emperor, who most likely was on the verge of collapse. "How strong is that Asura?" John asked, as this was his best opportunity to gauge its strength. The Jade Dragon Emperor remained silent as he walked to the opposite end of the temple and touched a part of the wall. The wall lit up with runes, and a door appeared, leading to places unseen. The Jade Dragon Emperor stepped within, and the door began to close, but his voice drifted out one last time. "Stronger than me." His voice drifted out as the door closed, leaving John alone in the temple once more. John stood there in stunned silence for quite some time, as everything that had happened since he entered this temple was almost too much to digest. First, he had spoken to a true dragon, received an amazing inheritance and impossible burden, and then met the Jade Dragon Emperor himself. After standing in silence for quite some time, John shook his head in disbelief at everything that had happened and headed for the temple exit. He wanted to follow the Jade Dragon Emperor and ask hundreds of more questions, but it was easy to tell that the Jade Dragon Emperor was on the verge of collapse. His wounds were beyond gruesome, and the malevolent aura made things much, much worse. It was unsure if he would even survive those wounds, and so John decided to leave instead. He walked over towards the entrance of the temple, which parted open for him as he approached. After walking through the parted doors, John reached out towards the front of the door and yanked his battle axe out of the indent, retrieving his weapon. As soon as he left the temple began to retreat into the earth like the others had, and disappeared quickly after. John's eyes widened slightly as he gazed behind him, and the ancient jade dragon that he had spoken to was no more, as if its body had completely disappeared. The final trial of the Jade Dragon Empire realm had been successfully completed, and even the ancient dragon corpse was no more. As if triggered by the temple's disappearance, or perhaps the dragon's, a bizarre energy washed through the entire Jade Dragon Empire realm, as if it was trying to flush everyone out. John's face twitched for an instant as he took out the spatial talisman that had been given to him by the Honorable Alliance at the start, which began to vibrate and hum with power, resonating with the energy washing through the realm at the moment. Although it was 2 weeks earlier than expected, the closing of the realm had finally arrived. "It's finally over," John sighed deeply, as the journey through the Jade Dragon Empire realm was finally complete. Chapter 732, The Realm Closes. Shortly before John left the temple, All the youths within the massive temple realm felt a disturbance, as the aura within the temple realm began to change. What's going on? I don't know. Is something happening? Look, the dragon corpse. Boisterous discussion broke out amongst the youths, who finally noticed that the source of the change was the ancient dragon corpse itself. Against their wildest imaginations, the ancient dragon corpse that had existed for hundreds of thousands of years was beginning to fade away, as if it were turning to dust. The dragon corpse continued to fade from sight, and just as it fully disappeared, the youths all saw a bright white light pierce directly down into the temple beneath it. After the white light disappeared, the dragon corpse faded away for good, shocking everyone who had seen it senseless. The dragon corpse was dozens of miles long and tall, and yet it had vanished just like that. None of them knew how such a thing was possible or what had caused it to disappear. Shortly after, the youths saw the final temple begin to fall back into the earth like the others had, and as it did, another strange energy began to wash through the realm. This energy. The realm is closing. I thought we had 2 more weeks. Heated discussion broke out once more as the youths recognized that the realm was beginning to close. When the realm began to close, it lifted some of the internal spatial restrictions between the different regions. This was the only time the spatial talismans given to them by the Honorable Alliance could work, and the talismans would begin to resonate with this energy, signifying the realm was about to close. Each youth would have a short amount of time to activate the talisman, or be left within the realm forever. Shocked by the sudden turn of events, but not wanting to be stuck in the realm, the youths begrudgingly took out their spatial talismans. Many of them wanted to explore for longer, as there were still dozens and even hundreds of unexplored trials within, and even more natural treasures that had yet to be discovered. The entire realm was still rife with life-changing opportunities, but those opportunities would have to be left to the next generation for now. Almost all of them had already obtained life-changing opportunities already, and while disappointed the realm was closing early, they had still obtained things they could only have dreamed of before entering the realm. The memories of their journeys through the realm flooded back for all of them, from their hopeful optimism when first entering the realm, their joyous discoveries of profound opportunities and valuable treasures, the realm of hope becoming a realm of nightmares when the enemy youths invaded, and then their nightmares becoming salvation when the enemy youths were soundly defeated against all odds, saving them from the brink of annihilation. Most of the youths felt themselves nearly overwhelmed with these memories they knew they would never forget for the rest of their lives. Carved most deeply in their memories was the overwhelming power displayed by both Miko and John, the two who had saved them from sure death. Both of them had strength beyond what was considered possible, and both carved deep memories into all the youths, serving as a goal to strive for in the future. The youths gazed up at the top of the stairs and saw the one who had carved those memories standing at the top, gazing down at the land before him. They could tell that he somehow had become even more powerful after entering the final temple, as if he had been reborn anew somehow. They could tell that they were falling farther and farther behind at each and every moment, which only further ignited their fiery passion for obtaining strength and becoming like John. John, too, felt a wave of emotions flood through him as he stared at the youths below him. He took in one last look at the temple realm before him, as he knew he would most likely never see this place again. The battlefield before the steps had been cleaned up and corpses removed, most likely from fellow sect members, gathering their dead compatriots to bury back home. After savoring the moment, John sent chi into his spatial talisman, which immediately flared with power and wrapped him up with strong spatial energy. The others' youth also did the same, and the temple realm, which had been host to a calamitous and ruinous battle, fell silent once more, the only evidence of what had occurred being washed away by time and grown over by nature, returning the realm to what it was once more. Outside the Jade Dragon Empire realm, the elders from the various Honorable Alliance sects stationed outside noticed the disturbance happening within the realm. The realm, it's closing. What? That's impossible. It's supposed to close in 2 weeks, you're right. It is closing. Alert the Council of Elders. They all quickly sprang into action, preparing for whatever the outcome was. They had received grave omens from the Heaven Scrying sect and had sent youthful reinforcements as a result. However, they didn't know what dangers were occurring within or what the outcome would be. Shortly after realizing that the realm was closing, the elders watched as the first youth appeared in the area before them, summoned by the massive formation circle they had built outside the realm. A very small sigh of relief washed through the elders as the first youths showed up, and soon more and more youths were appearing by the second. 1 became 2, became 10, became 100, 1,000. After a few minutes, 25,000 youths appeared, John amongst them. After appearing outside the Jade Dragon realm, John's gaze shifted about as he took in the state of what had happened. Over 50,000 youths had entered the realm at the start, and 25,000 had left. The number of youths appearing slowed down and eventually stopped, putting the final count at 26,000 youths. John sighed deeply as he saw this, as more than 25,000 youths had been slaughtered within the realm. Most of those surviving had been the ones who never entered the final realm area and never encountered the enemy youths. Those who did enter that final area were the best of the best, and their numbers were barely over 1,000 remaining. The Honorable Alliance had taken a massive blow with the deaths of its youths, but at the same time, so had the enemy powers, who had sent their absolute best in, with only one of them managing to escape with his life. John's gaze swept about the group of youths and locked onto Miko, who stood a short distance away. The two of them exchanged hardened glances and nodded their heads in knowing unison, as there was still one last thing to do. So few. One of the elders sighed as they noticed that over half had died, and most that had died had been the best of the best. We seem to have taken a calamitous loss. Another elder sighed and stepped forward, about to address the group when all of a sudden a flaring soul power and loud booms caught everyone's attention. A strong soul power flared out from Miko as he inspected each and every youth carefully, marking them for John. John flashed about the thousands of youths, causing chaos wherever he appeared. Boom. 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 The booms continued for a short moment, surprising the elders as they had no idea what was going on. The chaos quickly faded away as John and Miko appeared before the tens of thousands of youths, with around 30 beaten-up youths sprawled on the ground before them. These are all the enemies who came out with us and thought they would be able to escape somehow. John's voice boomed out for all to hear. I'm sure some of you recognize them and have lost friends and family to them. Feel free to do as you wish to them. Chapter 733, Explanation of Events. What is going on here? A voice boomed out from behind John. He turned around towards the voice, which was one of the many elders present. The elder was a man who appeared to be in his 50s, with graying hair and a thin beard. He was rather frail-looking, but it was easy to tell that he was quite powerful. While John was unable to identify what cultivation he was exactly due to the nature of one being in the Tao transformation realm or above, he could tell the man was quite powerful. Young man, explain what is going on here. Another elder chimed in, equally perplexed at the situation, and also slightly disgruntled that a youth had dared to make such a scene before them without explaining his actions. They had wanted to ask about what exactly had happened in the realm to cause such a disastrous loss of life, and yet before they could, John had already caused a scene. John stared calmly at the elders who demanded an explanation, but before he could, another voice sounded out behind him again. John glanced over his shoulder to see a young man walking towards him, who stopped next to John and faced the elders. Luth, what is the meaning of this? The lead elder asked Luth, who had been the one to approach them. At the same time, they sighed in relief that their number one genius had survived, as his death would have been too great a loss for the Alliance to bear. Luth had been on the verge of death after his battle with Amber, but had just barely managed to survive thanks to Leia's timely intervention. As such, he felt a debt not only to Leia, but also to John, who had saved them all. With his status in the eyes of the elders as the top genius of the Honorable Alliance, the elders put quite a bit of weight into Luth's opinion on matters. "Why have you rounded up these youths? What exactly happened within the realm?" another elder asked, wanting to get to the bottom of it all. As the Honorable Alliance was made up of hundreds of different sects, the elders did not immediately recognize the rounded-up youths as belonging to an enemy power. "Elders, allow me to explain everything that happened within the realm, as it will clear up everything that is happening," Luth said to the group of elders, and began to immediately explain everything that had occurred. He started with the invasion of the enemy youths, to them being hunted down, and eventually finished with the calamitous war that had happened at the very end. As the elders heard of the enemy youth invasion, rage flooded through their bodies that this was the work of the enemy powers, and not some danger occurring from within the realm. Their rage turned to shock as they listened to the events that had occurred within, which eventually became disbelief as the events of the final battle were described. As Luth described the war, both the elders and the youths that had not participated in the war glanced over at Miko and John, some looking at them with awe and wonder, while others looked at them with skeptical disbelief. Most of the elders inspected John and Miko with skepticism, unable to believe what Luth was telling them, as it was completely out of the realm of what was considered possible in the cultivation world. They mostly ignored Miko, as he was not part of the Honorable Alliance, and focused most of their attention on John, who stood there calmly as he allowed Luth to describe the events that had unfolded. With Parker escaping, his identity as Asura was already compromised, and would without a doubt spread through the world before long. As such, he did not care about the details being discussed, as there was nothing he could do to stop it regardless. As Luth was discussing the events that had unfolded, John received a sound transmission from a voice that he had not heard for quite some time. "I see you managed to cause quite a disturbance within the realm, as expected. And you've even managed to cause another scene as soon as you left the realm." The voice sounded out with slight exasperation, as if his actions were expected, while a wry smile appeared on John's face as he shrugged his shoulders in response. "Forget it. Just do what you wish to do, and I'll clean up the mess you are surely about to create," the voice sighed again. As Luth continued his explanation, John's gaze shifted in all directions as if looking for something, and he eventually sighed in relief. "I'm sure Asuros has already revealed my identity to his master, so the fact that he is not here right now means that he is unable to do so. Otherwise, this would be the best opportunity to capture me. If I had to guess, the battle between the Asura and the Jade Dragon Emperor was one of mutual destruction, as the Jade Dragon Emperor was able to live through the battle. If he were truly weaker than the Asura creature, he would have died in their battle, so I'm sure the Asura isn't faring much better than the Jade Dragon Emperor right now. If that's the case, then I should have some time before the Asura starts to search for me. The only question is how long. I'm sure I'll have other powers coming after me before long as well, but the only one that is of any true concern is the Asura itself. With the protection of the Honorable Alliance and Heavenly Lightning Sect, John wasn't too concerned about the other powers. While they would surely try to kill him should his identity be revealed, he was much more confident in dealing with them than the Asura at the moment. And that, elders, is what happened within the realm, Luth said as he finished his lengthy explanation, which had taken several minutes. Luth had kept the details of John's battle relatively sparse, as he didn't want to reveal too much, but just the fact that John was able to fight against and beat Asuros was impossible to believe, as John's cultivation was still in the Middle Heaven transformation realm. He also didn't mention the fact that John was Asura, as he knew that was not his secret to reveal. While the others would most likely leak that information, he refused to be the one to reveal that secret without John's permission. Everyone fell silent after hearing Luth describe what had happened, as it had almost been too much to believe. Tens of thousands of eyes locked onto John, inspecting him closely as they discerned whether Luth was telling the truth or not. Even from someone like Luth, the story was too much to believe. Even the elders fell silent as they processed everything they had heard. The story explained the reasoning for rounding up these youths, which were now revealed to them to belong to the enemy powers, but everything else was just too much to believe. After a short silence, the lead elder spoke out once more. Luth, these events you have described are troubling. The enemy powers were somehow able to send their youths into this secure realm, and did so with villainous intentions. We must get to the bottom of this, the elder replied, before gazing at John and inspecting him closely. Just by glancing at John, he could tell he was incredibly powerful for his cultivation level, but the tailies of his final battle were still too much to believe. As for the other parts of your story, we'll get to the bottom of it eventually, the elder replied before turning to some of the elders next to him. Round up the enemy youths and bring them back to the Honorable Alliance for questioning, he instructed. The other elders nodded their heads in unison and moved forwards towards the youths, but suddenly stopped in their tracks, their gazes narrowing slightly. Young man, what is the meaning of this? The lead elder asked, as John had stepped in between the elders and the rounded-up enemy youths. These murderous fucks are not your concern, but are the concerns of those behind me, John replied calmly yet firmly, intending on keeping his words from before. He had rounded the enemy youths up to answer to the Honorable Alliance youths behind him who they had wronged, and he would not allow the elders to deny them that. The lead elder's face turned red as he heard John's words, infuriated by the fact that he was being questioned and defied in such a manner. His cold gaze locked onto John for a moment, and he opened his mouth to speak, but another voice suddenly boomed out from afar, causing all to look over with surprise as several dozen cultivators of various races appeared in the sky several miles away, just outside the range of the defensive formation guarding the realm entrance. Hand over our youths, the booming voice said, coming from a man who stood at the forefront of the several dozen cultivators who wore foreign yet recognizable clothing. John's gaze narrowed as he stared at the new arrivals, although he was not surprised by their appearance. Humans, monsters, and barbarians. It seems like the enemy powers have come to collect their youths and not me, so the news hasn't spread yet, it seems. John mused as he assessed the situation, a situation that he had been expecting. Chapter 734, Youthful Vengeance. When the enemy youths had entered the final trial area, no one had figured out how they had done so. John assumed they most likely had a way out of it, but once they entered the temple realm, there was no leaving it. While he didn't know of the teleportation formation or the fact that it was destroyed, he correctly assumed that the enemy youths only entered the final temple realm because they had no other choice. If their means of escape was located where they entered the realm, they would have never entered the final temple. Since they did, it means that either this was their planned way of leaving the realm, or something went wrong with their original plan. In regards to entering the realm in the first place, such a thing was thought impossible by the Honorable Alliance. As such, the only one I can think of who is above the Alliance's realm of knowledge is the Asura. He most likely planned this whole thing, but for some reason it went awry. If I had to guess, I'd say the Jade Dragon Emperor had a part in it, as the timing would make sense. The Asura and these enemy powers were most likely allied somehow, but I doubt that will be the case anymore. Almost all of their most talented youths are already dead, which is something that they will not accept. I imagine their alliance was already quite flimsy from the start, as there's no way people like them can trust another, so this outcome will probably fracture that alliance. The Jade Dragon Emperor dominated the old world, and the Asura is supposedly even stronger than him. Based on the legends of the Jade Dragon Emperor had his full might, he could sweep over this world unmatched, and so the Asura should have been able to do the same already. The fact that the Asura has not done so before now means it was already greatly weakened to a point that it was not ensured of victory, and the recent battle with the Jade Dragon Emperor should have made that situation even worse for it. I'm sure Asuro's mission into the realm was related to the Asura's recovery. In our battle, he kept staring at the ancient dragon corpse and did so again right before he fled. If I had to guess, there was something on the dragon that the Asura needed, most likely to do with recovering its power. With the Asura most likely injured and in recovery due to the Jade Dragon Emperor, he would need to employ the help of others to find and capture me before he recovers. The three enemy powers would have been the most natural choice, but that won't be the case anymore. With all this in mind, I should have a bit of time until the Asura starts to look for me. The only question is how long. I could have months or years, but I have no way of knowing for sure. It's probably on the longer side due to its previous injuries. While his guess was not entirely accurate, John was able to figure out much of what had happened based on the information he already knew. While he couldn't be 100% sure, he was relatively certain of his guesses. "And who are you to order us?" the leading elder asked coldly, his words snapping John out of his thoughts. "Oh, I see. You are the ones who sent these youths into the realm to slaughter ours," he growled angrily. The man leading the unknown group frowned at the elder's words and gazed at the group of 30 youths with disappointed anger. He could tell that the best had not escaped. "If you know who we are, you know it would be wise to oblige," the man barked back coldly. "This defensive formation ensures our safety within," the Alliance elder replied. "You have no power to make demands here." While the group outside the formation was stronger, the formidable formations set up before the realm had opened had been done for situations like this. Even the powerful group of enemy leaders had to stay cautious around it. The unknown man grit his teeth in frustration and gazed at the 30 youths for a moment before gazing back at the Alliance elders. "I am willing to negotiate for their release," the man replied, indicating that he was willing to pay a price. The elders' expressions lit up slightly, and they gathered together for a moment to discuss. "Fine, a bargain then," the leading elder replied after his discussion with the other elders. "What will you offer for these youths of yours?" "I am willing to offer." "Gah!" A pained cry boomed out, interrupting the man. Everyone looked over towards the sound, and their eyes widened as they spotted John holding the severed arm of one of the youths, who had been the one to scream out in pain. "What's the meaning of this?" both the Alliance elder and enemy elder asked angrily. John gazed at the enemy elder for a moment before his gaze shifted towards the nearby Alliance elder. "I already told you what's going to happen to these youths," John replied calmly. "These youths are not your concern. Besides, every single person in the Forbidden Alliance only cares about themselves. They would never be willing to accept a losing trade, and so whatever deal you agree to, our alliance will be on the losing end." Who do you think you are?" the Alliance elder boomed out angrily, incensed at such disrespect from an Alliance disciple. Ignoring the elder, John gazed to the side and spotted Adam, and gestured for him to approach. Adam did so, and John raised an eyebrow in surprise as he watched Cadden follow closely behind with his head down, like that of a servant. John stared at Cadden for a moment as the two arrived, and could clearly tell that Adam had placed some sort of slave contact on Cadden's soul. He nodded in approval at Adam's actions. "So much for a genius's pride," John mocked Cadden, who didn't say anything back as if he could only speak when instructed to, before he gazed back at Adam. "I'll ask for details about this later, but for now, would you be able to make a formation that blocks sight and divine sense around this area, namely, from the eyes of that man and those behind him?" John asked as he glanced at the distant man. "Normally, no. That man is very powerful, but this formation around us already in place, and with Cadden's help, I should be able to." "Why?" Adam replied. "Because I want those who were wrong to take their revenge, but they won't do so with the enemy elders watching, as they'll be scared of retaliation," John explained his thoughts. Sure, I'll get to work right away," Adam replied. "That won't be necessary," a nearby Alliance youth replied after listening to their conversation. John glanced over to the youth and raised an eyebrow in surprise as he saw the angered yet resolved faces of many of the youths in the crowd. "You showed me what true strength is, and hiding in fear will never allow me to follow in your footsteps," the youth replied firmly as his gaze shifted towards one of the enemy youths. "That bastard killed my sister, and if I didn't take this opportunity for revenge, then she died for nothing. I'm done being scared, and I'm done being intimidated. Only by following your ways will I be able to obtain the strength to protect those around me. I may die this way, but you've shown me that this is the only true way forward in the cultivation world." The youth continued as he began to walk over towards the enemy youth. John was surprised to hear such words from the youth, but nodded his head in approval. "This is the way a cultivator should act," he replied with approval. As if stirred by the words of the youth, many other youths started to walk over to the enemy youths, their intentions clear. The enemy youths began to beg for mercy, but those pleas fell on deaf ears. "Stop this instant," the Alliance elder boomed out, his rage fully ignited, "or I'll make you all stop." The youths paused for a moment, but noticed John slowly approach the elder and stand firmly between them and the elder. "You can all continue. I'll ensure your safety," John said loudly as he gazed defiantly at the elder before him. "You've clearly gone mad. As if they would believe such a preposterous thing," the elder replied with cold anger, but that anger was replaced with surprise as the youths confined to approach the enemy youths, almost as if they believed John's words. Cried pains flooded the area as the youths began to vent their frustrations and avenge their fallen friend and family. "Impudence," the elder roared. His face scrunched up as his anger set him over the edge, and he flashed towards John to end this matter swiftly. A small smirk appeared on John's face as his chi began to circulate, but he stopped as an old man suddenly appeared before him and the elder, and stopped the elder's fist with a single finger. The elderly man had a long gray beard and many wrinkles around his eyes, revealing his long age. Now, surely you weren't about to attack one of our disciples, Elder Wenge," the old man chastised the elder, who quickly retreated in fear and bowed his head in respect. "Alliance head," the elder called out respectfully before gesturing towards John. "This child was about to—" "I know what he was doing," the elderly man replied before shifting his gaze towards John. He inspected him for a moment before a small smile appeared on his face. "The young truly are bold," the elderly man said to John. "But perhaps boldness is what our alliance needs most at the moment. You may continue." Chapter 735, Alliance Head. "But Alliance Head, surely this isn't the wisest path forward," the nearby elder spoke up, expressing his disapproval of what was happening. "Then what would the wisest path forward be?" the Alliance Head asked curiously. Perhaps it would be best to accept the offer from Taoist Bloodflame," the elder suggested. "Allowing this to happen could lead to grave consequences." "Is that so? And what do you think, Taoist Bloodflame?" the Alliance Head asked loudly towards the distant man, whose name was Taoist Bloodflame, a high-ranking member of the Forbidden Alliance. "Your subordinate is correct," Taoist Bloodflame replied coldly, incensed at everything that had happened so far. "If you do not hand over our youths, the consequences will be too great for your alliance to bear," he threatened. "Consequences? You clearly intended on wiping out all our disciples within the realm, which is nothing less than a declaration of war. Had your plan succeeded, our alliance would have been crippled for thousands of years to come, but it seems as though fate is quite unpredictable, and the opposite seems to have occurred," the Alliance Head replied calmly, yet with a slight undertone of amusement in his voice as he smiled lightly at Taoist Bloodflame. "Are you declaring war then?" Taoist Bloodflame replied coldly, his eyes narrowed with murderous intent. "I've heard some rumors as of late," the Alliance Head said as he stared at Taoist Bloodflame and the other powerful cultivators behind him, which contained humans, monsters, and barbarians. "It seems as though some unfortunate losses occurred for all three of your powers recently." "I have no idea what you're talking about," Taoist Bloodflame replied calmly. However, the minuscule facial twitches on some of the cultivators behind him did not go unnoticed by the Alliance Head. "Is that so? Then I suppose the news I've received of one of your ancient elders perishing is not true. Some of the rumors even included the Monster King and one of the barbarian war chiefs meeting an untimely demise. A pity that the rumors are apparently false, though. That would have been very good news for us," the Alliance Head mused out loud, his words clearly mocking Taoist Bloodflame's lie. Taoist Bloodflame's mouth twitched slightly upon hearing the Alliance head's mocking words. "As you said, nothing but rumors," Taoist Bloodflame replied, although internally he was incensed. The news of those three dying had been kept quite secretive, as it was a massive blow to the combat prowess of all three powers. However, it had been leaked, revealing that the Honorable Alliance had quite an impressive ability to obtain secretive information through spies or some other method. "You can leave now. I have matters to take care of," the Alliance head said dismissively, as if the conversation had been concluded. Taoist Bloodflame's face darkened upon hearing this. "I already told you the consequences will be too much for your Alliance to bear if you do not," Taoist Bloodflame said, but his words cut off as the Alliance head's gaze narrowed, as if he were done dealing with pleasantries. "It seems as though our alliance has been too peaceful and accommodating over the last few thousand years," the Alliance head said coldly, as he began to slowly walk in the direction of the enemy cultivators. "It's been quite some time since I last fought, but perhaps it's time to shake off the rust and let this old body of mine taste battle once more." Taoist Bloodflame's expression quickly changed from cold anger to slight fear, as if fighting the Alliance head was not something he was willing to entertain. He grit his teeth in frustration and eventually scoffed as he began to retreat. "You will come to regret this decision," he growled before speeding off into the distance, followed by the other cultivators behind him. Everyone gathered watched in shock as the enemy force left just like that, unwilling to fight the Alliance head at all. Even John raised an eyebrow in surprise at how the events had unfolded, and his opinion of the elderly Alliance head rose quite a bit, as he was much more to John's liking than the elder he had dealt with before. As the enemy force left, the enemy youths cried out with desperate pleas for help, which fell on deaf ears. The vengeful youths continued on with their acts of retaliation, and soon none of the enemy youths remained in this world. As that happened, the Alliance head watched the enemy force leave, and then turned around to face the thousands of youths who stared at him with varying expressions. His cold expression instantly softened, and he now appeared like a genial old man who was completely harmless. "Now that that's dealt with, we can proceed with the closing of the realm ranking event," he said. "Closing of the realm rankings? What's that?" several of the youths asked, having never heard of it before. Even John was curious about this, as he had never heard of such a thing being mentioned before. The elderly Alliance head smiled slightly at their question and pointed towards the two massive dragon statues guarding the entrance of the realm. Two beams of chi pierced out from his fingers onto the statues, which began to tremble as if activated by his chi. Two beams of bright light then shot out of each statue towards the other, colliding in the air between them. The beams of light quickly expanded, forming a massive screen of light 100 yards tall and wide. The screen of light quickly began to change, as 100 names quickly appeared on there, with numbers next to each one. "These are the top 100 names when it comes to the amount of jade marks received within the realm," the Alliance head explained. "While the Jade Dragon Empire might have used this list for something else, we use this list to rank our disciples." Upon hearing this, an excited buzz instantly spread through the crowd of youths. Being a high-ranked genius of the Honorable Alliance would bring many benefits and rewards, and each youth began to scour the list for their name. However, their scouring stopped as they all stared at the top of the list, almost unable to believe their eyes. Rank 3, Igris Proudlin, 6,000 jade marks. Rank 2, Luth Chaster, 7,000 jade marks. Rank 1, John Fenix, 117,000 jade marks. Chapter 736, Council of Elders. Wide eyes stared the screen of light, locked onto John's name and the score next to it. Luth Chaster, the #1 genius of the Honorable Alliance before John, had received 7,000 jade marks, and yet somehow John had managed to completely overshadow that with over 100,000 jade marks. Even John's eyes widened slightly as he saw that score, as he had no idea it had been that high. When I left the Tao Transformation Realm trial, my score was around 12,000 marks, and yet I finished with over 100,000. I guess the 3 dragon temples I entered gave incredible amounts of jade marks, but I was too distracted to even notice at the time. It was the only thing John could think of that made sense, and when thinking about it, the scores received for completing those draconic inheritances made sense. Just reaching the first 2 temples halfway up the stairs was almost impossible for anyone else, and completely inheriting the dragon blood, dragon bones, and dragon god shift was another thing entirely. The youths and elders shifted their gazes from the distant list of youths to John, who continued to defy all logic and reasoning. Even the Honorable Alliance head gazed closely at John with curious interest, realizing that they had a true gem on their hands. An idea suddenly popped into the Alliance head's mind, but he chose not to ask it with so many around. It seems as though this realm entrance has brought surprise after surprise. The Alliance head spoke out once more, his gaze sweeping from John to the rest of the youths. He inspected them for a short while before he nodded his head in approval. The losses due to the enemy's schemes were devastating, but I can tell a transformation has occurred in many of you, a transformation of willpower and talent. Many of you have improved to levels you most likely thought impossible before entering the realm, and despite the grievous losses, this realm opening has been a monumental success for the future strength of our alliance, of which many of you will become pillars that support it. The elderly Alliance head continued, his words causing pride to well up in those who had survived the perilous dangers from before. The man paused for a moment and gazed at the Jade Dragon Empire realm entrance, and waved his hand towards outwards, which flared with chi for a short moment. The powerful formation that had been built by the Honorable Alliance began to fade away, closing the entrance of the Jade Dragon Empire realm for good. It had been 5,000 years since its previous opening, and it would most likely stay closed for a similar length of time going forward due to the immense cost of opening it. The youths felt various emotions as they watched the realm be sealed off once again, as memories of what had occurred flooded back into their minds. Even John couldn't help but feel a bit emotional, as the memories of the dangers he had faced and people he had met came back to him. With the Jade Dragon realm finally closed, this great step in your lives has come to an end. We will now return to Alliance City, the Alliance head said as his power flared for a short moment, which activated the powerful formation beneath their feet. The formation lit up with strong spatial power which wrapped around all those standing within his domain, and after a short delay, everyone vanished from sight as the formation carried them away. In a room deep within the main building of the Honorable Alliance stood John, surrounded by a dozen powerful elder, who inspected him quietly. After the youths had returned to Alliance City, the Alliance head said more words and gave some instructions to the youths, before letting them venture free within the city once more. The Alliance head had then requested John join him for a quick trip, which led them into the council chambers of the Honorable Alliance. The council chambers consisted of 12 of the most important and powerful elders of the Alliance, of which the Alliance head was one. As they had arrived, the other 11 elders were already waiting, seated on their throne-like seats facing inwards in a circle. The other elders nodded their heads in respect towards the Alliance head as he had arrived, but did nothing more, indicating a bit of the power structure to John. While the Alliance head was most likely the most respected leader of the group, he was not the sole decision-maker when it came to the Honorable Alliance, which was instead the role of the council to decide on important decisions. I had doubts regarding the intel we had just received. One of the elders spoke up as she eyed John up and down, a middle-aged woman with long brown hair and mature yet alluring face. She wore an elegant and tight-fitting purple robe, which only served to further accentuate her alluring charm, but it appears as though there is some credibility to it after all. This boy is rather remarkable. And also arrogant, another elder scoffed, clearly displeased with John already. The elder was a man who appeared to be in his 60s, with a bushy gray beard and a bald head. John gazed at the elder with a curious expression, as he didn't know why he was already antagonistic with him, as he had never met this elder before. Stop pouting just because he defied your son's instructions. The alluring woman chastised the elder, who shot her an angry glare. His son's instructions. Ah, so that elder who tried to stop me from before is this man's son. No wonder he's so upset, John mused internally. We're not here to argue or fight, the Alliance head spoke out, his voice calm and genial. The two other elders held their words they were about to say and let the respected Alliance head speak. We're here to learn the truth about what happened and about this child, he continued as he smiled at John. Come now, entertain this old man with the story of what happened inside the realm, he said to John. Luth already explained everything clearly, John replied calmly. I have nothing more to add. Impudence, the angry elder from before chimed up, but held his tongue again as the Alliance head raised his hand for silence. The bald-headed elder leaned back on his throne-like chair, staring at John with displeasure. In that case, I won't press for more details, the Alliance head replied. Instead, I have just one question. Do you wish to become the prime disciple of our honorable alliance? He asked. Chapter 730, 7 Prime Disciple. Prime Disciple, what exactly is it? John asked before accepting anything. The expressions of the rest of the elders flickered, while the bald-headed man leaned forward and slammed his fist down on his armchair in protest, which shook the chamber for a short moment. Alliance head, surely not. How can we elevate such a disrespectful disciple to prime disciple? He protested angrily. We have not had a prime disciple in over 10,000 years, and I do not see how this boy is worthy of such a position. Not only that, but we hardly know anything about this boy. Surely we cannot grant him the position. Elder Bluestar, we all read the report. Not only did this boy save thousands of lives within the realm by defeating Asuros, but he also received the highest Jade Mark total in history by a large amount. That alone is worthy of such a position, but you're letting your anger interfere with your judgment. The female elder spoke up, clearly on John's side. Elder Clearheart, I'm not doubting the boy's abilities, but his character, Elder Bluestar replied as he stared coldly at John. A prime disciple carries the entire reputation of the Honorable Alliance on his back. Such responsibility cannot be granted to one so disrespectful. Perhaps if he apologies to my son, then. Disrespectful? John chimed up before Elder Bluestar could finish his words. I made a promise to my fellow Alliance members I fought and bled with, members who lost family and friends within to those invaders. Their vengeance was something they deserved, and your son tried to deny them of that. That was not something I would allow and is not something I will apologize for. Impudence, Elder Bluestar boomed out as he stood up from his seat. I see that word is a favorite of your family, John replied calmly, as Elder Bluestar's son had said the same thing earlier. You dare to mock me, boy? Elder Bluestar boomed as his aura pressed down on John, attempting to force him to his knees. John felt an incredibly powerful pressure press down on him, and his own power began to flare as he resisted it. Compared to the pressure he felt on the ancient dragon steps, this was nothing. In fact, John felt his own anger begin to grow at Elder Bluestar's actions, and was about to erupt with his own power in response, while Elder Bluestar's face trembled slightly, surprised that John was able to resist at all. Sit down, a calm yet powerful voice boomed out, coming from the Alliance head. Elder Bluestar's mouth trembled for a moment, but he obliged and sat down without saying another word, while his aura retracted. The Alliance head stared at Elder Bluestar for a moment, clear displeasure on his face. This matter is a council matter to decide upon, the Alliance head said with great displeasure in his voice. Do not disgrace yourself by taking action against a junior of our alliance again, or don't blame me for stripping you of your position on this council. Elder Bluestar's face twitched as he heard the Alliance head's warnings, and he fell silent to not press the issue further. PSHH, you can't even force a disciple in the heaven tribulation realm to his knees, and yet you have the face to stay on this council. Quite embarrassing, if you ask me, Elder Clearheart chimed up, clear mockery in her voice. Your family has managed to hold a position on this council for generations, but perhaps it's time we change that. Elder Bluestar grit his teeth in furthered anger, but said nothing in reply, not wanting to make his situation any worse. The Alliance head shot her a warning glance, causing her to pipe down as well. However, an amused smile lingered on her face, clearly pleased with taking Elder Bluestar down a few notches. "You asked what a prime disciple is," the Alliance head said to John now that the too boisterous elder had been silenced. "The prime disciple is a paramount position, given to only the most promising of heavenly talents. As Elder Bluestar mentioned previously, there has not been a prime disciple for quite some time. In fact, there have only been a handful of prime disciples in the history of the Honorable Alliance, and you should be quite familiar with one of them," the Alliance head said. "I'm familiar with a prime disciple," John asked. "Oh, but of course," the Alliance head said with a smile, "as he was none other than your sect leader, Taoist Thunderzin." "What? Sect leader Thunderzin was a prime disciple?" John asked with much surprise, not expecting to hear that at all. "He was indeed, many years ago when he was a young man just like yourself," the Alliance head replied. "However, for some reason he gave up his prime disciple position and never explained the reasoning to the Alliance, and instead ventured out to make his own sect, which you are now a part of." John fell silent as he heard this, as he could think of the most likely reason. The discovery of the prophecy of Asuras, which made sect leader Thunderzin move to the Yuan Continent in search of eventually finding John. "You still haven't explained what a prime disciple is," John said to the Alliance head. "Ah, I suppose I haven't," the Alliance head replied. "The prime disciple is just as the name indicates, the top disciple of the Honorable Alliance. Just like the top disciple of any power, you will be showered with rewards and treasure beyond your imagination." "Why are you dragging this out?" Elder Clearheart chimed in, slightly annoyed. "I'm just trying to entice him with all the rewards that will be bestowed to him," the Alliance head replied with a calm smile, not displeased at her interruption at all. "I know you. We'll be waiting here all day if we allow you to ramble on about the position," Elder Clearheart replied before looking at John. "The prime disciple position gives you power equal to one of us council members, and also makes you the next in line to become head of our Honorable Alliance when the time comes. As you can see, it's not a position given out lightly," she explained clearly and succinctly. John raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, as he could finally understand why the elders had been so surprised to hear the Alliance head bring up the position, and why Elder Bluestar had protested against it so vehemently. "It's as Elder Clearheart has explained," the Alliance head spoke up again. "What do you say?" John fell silent as he thought it all over, and eventually made up his mind. "No thanks, I'll pass." Chapter 738 Reasons for Refusal. The council chamber fell silent as all the elders stared at John with great surprise, not ever expecting him to decline such a life-changing offer. The elders all stared at John with various expressions, from confusion to scrutiny and even amusement. "Ha ha ha!" Boisterous laughter boomed out, replacing the silence within the room. John glanced sideways at Elder Bluestar, while the other elders also glanced at him, mostly with expressions of disapproval. "You see, this child is not worthy of becoming the prime disciple," Elder Bluestar said, clearly pleased with John's answer. "Any sane disciple would jump at this opportunity and beg for the chance to prove themselves worthy of the prime disciple position, and yet he outright declines. Not only is he full of disrespect, he's also quite stupid. Truly not worthy," he rambled on with a pleased smile on his face. "Taoist Bluestar, if you speak a single time more, I'll remove you from this chamber myself," the Alliance head boomed out with great displeasure, his words instantly silencing Elder Bluestar's laughter. However, an amused smirk remained on his face as he stared at John as if he were staring at a fool. The Alliance head glared at Taoist Bluestar for a short moment before looking at John. "Child, are you sure of your answer?" he asked sincerely. "While the prime disciple position has many responsibilities, it also has rewards to match. You will be passing up on a monumental opportunity." "I understand, Alliance head," John replied respectfully, as he truly did respect the Alliance head, who had shown him nothing but kindness and courtesy thus far, and even entrusted him with the prime disciple position. But my answer remains the same. A pity, the Alliance head sighed with obvious disappointment. I won't try to change your mind, but could you at least provide this old man some reason for your answer? Of course, John replied, as he glanced at the Alliance head and then several of the other elders in the room. While I truly appreciate the offer, I must decline due to one main reason. This prime disciple position will require me to devote my life to this alliance, which is something that I cannot do. While I am part of the alliance and would assist it when needed, my goals and cultivation pathway will eventually lead me away from it. As such, I would only tread the same path as sect leader Thunderson, and eventually give up the position. Many of the elder raised an eyebrow at John's words, as his words were quite presumptuous, despite his respectful tone. The Honorable Alliance was one of the strongest powers in the entire world, and for someone who tread the honorable cultivation pathway, it was the obvious choice for climbing the cultivation ladder. However, his words seemed to indicate that his goals laid above and beyond the Honorable Alliance, which many of the elders did not think possible. A soft scoff drifted out from Elder Bluestar as he heard this, but he knew better than to say anything. The Alliance head stared at John for quite some time in silence before sighing once more. If this is your choice, I will respect that, the Alliance head finally conceded. It is enough that you have pledged your support for the Alliance moving forward. I'm sure we'll be counting on you in the future, he said with a small smile on his face. And I will help the Alliance however I can when called upon, John replied respectfully, and after a short moment of contemplation, spoke up once more. Before I leave, I would like to make one request, although I understand if it is not accepted, John said to the Alliance head. Speak. The Alliance head nodded his head at John's words, willing to hear the request. Later that night, John sat in an empty room located within the Honorable Alliance headquarters. The Honorable Alliance headquarters was a massive spherical building, which housed tens of thousands of rooms within, all serving different purposes. After his meeting with the Council of Elders had concluded, the Alliance head offered him one of the best rooms for as long as he wanted. John had naturally accepted the offer, as he had not managed to rest a single time since leaving the Tao transformation trial realm. Not only that, but he had not had a singular moment to consolidate any comprehensions from his various trials and battles, which he needed to address urgently. Battle comprehensions and insights into Taos were fleeting things, and if not grasped quickly after occurring, would fade into obscurity and be wasted completely. As such, John needed to urgently meditate on recent events, and the finest cultivation room the Honorable Alliance had to offer was a very suitable location for that. The Alliance head had escorted John to this room himself, another sign of the great respect and kindness he had shown towards John. Their discussions as they walked through the Alliance headquarters ranged from the Jade Dragon Realm to Elder Bluestar, and eventually ceased as they arrived at John's temporary room. The Alliance head said a few more words to John before leaving, at which point he had entered the luxurious room. The room had a soft white interior design, with ornate furnishings and luxurious amenities, and was also quite large. Like his abodes back in the Heavenly Lightning sect, it also had a meditation room dedicated solely for cultivation. The room was surrounded by powerful formation barriers which blocked all sound interferences, making it perfectly secluded for meditation. Not only that, but there were powerful formations surrounding the room that converted spirit crystals into misty chi, making the chi within the room much thicker than normal. Such formations were incredibly hard to make and also cost a fortune to operate, but such an expense was something the Honorable Alliance could afford. John sat in the very center of the room in a meditative position and calmed his mind as he breathed in and out deeply several times while he planned his meditation session. I have several things to focus on tonight, John mused softly. First, I will address my cultivation, then my Tao comprehensions, and finally, my Dragon God Shift inheritance. After tonight, my strength should skyrocket to another level once more. Chapter 739 Successive breakthroughs. After figuring out the order of what to focus on, John fully calmed his mind as he linked his divine sense to his spatial realm and the massive palace within. He had figured very early on that doing so would put him in a perfect meditative trance, enhancing his meditation sessions greatly. A perfect meditative trance was something cultivators could only dream of, and most only experienced it a handful of times in their lives. However, John was able to call upon such a state whenever he wanted, which was just another testament to the heaven-defying nature of his Danshan artifact inheritance. His mind fell into a perfectly calm and focused state as he did so, and the memories of his journey through the Jade Dragon realm flooded back into his mind. His battles through the realm and against heavenly tribulation opponents, powerful beasts and even demons, his harrowing journey through the Tao transformation realm, battle against Asuros. All of these memories flooded into his mind as each and every single battle was replayed repeatedly. As he focused on these battles, it felt as if he were truly back in time, participating in those battles once more. The feeling of his chi rushing through his meridians, his body and weapons unleashing devastating attacks, the Taos infused in his battle arts, his breakthroughs of insight as his instincts were pushed to their very limits. All these memories, feelings, and insights flooded back into his mind, while his mind and soul worked arduously to digest and comprehend. These increasing insights and comprehensions allowed John to increasingly alter the very nature of his chi bit by bit, becoming more and more profound as the insights to the next realm were slowly revealed to him. His chi began to circulate within his Danshan and meridians with ever-increasing intensity, becoming more and more enhanced with each circulation. His body began to thrum with increasing power as his chi began to gradually shift and accumulate back into his Danshan, attempting to push it over the edge to the next realm. This process increased for quite some time, as John also drew on the excess chi he had absorbed from the Jade Dragon blood, which was one of the reasons he was able to attempt this process at the time. Breaking through to the next realm required not only comprehensions to alter the very nature of one's chi, but also a vast energy source to push the Danshan to the next level. The Jade Dragon blood that he had absorbed had a monstrous amount of chi that he was unable to process yet, and a breakthrough was the perfect time to put it to use. He had just broken through to the early heaven tribulation realm roughly 2 months ago, and had immediately stepped into the mid-heaven tribulation realm right after. Such quick successive breakthroughs was beyond risky, as it could create foundational instability and flaws, and even John had expected to have to wait at least half a year to attempt to break through to the late heaven tribulation realm. However, he had constantly battled on the edge of death multiple times afterwards, with the powerful beasts and demon in the Tao transformation realm, and Asuros shortly afterwards. These battles had firmed his comprehensions to a level far beyond what was required to break through, which minimized the risks of foundational flaws already. While normal cultivators might not be able to absorb all the comprehensions effectively, John's monstrous talent and soul allowed him to fully grasp and comprehend everything that was available to him. Secondly, the Jade Dragon inheritance of blood and bone had also transformed his body to another level entirely, enhancing it greatly and washing away any source of foundational flaws from breaking through too quickly once again. Lastly, his primordial extermination lightning cultivation technique was profound beyond compare, which allowed him to cultivate at a very rapid pace while also minimizing the risk of flaws. With all three of these things combined, breaking through once again was something that was possible, but only to someone as monstrous as John. Both essence chi and body chi surged through his meridians and Danshan, as John pressed both over the edge. Ever since ascending to the heaven tribulation realm, his essence cultivation and body cultivation seemed to become much more intricately linked, making it much harder for him to push his body cultivation forward alone like he had done previously. Thrum, thrum, thurm. Thrumming sounds continued to boom from his body like a purring beast, and sometime later, a muffled boom exploded from within, at which point the thrumming died down and silence returned to the room once more. John's eyes calmly opened, and his divine sense flared as he methodically inspected his body. And a small yet satisfied smile appeared on his face shortly after, as his cultivation for both essence and body had been successfully pushed to the late heaven tribulation realm with 0 foundational flaws whatsoever. Each breakthrough was normally a moment for jubilant celebration, but John's eyes closed once more as his mind returned to its meditative state, as his work was not yet done. His thoughts shifted to the final temples of the realm and the inheritances he had received within. Dragon blood, dragon bones, a draconic transformation, he mused. The conversation with the ancient jade dragon spirit also flooded into his mind, being replayed over and over. Power. Strength. We jade dragons are the dragons of pure physical might, the strongest of all dragons. These words echoed like a drum in his mind, while the feelings of absorbing the dragon blood and dragon bone returned again as well. John had already stepped into the Tao Adept stage for power, destruction, and annihilation, which was the second stage in terms of Tao comprehensions. His lightning Tao comprehensions at this point had been the furthest along, seemingly almost ready to break through to the next level, but needed just a bit more insight. Now, however, his Tao of power had surged to the same comprehension level, as if ready to transform once again. Lillian had explained that the Tao Adept stage was when one roughly comprehended 5% of the Tao, and at that level his comprehensions had transformed to a higher level, the Tao Adept stage. However, even though he had been at the Tao Adept stage at the time for the Tao of power, the Tao of power within the dragon blood and bones had almost been too much to bear. The overwhelming Tao of power had been prevalent and almost overwhelming when he had absorbed both. And when he had activated the Dragon God shift for the first time, that Tao of power had surged through his body again. All these events had been like a hammer slamming down on a Tao of power nail, driving the comprehensions of the Tao deeper and deeper into his mind, etching it on his soul. The Tao of power in his mind seemed hazy, as if he were looking through a thick fog to see the truth on the other side. Like his chi revolutions shortly before, these Tao of power comprehensions surged through his mind like an ever-revolving cycle, each passing further reinforcing the comprehensions of the previous stage and building on top of it. Each passing seemed to push his comprehensions deeper into the fog, closer and closer to the truth lingering just beyond. This loop continued over and over an unknown amount of times, when all of a sudden the building comprehensions seemed to finally become clear as the fog was brushed aside, revealing the truth of the Tao of power to John. At the same time, a heavenly aura flared from his body for a moment, as if the heavens itself had opened up for a brief instant before fading away, while a monstrously powerful aura of the Tao of power flared from his body for an instant before being withdrawn within once more. John's eyes calmly opened once more as he inspected his breakthrough, which flooded his body with incredible power. I have stepped over the threshold and into the next Tao comprehension stage for the Tao of power, he mused softly, the Tao expert stage. 740 incredible gains the discussion he had with his returned to his mind when they had discussed Tao stages. According to Master, the Tao expert stage is when one comprehends roughly 20% of the Tao, John mused as he inspected his gains. The Taos were the laws of the heavens, and comprehending the Taos was a way to utilize that law. The Tao of power was a high-level Tao, as it was far more abstract than the elements or similar Taos. The Tao of power was obscure and intangible, but was also present within everything in existence. By learning more about the Tao of power, John was able to tap into that law to augment nearly everything to a higher level. My body, battle arts, even my weapons themselves, everything I use can be augmented by the Tao of power to become more potent, more powerful. It's all-encompassing, and therefore incredibly useful for combat specifically, he mused. Just by infusing the Tao of power into my attacks, they should become far more powerful than before. Speaking of which, thinking about the Tao of power shifted his thoughts to the Dragon God shift, which he had briefly used one time before. When I used it the first time, I could tell that I was missing some comprehensions when it came to the Tao of Power, which is one of the reasons I could not use it effectively. The dragon said jade dragons are the dragons of physical might and strength, and so the Tao of Power is most likely extremely important for this body battle art. A jade piece suddenly appeared in his hands, which was the jade piece gifted by the dragon's spirit that contained the secrets of the dragon god shift. John's divine sense entered the jade piece and read over the contents within, while information regarding the pseudo-transformation body battle art flooded his mind. John could tell that there were parts not yet revealed to him, and so he focused on what he could access within the jade piece at the moment. Power is the mind, the body, and all of creation. Power is everything, and power is nothing. Power is real, and power is false. Creation becomes chi, becomes power, becomes everything or nothing. Power becomes the dragon, and the dragon becomes. The words within had seemed hazy and unintelligible the first time he had read it, like they were the ramblings of a madman. Now, however, those rambling words made much more sense to him, and John's eyes lit up as he understood more of what the dragon god shift was trying to say. The first part of what was available for him to read were the ramblings, while the second part was a very complicated series of instructions on how to activate the battle art. John had ignored the first part before as he couldn't make sense of it, but now it made more sense to him. The first part teaches me the feeling of the dragon god shift, and the second part the instructions of how to use it. Only by having both mastered can one use this battle art effectively. Let's give it another try. As he began to follow the instructions on how to activate the dragon god shift, his mind replayed the rambling words regarding power, and he fell into another trance as the two seemed to resonate and build on one another. A growing sound began to boom from within his body, like a heartbeat growing ever louder, while a draconian aura of power and might began to radiate from his body as his body suddenly shifted and changed. The sound and aura grew stronger, and John roared loudly, almost as if he were unable to control the instinct to do so. The loud roar was like that of a dragon's, which violently shook the meditation chamber he was within. A glowing greenish-gold aura surrounded him, while green scales had appeared on his cheeks, shoulders, arms, chest, and legs. Even his eyes had changed, becoming bright gold like a glowing sun. At the same time, a power he felt only when using his Asura transformation flooded through his body, filling it to the brim with overwhelming physical might. John closely inspected his current state for a moment and smiled wide, fully content with its power. The might of this battle art is almost on par with the Asura transformation and is only a small bit weaker, but the best part is the burden on my body is less than when I use the Asura transformation. Incredible, he exclaimed excitedly. John basked in the power of dragons for a short moment, feeling the battle art and becoming accustomed to it. After becoming used to using it, his aura faded away, and his body returned to normal as the scales on his body disappeared. Incredible, absolutely incredible, John exclaimed, beyond elated with his progress in just one night. The most important part of the dragon god shift is not its strength, but is the fact that I can use it at the same time as my Asura transformation. Using both at the same time would have been impossible before, but after the changes to my body thanks to the dragon blood and dragon bones I absorbed and fused with, I should be able to handle using both at the same time without dying. John's thoughts shifted to his bloodline ability, and the thought of combining all three appeared in his mind. If I used all three at the same time, just how strong would I be? John mused before wising up a bit. But would my body even be able to handle such a burden? The strain of using all three at the same time sent a shiver down his spine, as he could imagine himself exploding like a balloon from the power surging within his body. He shook his head several times, shaking the image from his mind. I should only ever do such a thing unless there is no other option, but regardless, tonight has been fruitful beyond my wildest dreams. If I were to face myself from just a month ago, I would win in less than 10 seconds, and Asuros would not be able to withstand a single attack of mine. My strength has soared to levels even I don't know where it's at right now. And there's only one way to find out where my strength lies. The image of a certain person appeared in his mind, as well as thoughts of revenge for the hellish training she had put him through, while a small smile appeared on his face as well. I wonder, would I be able to handle her in battle as I am right now? Only one way to find out. 741 message from young master. Kaz John stayed in his room for the night, consolidating his gains and improving on them slightly. His gains had been immense and would take time to fully digest, but John was more than happy with his progress. After finishing his cultivation session, John walked out into the main area of his lodging, which was quite spacious and luxurious. A massive window overlooked the sprawling city, which looked more like an empire than a city. Towering buildings, shimmering lakes, bustling market districts, and flying beasts filled his view, which made the city feel alive and vibrant, like an empire in its prime. After taking in the picturesque view, John cleaned himself off, taking the rare opportunity to do so properly. While cultivators could use their chi to clean their bodies at any time, nothing substituted for or relaxed as much as taking a warm bath. The draconic armor that had been worn for the last few weeks was put away, while John soaked himself in the massive bathtub. Ah, John sighed out deeply, falling into a completely relaxed state. Even the water is more refreshing than normal, as if it has been infused with the Tao of relaxation. I'm not sure what they did, but I could definitely get used to this, he joked as he relaxed and then washed up thoroughly. Steam flowed from the washroom as John left it, when all of a sudden knocking came from his door. His chi flared as he dried himself off and put his on his heavenly lightning sect Warhol robes, while favored him color-wise, but had become too weak to withstand his battle levels. I suppose I'll have to get some stronger clothes, John mused as he walked to the door and opened it. Greetings, young Master John, a middle-aged man greeted with a small bow on the other side. The man had 2 long sideburns, a thin mustache, and wore a butler-like outfit, making him look quite unique in the cultivation world. Can I help you? John asked, as he had never seen this man in his life before. Young Master Kaz from our Mystic Trade Hall has instructed me to inform you that he is in 5 River Freeport and has business to discuss with you once you can make your way there, the middle-aged man replied. Kaz, I suppose I did make that tea leaf deal with him some time back. It must be about the profits regarding that. If he sent someone like this with this much urgency, it must have sold pretty well, John mused internally. 5 River Freeport, what, or where is that? John asked, as he had never heard of the place before. 5 River Freeport is a neutral city located roughly 40,000 miles away from here, where traders all over the continent gather, the middle-aged man replied as a scroll appeared in his hand. John took the scroll and unfurled it, which contained a detailed map of the land surrounding Alliance City and how to navigate towards the city. John inspected it for a moment before putting it away. Thanks, I'll be sure to visit soon, John replied, at which the man bowed his head slightly again before leaving. John watched the man leave down the hallway before he closed the door once more. For the man to get access to a building such as the Alliance headquarters, he, or Kaz, must have a few connections. I suppose I can go there after I finish up here, John mused as he prepared to leave the room. Getting the spirit crystals from the tea leaf sale should help me obtain more cultivation resources and battle arts, which are always needed. Not only that, but I need to get a new scythe, and a city specialized in trade sounds like a good place to get a high-quality one. While getting ready to leave, another knock at his door appeared, and a familiar set of auras lingered on the other side, telling him immediately who it was. John, so this is where you've been hiding the last day, Miko boomed out as he quickly entered the room once the door was opened. Chase and Adam followed behind as well as they entered the room, inspecting it as well. Not fair, we had to sleep in shitholes while you stayed in this luxurious oasis. The Honorable Alliance really isn't fair, Miko exclaimed with great displeasure, making sure to huff once or twice. Miko, you're not even part of the Honorable Alliance, John replied, as Miko had clearly forgotten this fact. Ah, you're right, Miko replied as he remembered this, but frowned once more as he continued his ramblings. Still, we're honored guests of the Alliance, guests that saved the lives of your weak disciples. Surely we deserve better treatment. John rolled his eyes at Miko's familiar antics, as he was clearly over-exaggerating. There was no way the Alliance would house honored guests who had helped out so greatly in shitholes, as Miko had put it. So, what brings you guys here? John asked curiously, as he could tell the three had come for him for a specific reason. Oh yeah, come with us. We've reserved the finest restaurant in the city to eat and celebrate, Miko explained, clearly excited to taste fine foods and drinks. Let's go. John was not expecting that to be the reason they had come for him, but didn't see a reason to decline. After going through such perilous dangers with his friends, a celebration seemed natural. Sure, lead the way, John replied as he followed them out of the room. The three walked through the massive Alliance headquarter building, winding through hallways and massive chambers, finally arriving at the front entrance. As they were leaving, he received a mental sound transmission from a familiar source. Feel free to return here whenever you wish. As the #1 youth of the Honorable Alliance, you are always welcomed here. And as for the prime disciple position, it is yours for the taking should you ever wish to take it. The Alliance head's voice sounded in his mind. John couldn't see the Alliance head anywhere, and so he was unable to reply in kind, but he turned around and bowed his head ever so slightly, showing his respect and appreciation towards the Honorable Alliance and the Alliance head. The group stopped as they saw John do this, but didn't ask questions as he quickly rejoined them and left the building. Hovering far above the building, two figures floated in the air, watching as John and the rest left. Should we have someone follow him, just to be sure of his safety? Elder Clearheart asked. No, the child is more than capable of taking care of himself. Besides, he has someone quite capable already watching over him closely, the Alliance head replied as he watched John leave the Alliance headquarter grounds. Chapter 742, Divine Dragon Restaurant as John and the others left through the main gates of the Alliance headquarters. He couldn't help but stare at someone standing directly outside the gates with his head bowed. John raised an eyebrow as he inspected Cadden, the Starforge clan genius, who stood there as if he were nothing but a servant. Follow us, Adam instructed, which Cadden immediately did as he was told and followed behind, his head still bowed down to the ground. I have to admit, I never thought someone like Cadden would allow a slave contract to be planted on his soul, John said, although he felt no sympathy for Cadden, as this outcome was the consequence of his own actions. What did you do to make him accept the slave contract? John asked Adam curiously. He could tell that Adam had matured greatly since his death in the Jade Dragon Empire realm. He carried himself with much more self-confidence and no longer seemed like a miscreant child like before. Nothing really, Adam replied as he glanced sideways at Cadden. After I was done questioning him, I was just about to kill him when he pleaded for mercy. He was the one who suggested having a slave contract planted on him. Can you believe it? The genius of the Starforge clan, willingly accepting a slave contract. How pathetic, Adam spat out with disdain. John stared at Adam and then Cadden for a moment, not accepting it to have gone like that. He would have assumed that Adam tortured him into accepting it, but the truth was quite different. Does the Starforge clan have a way to undo slave contracts? John asked curiously. Not that I'm aware of, Adam replied. I've never heard of anything like that before. Besides, if they try to mess with the slave contract, I'll immediately feel it and just snuff out his soul instead. So what's your plan for him? John asked another question. I'll send him back to the Starforge clan to act as a spy for me. I want to know everything about what happened to my parents, and I can think of no better way to obtain that information. In the eyes of Cadden's father and the rest of the clan, he'll still be their young master and future clan leader. For now, Adam replied. That's actually not a bad plan, John mused. But what if they detect the soul contract? Won't it all be for nothing then? I doubt they'd ever even think that Cadden would accept a soul contract, so they shouldn't even look for it. Unless one looks very closely into another's soul, detecting a slave contract is near impossible, even for someone as powerful as his father. And since I control his every action, he won't be allowed to even breathe a word of all this, so them finding out shouldn't happen, Adam explained as he glanced at Cadden again. Isn't that right? You're to be my perfect dog, spying on your own family for me. How pathetic, Adam asked Cadden. Yes, Master Adam, Cadden replied quickly, as if he didn't dare upset Adam. The group continued to walk through the sprawling city, passing by grandiose buildings, bustling marketplaces, quiet lakes surrounded by lush parks, and more as they discussed various things, including the fact that the reservation was booked by Leia and that her, Iseria, and Iris were waiting for them there. After walking nearly a dozen miles through the city, the group stopped before a pagoda, 10 stories tall. The pagoda had gold walls, black and red eaves, and had ornate carvings and designs all over it, making it look very elegant and luxurious. John gazed at the building for a moment and read the signboard above the entrance, which seemed to have been handwritten by a calligraphy master. Divine Dragon Restaurant, it read, while John nodded his head in approval at the name. The group walked up the smooth stairs to the top, where 2 well-dressed attendants stood before the front entrance. Do you have a reservation? One of the attendants asked. Ah, yes, it's under Leia Celestria, Miko replied. Ah, right this way, the attendant replied hastily as she opened the door and led the group inside. You stay here, Adam instructed Cadden, who nodded his head and stood to the side of the building silently. The group entered the restaurant and followed the attendant up the stairs located on the side of the sprawling restaurant floor. The restaurant interior was even more luxurious than the interior, and John started to see why it was considered the #1 restaurant in the massive city. It had a darkish candlelight ambience within, adding to the charm. A rich and fragrant aroma entered his nose, making him hungry despite the fact that Heaven Tribulation cultivators did not need to eat to survive. Celestria, is that Leia's last name? John asked Miko curiously as they continued to talk up the stairs. You spent who knows how long with her, and you never knew that, Miko asked in a flabbergasted manner. I just called her Leia, John said as he shrugged his shoulders, while Miko stared at him as if he were stupid. I just figured her last name would be Astral or something, I don't know. John has always been quite dense, Adam chimed in, not missing the opportunity to poke fun at his friend. You can say that again, Miko agreed, at which point the two broke out into laughter. The attendant led them to the very top of the restaurant, the 10th food, which contained only several well-decorated tables. All the tables were empty, except for one, indicating that the entire floor had been reserved by Leia. John could only wonder how expensive reserving an entire floor of the #1 restaurant in Alliance City could be, but if there was anyone who could do such a thing, it was most definitely the princess of a powerful empire. Leia, Iris, and Iseria sat at the table, giggling and laughing as they were clearly discussing something. On Leia's lap was Kirai, who had changed his shape into a small wolf-like cub and was purring contently as Leia pet him gently. You're finally here, Iris smiled and exclaimed as she noticed their arrival, while Iris and Iseria smiled as well as they watched the group approach. Sorry it took so long, but it took forever to find this buffoon, Miko stated as he glanced sideways at John. The group quickly seated themselves, and boisterous discussions broke out as the group began to discuss various things. Everything that had happened within the realm was discussed, bringing laughter, tears, sorrow, and joy into the room. At the same time, exquisite and delicious food was constantly served, which John could only admit was the best food he had ever tasted in his life. Drink was also served, infused with alchemy skills that even Chase had to admit was impressive, as the group merrily celebrated. After discussing these things for several hours, the mood was starting to quiet down, and Adam couldn't help but ask John a question. So, what did that elderly man bring you into the Alliance headquarters for? Is he really the head of the Honorable Alliance as others were saying? He asked curiously, a question that had been on everyone's mind. Oh, that. He just wanted to get my side of the events sorted out, John replied casually as he took another sip of wine. And he also offered me the prime disciple position. What? Chapter 743, Surprising Relationship. You were offered the prime disciple position, Leia asked, clearly surprised to hear such a thing had happened. However, after thinking about it for a second and who John was, it made sense after all. If there ever was a disciple worthy of the position, it would him. What? Is the prime disciple position impressive or something? Miko asked curiously, while the others looked at Leia with curious gazes as well, indicating that they didn't know anything about it either. I guess it makes sense that none of you know about it, Leia sighed, as the last prime disciple of the Honorable Alliance was over 10,000 years ago, she explained. What, that long? Wait, why do you know about it then? Adam asked curiously, as Leia wasn't even part of the Honorable Alliance. Being a princess of the Astral Empire requires me to know a bit about the continent we live on, she replied. I guess that makes sense. Anyways, what is a prime disciple? Adam asked. Seeing John not speaking up about the position, Leia briefly explained the history of the position, as well as what it meant to be the prime disciple. The group's eyes widened as they heard just how important the position was, and after Leia was done explaining, the group turned to John and congratulated him with wide smiles. Congrats! If anyone deserved the position, it's definitely you, Chase said cheerily, while the others nodded their heads in agreement. About that, John replied with a wry smile. I knew it, Miko exclaimed loudly, while the others looked at him with confused expressions. You declined it, didn't you? There's no way you would allow yourself to be tied down to such a position. What, did you really decline it? Leia asked for confirmation, to which John nodded his head. I did, he replied. Why am I not surprised? Iris sighed, not too surprised that John had declined the offer. Her, Adam, and Chase also knew John's personality almost as well as Miko, and were not too shocked to hear his response. Such a shame, Adam sighed. You would have been showered with treasures and spirit crystals. Such a waste. John shrugged his shoulders at Adam's antics and decided to change the topic. Right. I might have declined the prime disciple position, but I was able to get the Alliance to agree to a few of my requests, John spoke up, while the others listened closely. I asked the Alliance head about formation masters and alchemy masters, and apparently the best of both arts are part of the Council of Elders. Both Elder Clearheart and Elder Myriad Rune King have agreed to accept you both as direct disciples, John said as his gaze shifted to Adam and Chase. Both Adam and Chase were surprised to hear John had asked for such a great favor from the Alliance, while John gazed at Iris apologetically. Unfortunately, there isn't a good match for your talents in the Alliance, so I wasn't able to get you a master, John sighed. I already have the Grand Elder as my master, who is perfectly suited for my talents, Iris replied, not disappointed at all. Besides, she mumbled as her gaze shifted to Adam for a split second, causing John to frown for a second as he could tell something was up. Can we still remain part of the Heavenly Lightning sect as well? Chase chimed up. You can, John confirmed. Chase fell into deep contemplation for a short moment before he nodded his head in agreement. Okay, I accept, he replied cheerily, clearly excited to have a powerful alchemy master to study under. How is Elder Clearheart? He asked curiously. Very interesting, John replied as he thought back to her heated discussions with Elder Bluestar, but I like her. She defended me before the other elders despite not knowing me, so I can tell she is a good person. I'm sure you two will get along quite well, John conveyed his thoughts. Good, then I'm looking forward to studying under Elder or Master Clearheart, Chase replied happily. John smiled and nodded in approval and gazed back at Adam, who clearly had a conflicted look on his face. John remained silent as he allowed Adam to process whatever he was thinking about, which lasted for a short while before Adam spoke again. Thanks for looking out for me, John. I really appreciate it, Adam said. But, John could tell there was more. But, my formation arts are quite unique, handed down directly from my father. It's unlike anything on this continent, and so while I'm sure Elder Myriad Rune King could help, I don't think staying in here would be the best thing for me, Adam replied. Exploring the continent and seeking out opportunities is the only thing I can think of to raise my strength to the level it's needed in time for what I need to do. Are you sure? John asked. Not only is exploring the continent dangerous, finding opportunities that have not been discovered already is next to impossible. It might be all for naught in the end. I am, Adam nodded with firm resolve. I've already made up my mind that the best thing for me is to journey across the divine martial continent, searching for opportunities on my own. Besides, I'll have something I can count on to find the opportunities with no problem. John raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, as the Adam he knew from before would never dare to do such a dangerous thing. However, he could clearly tell Adam had changed after his death, and that he had things to resolve that required power, such as the matter with the Starforge clan. John's thoughts shifted back to the start of his cultivation journey, where he had done the exact same thing once he started to cultivate. He had set out on a solo journey into the Dreadle Kingdom and beyond, forcing himself to improve or perish. It had worked out quite well for him, and so he couldn't fault Adam for wanting to do the same thing. I won't try to change your mind, but just be careful out there. Journeying alone is very different when compared to traveling with a group, so don't get into any situations where you can't get yourself out. John gave some words of warning. About that, I won't be alone, Adam replied meekly, causing John to frown for a moment as before his gaze shifted to Iris. The look she had given Adam just moments ago finally made sense to John as he put two and two together. It seems you two have discussed this beforehand and planned this out already, John said as his gaze shifted between Adam and Iris. So, this is what you meant when you said you'll have no problem finding unexplored opportunities. I suppose with your formation talents and Iris's eyes, it's not impossible for you to find something out there, John replied. Wait, what's going on? Oh, OHHHH, are you two together? Miko chimed in loudly with great excitement as he finally figured out what was going on. Both Iris and Adam became reddened in the face, and they exchanged a quick glance between each other, becoming even more red in the face before looking away from one another. We're not together, Adam replied sheepishly. We're just going to travel together is all, he continued, while Iris remained silent through it all. Ha ha ha, whatever you say. Did you forget I can read soul fluctuations very easily? Both of your emotions are practically written on your sleeves. Way to go, Adam. Miko cheered proudly, while Leia and Iseria giggled lightly, clearly happy for Iris as well. 1,000 questions flooded into John's mind as he came to this realization, as it was the last thing he ever expected to happen. Iris and Adam had been completely antagonistic for the longest time, with both seemingly hating the other. John stared at the two, realizing that something must have happened between the two of them during the Jade Dragon Empire realm for them to get to this point. However, Adam and Iris had spent many months together in the realm, and had gotten through many perilous and sorrowful situations together, which obviously had an impact on how they felt about each other. If there was one thing that forged lasting bonds, it was wading through perilous waters together and getting through by relying on each other, as Iris and Adam had done in the Jade Dragon Empire realm. Although it was the last thing John ever expected to happen, he felt happiness for both of them for how things had developed. From very early on, he could tell that Iris had feelings for him, but unfortunately for Iris, he did not feel the same about her. It seemed as though Iris had come to this realization and had buried those feelings that would never be requited. At the same time, the thing Adam needed the most at the moment was a person he could truly depend on. That was not John, as John knew he would not always be there to protect Adam. Both of them are also probably feeling pressure by falling behind me more and more, and have determined this is the best way to raise their strength. It has the biggest risks, but also the biggest rewards. I can't fault them for thinking this way, John mused as he stared at them, deep in thought. Well, if that's how it is, then I have full confidence that you two will achieve great things together on your journey through the divine Martial Continent. I look forward to seeing your progress when we eventually meet again, John said happily as he smiled at the two of them. To Adam and Iris, may their relationship bear many fruits out. Miko stood and toasted with his wine, his words clearly suggestive, at which point Iris flicked a beam of chi towards him, slamming against his head and knocking him backwards onto the ground. Ha ha ha! The others laughed loudly as merry laughter drifted throughout the top floor of the restaurant for quite some time. Chapter 744, Parting Ways. So what do you all plan on doing? Adam asked curiously sometime later, shifting the discussion away from him and Iris. I'll be returning to the fairy Frostlands for a while to continue my training. And who knows, maybe I'll be as lucky as you, Adam. Miko replied as he glanced at Iseria, who rolled her eyes at his antics. And what about you? Adam asked Leia as he stared at her with the utmost respect. Leia had literally brought him back from the dead, and Adam felt nothing but vaunted respect and awe towards her. I'll have to return home. I've been away for quite a bit, and I'm sure my father is expecting my return, Leia replied, with some reluctance in her voice to do so. The group could tell that she was not thrilled about the prospect of returning home, but Leia quickly cheered up and turned to look at John, and quickly changed the subject. And what about you? Leia asked curiously, as John had not yet revealed his plans. I'm not sure yet, but I'll probably roam the continent for a bit as well, John replied after thinking it over. He had to visit Five River Freeport to meet with Kaz regarding their recent business, and then afterwards he had no specific plans in mind. My main goal is to raise my strength as fast as possible, so I'll go wherever the best place to do that is, John continued. What's the rush? You're already freakish enough as is, Miko chimed in on John's plans. You're one to talk, Adam scoffed, as Miko was practically just as monstrous as John. I have my reasons, John replied with a wry smile, but didn't explain further. Miko could tell there was more to it than just the desire for John to raise his strength, but didn't ask further, as he knew if John didn't explain things, then there was a reason for the vagueness. Ah, well, if you're so focused on raising your strength, then I guess I can't slack off either. After all, you've already somehow caught up to me cultivation-wise, so my main advantage over you is already gone, Miko replied, slightly displeased that he had allowed John to catch up to him, as his competitive spirit didn't allow anything but victory. And soon I'll pass you up, so you better not slack off, John replied smugly, his words setting off Miko's competitive spirit even further. As if, I've been taking it easy up until now, but let's see if you can keep up with me when I actually start trying, he boomed out loudly, while the rest of the group couldn't help but laugh at his boisterous antics. After discussing their plans, the group continued discussing various matters until the sun set and night set in. They eventually left the building, stuffed with delicious food and drink, and content that they were able to spend a full day of celebration with their close friends, which was a rare thing for them. The ship is here, Miko. We are returning home, Iseria said to Miko as the group stood outside the restaurant. Already? Ah, fine, Miko replied with some disappointment that he had to leave already. He turned to John and the others and bid farewell, with several cheeky parting words towards John before leaving with Iseria. When we meet again, you better not disappoint me, Miko yelled out towards John as he rounded the corner of a nearby street, disappearing for good. I suppose we will set off as well then, Adam chimed up, his tone slightly downcast. He had spent most of his last few years around John and Chase, and was now leaving them for who knew how long. Iris mumbled in agreement and stood next to Adam. Good luck, John said as he embraced both of them briefly before parting. Make sure he doesn't slack off, John jested as he glanced at Iris, who laughed lightly. I'll make sure of it, she replied with a smile, and after a few more words, Adam and Iris set off down the road, leaving for the main gate of Alliance City. John, Chase, and Leia watched them leave with different emotions, and Chase sighed after a while as he turned to look at John. I suppose I should return to the Alliance headquarters and meet this new master of mine, Chase said to John. That you should, John replied while nodding his head firmly and patting Chase's shoulder. "I'm sure you and Elder Clearheart are going to get along well." "I hope so," Chase replied, slight uneasiness in his voice. This was the first time since John had liberated Chase from the Bloodfiend sect that he would be on his own again, which filled Chase with some dread. However, it was a very good opportunity for him, and so he didn't voice his objection towards it. "With your love for alchemy, I'm sure the next time we meet will shock me," John said with a warm smile. "I'll make sure I have some impressive pills cooked up just for you when we meet again," Chase replied with a matching smile, and the two exchanged a look of firm resolve before Chase turned around and left, setting off towards the distant Alliance headquarters. John watched Chase leave and couldn't help but feel emotional at the moment. The friends he had spent almost all his time with for the past 2 years had now all gone their separate ways, and he sighed after a moment of silence before glancing towards Leia. "Follow me," Leia said to John as she began to walk down the wide and busy road. John raised an eyebrow but followed behind closely as the two meandered their way through the city that was bustling with activity despite the late hour. Leia navigated the streets with practiced confidence, and after walking through the streets for several miles, the two left the bustling streets and entered a tree-lined park, one of the many that existed within the city. A fresh and clean breeze drifted through John's hair as the trees gave way, revealing a large lake before him. The lake shimmered brightly from the moonlight overhead, making the view quite beautiful. Boats drifted atop the lake, each glowing with soft light. Leia walked for a while and found a small grassy hill next to the lake, and sat down on the hill and gestured for John to do the same. John sat down next to her and gazed at the shimmering lake before him, before shifting his gaze towards Leia. "Why are we here?" he asked curiously. "I wanted to give you something," Leia replied after remaining silent for a short while. "And this place is away from any prying eyes," she explained as a glowing orb suddenly appeared in her hands, one that brimmed with pure vitality and life. Chapter 745, Orb of Life. The capital city of the Honorable Alliance, Alliance City, sprawled for nearly 100 miles in each direction, appearing more like an empire than a city. As the bastion of the honorable faction of humanity, it was one of the most powerful locations on the divine Martial continent. Surrounding the city was a powerful formation, which covered everything from the ground below to the sky above, making it so that the only way into the city was through the main gates, unless one launched an all-out assault on the formation, unless one powerful enough expended a great amount of energy to get through it. In the sky at the outskirts of the city, a man suddenly appeared before this very barrier formation. His gaze shifted down towards the ground miles below and gazed at the main gate of the city, which currently had thousands of people lined up for inspection to enter. The man scoffed at the sight and reached out with his right hand, which flared with incredible power for a brief instant. His power slammed against the barrier, sending a shockwave through it as it fought back against his power, while a hole opened up within the barrier for the briefest of instants before closing. After doing this, the man lowered his hand and hovered in place, as if patiently waiting for someone's arrival. Flash. Another figure instantly appeared before the man, the Alliance head, who hovered on the other side of the barrier, obviously altered to the newcomer's presence when he had attacked the barrier. The Alliance head sighed as he saw who had arrived. "Astral Emperor, is there a reason for you attacking my city's formation barrier?" the Alliance head asked curiously. "To alert you, naturally," the Astral Emperor replied calmly as he gazed down towards the city's busy entrance far below their feet. "Surely you don't expect me to enter your city in such a lowly way. Had you given me forewarning that you would be arriving here today, I would have naturally welcomed you personally," the Alliance head replied. "Then I must apologize for my unannounced intrusion," the Astral Emperor apologized, but his tone contained no remorse at all, as if his words were mere formality. "I had planned to arrive here in 2 weeks when your trial realm was supposed to close, but it appears that the realm closed much sooner than expected," he continued, his words clearly trying to pry into what had happened to cause the realm to close 2 weeks early. The Alliance head saw through this and didn't bother to entertain explaining things to the Astral Emperor. While he was not antagonistic with the Astral Emperor, he was also not friendly either. The Astral Emperor was a powerful cultivator of the human race and would be a very strong ally for the Alliance, but despite repeated efforts of forming an alliance, the Astral Emperor always refused. As such, the Alliance head didn't feel much warmth towards the Astral Emperor, despite them both being human cultivators of the honorable cultivation pathway. The realm did close early, although we are not sure of the reason. Now, will you entertain this old man with the reason for your arrival? The Alliance head deflected the question and asked his own. You should already know the reason for my arrival, the Astral Emperor replied calmly. Nothing happens in this city without your knowledge, and even something as trivial as my runaway daughter entering your trial realm should have not escaped your eyes, he said, his voice still calm but containing a slight bit of frost to it. Your daughter? I had no idea she had entered our realm, the Alliance head replied, feigning shock at the matter. However, his acting was quite bad, as if he were teasing the Astral Emperor on purpose by feigning obviously faked ignorance. The Astral Emperor narrowed his eyes slightly as he stared at the Alliance head, and remained silent for a short moment as the Alliance head smiled back at him as if nothing was wrong. Regardless, my daughter managed to run away and sneak herself into your ancient trial realm, the Astral Emperor eventually replied. I can tell she is in your city now, and I have come to retrieve her. Hopefully nothing happened to her inside the ancient realm, or else, he said as his voice trailed off, obviously as a thinly veiled threat against the Alliance. Or else, the Alliance head repeated, his smile never leaving his face for a second. The Astral Emperor stared at the Alliance head for a short moment again before smiling back, as if his words just uttered never happened. Ah, well, all that matters is that my daughter is safe, and I have come to retrieve her. Surely you will allow me to enter your city to get her, will you not? The Astral Emperor asked. Naturally, the Alliance head replied as he waved his hand, and a large hole opened up in the formation barrier. The Astral Emperor quickly slipped through the opening, at which point the barrier closed behind him once more. Since you seem to be in a rush, I won't keep you occupied, the Alliance head said, his words indicating that he wanted the Astral Emperor to fetch his daughter and then leave. The Astral Emperor gazed at the Alliance head for a moment before nodding in compliance. Naturally, he replied and prepared to move. Oh, and do be sure to not cause a ruckus in my city, the Alliance head said warmly, his smile never leaving his face. The Astral Emperor scoffed but didn't reply as his body flashed, disappearing from sight. What is this? John asked curiously, although he had a decent idea of what was held by Leia at the moment. The object was a golden orb, which flowed like it was made of liquid. It was held together in an orb by a thin layer of Leia's chi, and it gave off an aura of incredibly potent vitality. It's an orb of the condensed essence of my Tao of life, as well as some of my vitality, Leia replied, revealing the shocking truth of the orb she held in her hand. Chapter 746, Discussion by the Lake. John raised an eyebrow as he heard this, as her explanation was what he expected, but it didn't diminish the immense value of what she was giving him. John's gaze shifted to Leia's face for a moment, which was a bit paler than normal, while her aura was clearly weaker as well. Clearly, this orb she had taken out had been incredibly taxing for her to make, and weakened her in the process. Your vitality, are you sure you want to give me this? John asked, slightly concerned as replacing spent vitality was an incredibly hard thing to do. It's fine, Leia replied and smiled gently at him, appreciating his concern. While others find replacing their vitality incredibly hard to do, it's much easier for me with my Tao of life. I just need to rest for a few weeks, and I'll be back to normal eventually, she explained. I started on this a few weeks ago, but this orb is all I could make by today. If you absorb it, it will act as if I have healed you personally. Unfortunately, it is a single-use thing, but it's better than nothing. Take it, she explained what it did and handed it over to John. She had already stated that she would have to return to the Astral Empire soon, and her giving this orb to John was the only way she could help him from afar. John felt warmth at her concern for him and reached out to take the orb. "Thank you," John replied, as he took the orb of condensed vitality and life, as he could tell Leia had spent a lot of time and effort on creating it. Leia smiled with relief as he took it and gazed at the lake for a while in silence, as if something was weighing on her mind. John remained silent as he stored the orb away in his spatial realm, saving it for a time when he would truly need it. After sitting in silence for some time, Leia's gaze shifted back towards John, the soft warmth replaced with guilty remorse. "What is it?" John asked, as he could tell that something was weighing on her mind. With their unique soul connection that they formed in the Tao transformation realm, John could feel some of her emotions and was able to tell that something heavy was weighing on her conscience at the moment. I haven't been fully honest with you," she said after a long silence, as if saying these words had taken incredible effort. She fell silent after saying this, as if she were figuring out how to pick her next words. "I already have an idea about what you're trying to tell me," John spoke up, causing Leia's expression to change to surprise. "You do?" she asked. "Let me guess. It has to do with a danger that will befall me now that you and I are linked by our souls," John replied, while Leia's reaction clearly indicated that he was right. How did you know?" she asked, lips trembling. "Did you forget already? The words you told me back in the Tao transformation realm when I needed more healing during my heaven tribulation and opened up my soul to you," John asked, while Leia thought back to that time. "If you don't remember, then I'll repeat it," John said. "When you said you could heal me by establishing a direct soul connection, you also said a future calamity might befall me as a result," John explained, repeating what she had told him at that time. "I'm sure this future calamity for me is also a calamity for you, and that the reason you followed me into the Tao transformation realm in the first place was to intertwine our fates so that I could eventually help you through it, as you noticed my talent and combat prowess back in the ancient Yuan Continent realm. Am I wrong?" John asked. "Ahi," Leia mumbled, unsure of how to reply, but her silence was silent confirmation of his words. "I figured this out quite early on when you joined me in the Tao transformation realm, but I'm not judging you for it. I already knew accepting your help back then had risks, but at the time it was the only time to get through the tribulation. Without your help, I would have died during that heaven tribulation, against the demon, against so many things in that realm. You saved me, and so it's only natural that I do the same when the time comes," John replied, his words causing Leia's lips to tremble harder, as if she were unable to contain her emotions. "Can you at least tell me a bit about this calamity?" John asked, while Leia calmed herself down to explain a bit of the truth. Boom. A loud boom blasted over the entirety of Alliance City, while everyone looked up to see a powerful attack slam against the formation barrier in the far distance, causing a shockwave to ripple through it. Leia's face scrunched up as she stared at the distant attack, while John looked on curiously as well, as an attack on Alliance City was practically a suicide mission. The attack faded away and calm returned to the city once more, and after some silence, John glanced at Leia, who seemed to have an odd expression on her face. "What is it?" John asked curiously. "You need to leave now," Leia said to him hastily, causing John to frown slightly, confused at what was going on. However, he could tell that Leia was sincere in her words and prepared to leave when. Flash. As if answering his questions, a figure suddenly appeared before the two of them, hovering above them a short distance away. Surprise appeared on John's face as he gazed at the figure who had appeared like a ghost without any warning at all. The figure wore an immaculate robe as if it was spun from the most heavenly materials, and appeared to be in his 30s, with long black hair, a handsome face, and piercing eyes as if they could see through everything. John had never seen the man before, but he could tell with the briefest of glances that the man's power was beyond his imagination, at the level that only someone like Thunderzin could compare to. John frowned as the man gazed at the two of them without saying a word, like a hawk staring at prey. "Who the hell are you?" John asked, displeased at the manner in which the man was staring at him and Leia. While the man was beyond powerful, John did not back down when treated with such disrespect, especially in a place like Alliance City where his safety was ensured. The man glanced at John for a brief moment before looking away, as if looking at John was nothing more than an eyesore. His gaze locked onto Leia, and a frown appeared on his face as he inspected her closely. "You appear to have been cursed by the heavens. It seems you went ahead and did what I forbid you to ever do, daughter," the Astral Emperor said with displeasure, revealing his identity to John. Chapter 747, Meeting the Astral Emperor. "You arrived here quite quickly, father," Leia replied calmly and respectfully, ignoring the Astral Emperor's comments about her. "Much quicker than I had anticipated." When she had revived Adam, she had become cursed by the heavens, which is something the Astral Emperor warned her never to do. Becoming cursed by the heaven wasn't a death sentence, but it was something no one wanted either. When going through heavenly tribulation, one cursed by the heavens would face an execution rather than a test and an opportunity. Thankfully, Leia was already in the heaven tribulation realm when she became cursed, but there were other negatives when becoming cursed by the heavens. Not only would it be harder to stumble upon wondrous opportunities, one would also find themselves running into dangerous situations far more often, as John was more than aware of. Were it not for his heaven-defying strength, he would have already died a dozen deaths by now. Lastly, one would find it harder to cultivate and ascend the cultivation ladder, as the connection with the heavenly Tao was far weaker than one not cursed. Thankfully for John, he had monstrous comprehensions to a level that even the heavens couldn't suppress it, and had help from things such as the Palace Realm meditation ability, but others would not find themselves so lucky. The Astral Emperor frowned as Leia ignored his original comments, but decided to overlook it for now. "Your little adventure is over," he said to her with an even tone. "You are returning with me to the Astral Empire immediately." John frowned as he saw the interaction between the two, as it was the complete opposite of how a father and daughter should interact. The Astral Emperor spoke to Leia with no warmth in his voice or love in his eyes, while Leia replied as if she were talking to an emperor, full of respect but without any emotions at all. His frown deepened, and his jaw clenched tightly as he focused on his soul connection with Leia, and was able to feel a small hint of the emotions she was feeling at the moment. Loathing, trepidation, resentment. While Leia remained calm on the outside, John was able to clearly feel these emotions stemming from deep within her, emotions that she hid well. If she did not have this soul connection, he would have never guessed she was feeling this way at the moment. As if noticing something, the Astral Emperor's gaze suddenly snapped onto John, his eyes staring at him like a hawk. An extremely powerful divine sense suddenly slammed onto him, like a tsunami that nearly took his breath away. The divine sense immediately invaded his body, as the Astral Emperor held nothing back when inspecting him. The Astral Emperor raised an eyebrow when noticing the quality of John's body and Danshan, while he continued to scan as if looking for something. John's anger instantly ignited as the divine sense invaded his body, as if the Astral Emperor considered him and his property to inspect at his leisure. John's own soul power and divine sense flared as he attempted to drive out the invasive energy, but it was brushed aside like a leaf in a storm. The divine sense slammed against his soul and inspected it closely, driving it nearly to the edge of collapse. John's anger continued to rise, as he felt completely powerless at the moment, and his chi began to surge within like a powerful beast waking from a slumber. If he was unable to flush out the Astral Emperor's inspection with his soul and divine sense, then he would resort to what he did best, using pure power to solve the situation. However, just as John was about to explode with his full strength, the divine sense scan vanished. John hastily rescinded his surging power, but raised his guard to the maximum, ready to explode with his full strength at a moment's notice. Even if it was not enough to affect the Astral Emperor at all, he wouldn't allow anyone to do such a thing to him like that without taking action. His pride would not allow it. John's gaze snapped to the Astral Emperor, who continued to hover in the sky above them, and he was about to yell at him. But he noticed the Astral Emperor's gaze had shifted back to Leia, heated fury contained within. "You gave this worthless brat your soul seed." The Astral Emperor boomed, his voice trembling the nearby land while waves formed on the lake behind them. I did it of my own volition. Do not blame him." A worried look appeared on Leia's face, one which John could tell was not for herself but for him. Clearly, she was worried that her father would do something to John in his current angered state. "So what if she gave me her soul seed?" John replied angrily, speaking for Leia as well as himself, as he was still enraged by the Astral Emperor's invasive scan. "It's hers to give as she pleases. What makes you think you can decide who she gives it to?" he growled. "Besides, we would both be dead by now if she hadn't done so we had no choice in the matter regardless," he continued. "Who are you to speak to me in such a manner, boy?" The Astral Emperor replied coldly as his gaze snapped back to John, and he raised an eyebrow as if realizing something. "Ah, I thought you looked familiar," he mused with realization. "You're one of the brats I saw on that lowly continent several years ago," he said, recognizing John from the time he had forcefully extracted Leia from the Yuan Continent ancient realm. "It seems as though you are like a fly, buzzing around my daughter wherever she goes," the Astral Emperor continued, his voice growing colder by the second. "No matter, her soul seed can be forcefully returned to her once I scoop it from your soul," he said to John, with menacing intent as his power began to surge towards John, clearly not caring at all about the fact that it would kill John in the process. "Father, don't you dare touch him, or I'll—" Leia yelled angrily, but her angered cries were cut off as two figures suddenly appeared in the air between John and her father, blocking his approaching power instantly. Surprise appeared on the Astral Emperor's face at the arrival of the two figures, which was replaced with cold menace as he stared at the two of them. At the same time, surprise appeared on John's face as well, which was quickly replaced with warm reassurance, as he had full confidence in the two who had appeared before him. The Alliance Head. Sect Leader Thunderfist, Chapter 748 Discussions Amongst Titans. "What do you think you're doing, Astral Emperor?" the Alliance Head asked coldly, not pleased at his hostility towards John. "What am I doing? This brat here tricked my daughter into giving him her soul seed, which I will be taking back," the Astral Emperor replied coldly. "Surely the life of this one brat is not worth drawing my ire, or the ire of my empire," he said, clear warning in his words which also hinted at the value he put on Leia's soul seed. "If you dare make a single move towards this boy, I'll raise your empire to the ground," Thunderfist warned coldly, his words surprising the Astral Emperor as how sincere they were. He could tell that Thunderfist wouldn't hesitate to do that, although he scoffed at the threat. "You are biting off more than you can chew, Taoist Thunderfist," the Astral Emperor replied coldly. "You and your little sect are no match for me, or the might of my empire, and neither is this boy worth the cost of making me your enemy." "Is that so? Then I'll be sure to visit your astral empire shortly, with my brother and his pet in tow, to test the truth of your words," he replied with a heated tone, as if he were itching to start a fight with the Astral Emperor at this very moment. "I've been itching to bathe my fists in combat once more, and this seems like the perfect opportunity to do so." The Astral Emperor frowned, as Thunderfist's warnings had even included Thunderzin and his dragon. Thunderzin's lightning dragon was famed throughout the divine martial continent. And no one, not even the Astral Emperor, dared to look down on such a foe. Even if he were able to defeat the lightning dragon and the two Thunder brothers, his victory would be Pyrrhic at best, which he could not afford while other threats loomed in the background, waiting to pounce at a moment's notice. Not only that, but no one knew the true strength of the Thunder brothers or the lightning dragon, as they had not shown their might for thousands of years. The Astral Emperor's cold gaze locked with Thunderfist's unflinching gaze, and he clicked his tongue in frustration as he turned his attention to the Alliance Head. "Honorable Alliance Head, are you willing to stand by and do nothing as one of your underlings fractures the relationship between our two powers?" the Astral Empire asked, as he could tell he would get nowhere speaking to the hot-headed Thunderfist. Taoist Thunderfist and his sect are allies of the Alliance, not underlings, and so he is not mine to command, and you have also made the relationship between our powers clear throughout the years, the Alliance head replied calmly yet dismissively. Regardless, his words are also my words. Or do you truly think so little of my Alliance that you would dare to take action against our prime disciple? He asked. What, this brat is your prime disciple? The Astral Emperor asked, shocked to hear such a thing. You must be joking, he scoffed. Even Thunderfist glanced curiously at John, not expecting to hear that such a thing had happened. We both know I would never joke about such a matter, the Alliance head replied, some frost in his voice for the first time as his patience was clearly running thin dealing with the haughty Astral Emperor. Since you know this boy is our prime disciple, you also know of his value to my Alliance, the Alliance head continued. Taking action against him is the same as taking action against my entire Alliance, and I will not hesitate to mobilize my entire Alliance should harm befall this child at your hands, he warned. A scowl appeared on the Astral Emperor's face as he heard this, and his cold gaze shifted towards John once more, who gazed back with equal iciness, not intimidated by the Astral Emperor's powerful gaze. The position of prime disciple can be replaced, but Leia's soul seed cannot, the Astral Emperor replied. They are not equal in value. I'm afraid your assessment of their values couldn't be further from the truth, the Honorable Alliance head refuted. But I'm done dealing with pleasantries. Take your daughter and leave my city. The Alliance head's words were firm, indicating that there was no more room for discussion on the matter. The Astral Emperor gazed at both Thunderfist and the Alliance head, and then John shortly afterwards. I hope you don't come to regret this decision in the future, the Astral Emperor said before gazing at his daughter. We're leaving. Leia nodded her head and glanced at John one last time before she was wrapped up in the Astral Emperor's power, and the two vanished from sight. John stared at the now empty space where Leia had been standing, and sighed as the situation had finally been dealt with. Well, at least now I know what the calamity she mentioned before is about, John sighed internally. Just based on Leia's feelings towards her father, John could tell there was something going on there. Now that the Astral Emperor knew he had Leia's soul seed within his own soul, he was involved with this calamity, whether he wanted to be part of it or not. Motherfucker, I'm going to beat that asshole to death one day, John cursed, as his anger towards what had happened was ignited once again. However, he quickly remembered the two standing near him and turned to them hastily, bowing his head slightly with the utmost respect. Thank you for helping me. He thanked both the Alliance head and Thunderfist. Haha, don't worry about it. You did well, keeping your composure under the power of someone as strong as the Astral Emperor. Not bad. Not bad at all, Thunderfist boomed while patting John on the back with obvious approval several times. My Alliance will always defend its own, no matter who the enemy may be, the Alliance head replied while smiling at John. About the prime disciple thing, John couldn't help but mention. Oh, that. I fully accept your refusal of the position, but the Astral Emperor doesn't need to know that. As far as he is concerned, you are the prime disciple of my Alliance, which should shield you from harm for the foreseeable future, the Alliance head replied warmly. What? That was true and not a lie to protect you, and you actually declined the prime disciple position. Are you an idiot? Thunderfist boomed with disbelief. I have my reasons, John replied with a wry smile while shrugging his shoulders, while Thunderfist shook his head as if he were staring at a true idiot. Do you know what kinds of rewards the Alliance would shower our sect with had you accepted the position? Whatever, it's in the past, Thunderfist sighed. I will take my leave. You will be safe as long as you are within this city, the Honorable Alliance head said to John, but be warned. The Astral Emperor is an unpredictable man with endless ambition. He will most likely not take any action against you, but you can never be sure when it comes to someone like him. Be careful from now on. I will be. Thank you, John replied respectfully, truly appreciative of the Alliance head's help, who nodded his head and vanished from sight, leaving John and Thunderfist behind. "Come on, let's go to a bar and grab some drinks while you tell me everything that happened. My treat," Thunderfist said as he whisked John away to the nearest tavern. Chapter 749 Astral Emperors offer luxurious flying ship shot through the skies, hastily leaving the vicinity of Alliance City. Within was Leia and her father, the Astral Emperor, who sat opposite each other in one of the many rooms contained within the ship. The Astral Emperor stared at Leia with cold, simmering anger, while Leia stared at the floor before her, not saying a word. "To think my own daughter would betray me so," he growled, clearly still enraged by everything that had happened. "Speak! Tell me what exactly happened within that realm, and tell me everything about that boy." However, Leia remained silent as she stared at her feet, not willing to say anything. The Astral Emperor felt another wave of anger surge through him, but he quickly suppressed that anger and calmed down as best he could. Silence filled the room for quite some time while the Astral Emperor thought things over, while Leia continued to remain silent. A light flickered in the Astral Emperor's eyes, as if an idea had come to him, and his demeanor quickly changed as he addressed his daughter once more. "This boy, what is his name?" he asked. "John," Leia replied softly, as she knew her father would easily be able to obtain this information with or without her. "John, the fact that you've given him your soul seed. I take it that you have strong feelings for that boy then?" he asked, while Leia shrugged her shoulders dismissively, refusing to answer one way or another. Her panic from before had been because she was worried for John's safety, but now that she knew he was safe from her father's hands for the time being, her cold indifference towards her father had returned. "There's no point in lying to me, your father," the Astral Emperor sighed, his voice much softer and calmer than before. "I can tell you have feelings for that boy, and he's really not bad. His body contained secrets that even I couldn't see through, and I can tell his power is far greater than he gives off. Perhaps his position as prime disciple was truly well earned," he mused out loud, as if wanting his daughter to hear his thoughts. Leia's gaze shifted from her feet to her father, who stared at her with a rare warmth, something she was not used to seeing. "Perhaps I was too quick to anger," the Astral Emperor said, as if he almost regretted his actions. Leia stared at her father with a dubious expression, not able to tell if he was true with his feelings or not, although she favored them being false. The Astral Emperor fell silent again for another short moment, as if deep in thought before he addressed his daughter once more. "I was only angered because I did not want you to throw away your biggest gift on someone unworthy of your talents. You and I both know your soul seed was to go to the man you eventually married, but now," he sighed, as if truly concerned for the situation and his daughter. "However, perhaps this is a good thing after all," he said, causing Leia to stare at him with a peculiar expression. "Perhaps this John truly is worthy of receiving your soul seed, at which point marriage would not be out of the question. With you as my daughter and him as the Honorable Alliance Prime Disciple, it's not an unfavorable match for either power," he said. Leia's eyes widened slightly upon hearing this, but she remained silent as her father continued to ruminate over the situation. "Ah, but I forgot to ask you about this," he said, as if realizing his honest mistake. "Would such an arrangement be to your liking?" he asked Leia, who frowned at his question. "Since when has my opinion, especially when it comes to my future marriage, been any of your concern?" she asked questioningly. "You've always decided these things on your own." "And I have realized my mistakes now," he replied sincerely. "I strongly doubt that," Leia replied, slight iciness in her tone as if she truly didn't believe him at all. She had never heard her father admit fault or wrongdoing for anything, and didn't believe him now either. "It's only natural that you doubt my sincerity, but only time will reveal the truth of my words," the Astral Emperor replied, and his face suddenly lit up as if an idea had popped into his mind, an idea he was excited to share with her. "How about we make a deal then? I will allow you to choose your marriage partner, and even let it be this John if you so wish, if you manage to achieve the peak of the Tao transformation realm within the next 3 years, he said, to which Leia frowned once more. "Why do you care about my cultivation so much?" she asked. You've always pushed me hard before, even using the threat of harming those close to me to force me to cultivate, and now you're dangling this offer over my head. What are you playing at? She asked, skeptical of her father's intent. I have yet to reveal this to anyone, but I have decided to name you as my heir and be next in line for the throne of my astral empire, he said as he smiled at her proudly. However, such a position also requires great strength, and I can only name you my heir if you manage to achieve your full potential and become someone worthy of such a position, he explained. What? Why would you name me as your heir? What about Alexander? She asked, mentioning her older brother and firstborn son of the astral emperor. Do you think I would name my heir based on birth order? The astral emperor scoffed. Such a position can only be earned through talent and power alone, and you, my precious daughter, are by far my most talented child, he said while smiling warmly at her. Leia continued to stare at her father with skepticism, not really believing her father, who she knew only cared about himself. However, if there was a remote chance this was all true, it would be the absolute best thing for her. How about this? When you reach the peak of the Tao transformation realm, I will personally escort you to whomever you wish to marry, and propose the marriage myself to whomever that may be. If that man is John, then you will have my blessing at the time, he said, before his demeanor darkened slightly, returning to an expression that Leia was used to seeing on his face. But I will only agree to such a thing if you do as I requested, and reach the peak of the Tao transformation realm within the next 3 years. Otherwise, I have no use for coddling a child that has no use for my empire, he said, once more sounding like the father she knew. That's the first thing you've said that I believe, Leia replied coldly, as her father spoke of conditional love. However, the astral emperor didn't refute her words, and instead leaned back in his seat and stared at her as if awaiting an answer. Leia's mouth twisted in disdain for her father, but his proposal was the first sliver of hope he had ever given her before. While she was sure there was more to her father's offer than what he was letting on, there was nothing she could do about it. Not only that, but this agreement sounded as if it would provide John a few extra years to raise his strength without interference or harm from her father, which was more than she could hope for now that his existence was revealed to him. Fine, she said with an even tone, agreeing to his proposition. Even if her father was planning something, Leia knew that raising her strength for the future was the only thing she could do at the moment. She knew John and her father would confront each other one day, and when that day came, she would be ready to help John as well as best she could. Excellent, the astral emperor exclaimed with a merry smile as he stood up and walked over to Leia, resting his hand on her shoulder. A wise decision, my precious daughter, he said before removing his hand and walking away, leaving Leia alone in the room as their ship sailed rapidly towards the astral empire. Chapter 750 Whispers of Asura. Ha ha ha, so you managed to beat the shit out of the traitor of your clan. Not bad. I've heard rumors of Asuros, and for you to jump realms and still kick the shit out of him so bad that he flees with his tail tucked between his leg. I just wish I could have been there to see it. Sect leader Thunderfist boomed merrily before downing another cup of wine before refilling it again. I never would have guessed that you and Asuros were related like that, though. What a small world it is, he continued after finishing his drink. It's just a pity that so many perished within, including shining stars like Rael. Truly a pity, he sighed as he poured himself more wine from a pitcher and downed another cup. I just wish I had arrived sooner, and had managed to finish off Asuros once and for all, John grumbled, still not pleased that Asuros had managed to escape. Don't worry about it. You'll run into him sooner or later, and then you'll be able to finish the job once and for all. The only thing you need to worry about is his master, but based on the fact that he still hasn't made a move on you, I'm sure your guess of the situation is mostly correct, Thunderfist replied. John had told Thunderfist mostly everything that had happened in the realm, and left out only a few details that he wanted to keep to himself. And what about that Astral Empire girl? Are you two a thing? Thunderfist asked John while winking at him, while John shrugged in response. It's complicated, but our fates have definitely become interlinked, he replied, his thoughts shifting towards his master. Based on everything Leia had revealed to him, he had many questions to ask his master about her past and her identity. "Where is my master?" John asked, changing the subject. "I figured she'd pounce at the first opportunity to drag me back into her hellish training regiments," John grumbled as he thought back to those hellish training sessions. "Lillian is currently handling some business of her own, but I'm sure she'll seek you out before long," Thunderfist replied, keeping things vague. However, John didn't pry further and took a sip of the wine in front of him. "I have some things to take care of in this city before we all return for the sect tomorrow, so make sure you're ready to leave by tomorrow morning," Thunderfist said as he stood up from his seat. "About that," John replied, causing Thunderfist to pause. "I plan to explore the continent for a bit, instead of going back to the sect right away. I have some business to take care of in a nearby city first," John explained. "Is that so?" Thunderfist mused while staring at John. "Well, I won't try to change your mind, but just be careful, all right? There are already whispers in this city about the emergence of Asura, and I'm sure those whispers will soon spread through the continent. You'll be targeted quite often once the enemy learns of your identity," Thunderfist warned. "I know, and I'll be ready for them. Unless a world expansion expert shows up personally, I should be able to protect myself, and even then I have some assurances of at least escaping," John replied confidently, while Thunderfist raised an eyebrow at his confidence. "Ha ha ha, that's the confidence a man should have." Thunderfist boomed loudly and patted John on the back several times, and an item suddenly appeared in his hands, which he handed over to John. John took the item and inspected it, which was quite similar to a long-range transmission disc, but slightly different. "What's this?" John asked curiously. "It's a one-time use object, which will alert both my brother and I with your location should you crush it. If you run into a situation you can't handle, crush it immediately and do your best to buy time for yourself. Depending on your location, we could arrive in minutes, hours, or even days, so keep that in mind," Thunderfist explained, to which John nodded his head in understanding. "I understand. Thank you, Sect Leader Thunderfist," John thanked with an appreciative smile. "Well, as I mentioned, I have matters to take care of, so I'll be leaving now. I look forward to hearing about your journey when you return to the sect," Thunderfist said as he walked away, while John waved at him goodbye. While the hour was late, a city as large and populous as Alliance City never slept. After finishing his discussions with sect leader Thunderfist, John visited a nearby trade market, as he had some things to take care of before venturing out towards Five River Freeport. Several hours later, John walked out of the bustling marketplace, the desired items acquired. "I now have a map of the nearby continent, as well as the most rudimentary of flying ships, which despite being basically the lowest model I can get, still cost nearly everything I own," John sighed, as his money had been stretched quite thin. Flying to Five River Freeport would take several days, and flying there with his own power would be time not spent on cultivation, which he could not afford. With all the dangers he faced lurking ever-present, John needed to utilize each and every moment to raise his strength. "However, once I get to Five River Freeport, I'll be able to not only acquire more spirit crystals, but I can also sell this ship and perhaps upgrade to a better one, as well as other things such as weapons and pills," John mused as he walked through the streets of Alliance City towards the distant exit gate dozens of miles away. The streets continued to bustle with activity as he walked, though, as just another face in the crowd, but whispers and conversations entered his ears that caused him to pay attention to them. Discussions about Asura. "Did you hear? Apparently the famed Asura is part of the Honorable Alliance." "Is that really true? Are you certain?" "I've only heard rumors, but apparently he's one of the youths that recently entered that secretive realm. His identity was revealed then." "Wow, to think that our very own alliance could give rise to such a talent. Who is the person? What's their name?" "I'm not sure, as the rumors have been vague thus far, but apparently his combat prowess is heaven-defying." "Amazing. I hope we can learn more about him soon. I wonder what his name is." "I'm sure we'll find out soon." John continued to walk through the streets as he heard many similar hushed discussions and couldn't help but sigh lightly. His identity being partially revealed would only cause headaches and dangers to sprout like weeds in the future, but such a thing was unavoidable. The only way he could have stopped such a thing was to kill everyone who knew of his identity, but such a cowardly act was far beneath him, and he would much rather brave dangers head on than kill allies, as each and every one of those dangers came with an opportunity to raise his strength. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much.